before I get sleep. Feels good. Okay. Mm. Mm. Mm-hmm. Um, an hour. What's up with you? Mm. Mm-hmm. Um. Mm. Mm-hmm. Wanna go with Triple Bites? Mm. What? No. It broke again. God damn it. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Um. Wait. Elizabeth movie. Yep. Another fucking movie. I'm sorry. Mm. Mutilated.
what you used to do, yes. Love something. What do you think I like anyway? Good, smooth. I drive straight. I got power. Personal power. You go like 29 years, figure it out. Well, that's confident, yeah, mate. Anyone can be doing a big job, you know, make a lot of money. Retire back again. I did it, please, I'm getting there. Forget the big 30 you go. Don't do that. Well, start down, here's the big 30 so you find one big job, and you do it right, no witnesses, no restrictions, police, restrictions, you're fucked. It's all about change, boy. Change, nothing else. I'm a criminal Cadillac, I can't change now, man. Hey, talk about that, change. It's really bad. It's like the big 30. Then we talk from all around the world, so family.
What?
So that's what I'm doing, just gonna do the big 30.
What?
Who said that? Look what I got. Nothing like this. Well, ladies, I got some news for you. This is overcrowded. So like Ricky and you now 26 days early. What are you doing? Can't see the red line, Cadillacs. My night is done because of Cadillacs. You're fucking doing it, dog. You fix the hot dogs. You can't wait if I play on the next. Let's go, Ricky.
Yeah, go Ricky.
You're in jail, and I'm gonna let you out of jail. If you want to stay for a Super Bowl, I'm trying to real win. You know, you're attracted to Julian. I'm attracted to Julian. I'm attracted to no. I'm attracted to Julian. If you want to blue eyes, nice hair, and so you tell me I'm not shot. I'm not going to no, I'm going anywhere. Prove it. Sure, prove it. There, Duncan. Just put down my jail. Some bullshit going. You're gonna throw me to jail. You're gonna make me fucking jail. See what I'm saying? There, you gotta play this. Wait, no, don't play games. See, you want to play. Fuck this, fuckers. I'm fucking seeing you inside my fucking ass. Ricky, I'll fight you any place, anytime, anywhere.
I thought the law and the.
Sorry for you. Now, please, play back in jail. Please don't play Oxford. Come on. I'm sorry. How many times I've got to go jail? It's never easy. Ricky, you. We grew up together. We're close brothers, so they go jail. It just stops me. I just end up, working dirty in the shop there. Next month, I'm back to grocery stores all day. $8 a month. Just enough for cat food and a lot of these food to the building. Half the time, all I do is smart off Jason Town and wait for them to get up. Dad, oh! I really thought I might wear it. I was like, so she said, it was great back to work. I unfortunately haven't been able to work since Jackson, so it's like this thing sucks. But you know, at least I get a government disability check every month. You know, you get one, you know, as long as I'm careful. All right, Roy, say for you, Dad. Well, man, never go back to that. No way, you're still going to check it out. We'll make it through. Yeah? Check it out, boys. Dad, let me tell you, you're gonna lost up jail. Just gonna go with my family now. I've been dead for training. I'm always glad. Yeah, Dad, what's up? Okay, we're proud of you. The fuck do these things here think they're doing? Starting to shit with the right. Exit the vehicle, please, gentlemen. All right, boys, we're getting up today. Welcome back to Sunnyvale, Julian. Jump, Ricky. We need to go over some new park laws, boys. What? You're not comfortable whenever you get fired. You're just country park supervisor. Actually, I resigned from the force, Ricky. Sorry. I make 16 5 years Sunnyvale supervisor. Rent makes 4,600. That's pretty good money. First 10 years I ran this park, and it's empty perfection. Trailers were well kept. People respected each other. And things changed. Things changed. Julian Bubbles.
Rick.
Better watch the way you speak, Mr. Lady, Ricky. Better watch the way you fuck yourself. Ricky. Ricky. It's all right. It's all right. We got catch up to do. Let's just go. So right now, leave us alone. Go get drunk. Supervise the park. Mr. Lady hasn't had a drink in almost 2 months. Come on, Ricky. Let's start things off on the right foot here. It's just you guys. Start something else, okay? Okay? We're going into it, guys. Okay? It's great, boys. Listen, we all want the same thing. We're setting up trailer park to be a nice place to live, just like it used to be. No problems, lady. We're starting to be homes. Good here for you. Good for you. Sure, Rick. Stop wasting dice. Stop it. Corn chowder is so fun to see. You run around saying 3-6. Nobody remembers 3-6. Remember 3-5. Well, get into a corn chowder. The brains work on the same level as horses. They look around like horses. You hear loud noise. You scare the horse. Unpredictable. Just so fucking dumb. See you guys later, right? Come on, there's 4 times you said what? Because it's gonna get in trouble with family. What about you know that? Because this will get stoned. Drugs, fuck. You're gonna go to the hospital. Ready, Greg? Oh, Greg, should be full. Someone else. We'll see. Gotta figure this one out something.
What?
Where is she, Sarah? Ricky worries me sometimes. I got a great plan here, and then he's my wingman. Let me get all screwed up over Lucy. We don't have time to just right now. We get no, don't you enjoy it? Hey, now you're talking to me, Ross. Change your practice. Just great doing it. It's way safer. You can't go to jail. Just gonna talk to you in a big hurry suit. Hey, you ready? Listen, Dad, Bucks. Sometimes I tell Lucy something you should know about. Let's know you are. Hey, come on. We always get me the bullshit. Lucy got any boobs, Ricky? Lucy got any boobs? What? Lucy's wife's perfect. You wanna see it now, buddy? Dad, you saw Lucy naked? No, it's Gentleman's Club. Not today, not too small. John, how the fuck did you see Lucy naked? Gentleman's Club. She works at Gentleman's Club, Ricky. That's what we're saying. A strip club? Gentleman's Club.
It's been a long day. Eleven.
Stop taking that, shall we? But it's a gentleman's club. Proper gentleman. I'm scared to talk to Lucy and see what's wrong with that. Yeah. What do you need? You know, it's a 2-drink minimum. You don't touch any ladies, Ricky, especially her. You got 2 minutes. No need to be up here. Fuck, dick.
Ouch.
How much I get, sir? $20. How much can I get for that? How you doing, boys? What's more? We're trying to get on the OJ. Drink from Coke. Drink from Coke. Boss, it's just our house. We can buy dance and drinks for every job. Fill in that. So? Listen, no time for women right now. We've got concentrate on the dogs. Stay focused, okay? Focus. Fire. Go to this place, Lucy, frisky. Lucy, stop some noise. Stop something.
Okay, listen, couple drinks and take a course.
Just go say something.
Rebecca, no matter what happens between you and me, you gotta start calling some Joe and Doug. It's Monday, you're like, well, that needs to be forward. Right here, you know, I don't know anybody right here. No, I'm just gonna say, I don't anymore. You seem like the guy.
Lucy, what's up?
Okay.
You want to put Lucy the fuck out of here? You're friendly, ask your minor. And you steal drinks too. What did you say to me? You see this drink? It's my drink. I brought it from home. I'll steal fucking drinks, bud. Yeah, 24, please. Could you just steal some drinks? Thank you very much. What the fuck is going on? I got coach for drinks. Listen, you tell me what door pants like all my friends. I believe my job. Yeah, okay, Lambo. You heard Lambo. I see you, Thompson. Ricky, if you want Lucy back, you gotta stick around Coke again. You're gonna need lights, tables, fertilizer. Yep. You wanna go to the dirt? No, you're not. You're gonna start stealing change from me more, Ricky. Ricky, it's not really good feeling. I mean, forget about it. You know, I feel a lot more comfortable. You're in that Ricky. You know? Rick, I don't wanna do this stuff, okay? We got a great team here. Come on. Alright. God, look, it's maybe I'm no fuckers. So check it out tomorrow. Bubbles, what the hell's going on? You guys out there drinking in my car? This my cigarettes? No, Ricky. You know something is in here? That shit's fucked. We're not taking it here. We're not like your carpet's dry. No danger. For your medication, you know that. Do as they please. Sorry, boss, I'm strong. Fast. June, what's the change of records? No, Ricky, it's that numbers out. No. Keep you from This smells like cigarettes today, I guess. Jamie, you're supposed to smell like cigarettes. You're supposed to smell like chips, aren't you? You're supposed to smell that all that fuck. I'm not sure how to eat rich. Sure, it's fine. Sir, that should be the secret.
I'm not starting to I don't leave alone.
Is it not?
He's right here. Okay, so all right.
Spirit, come talk with me alone. Give you a chance to get back.
Yeah, stop with Julian.
Think something very good, something very
No, wait, that gives me money.
teacher. What are you doing your child? Why are you saying you're hungry? That's a line for it. Yeah, it's going. I can't figure out a couple hours when I keep going for picnic. You know what's that? Missing the 2 cheeseburgers,
Orange pop and onions.
3 or 4 orange pops, onion rings. I got kids coming back to stay. My husband's telling me it's your fault. We gotta get food fast. Please. I don't want to be your mother. Trent. We got those upstairs. Today's working to the house. We're in bed. Come on, welcome back. You gotta eat.
Just give it to me, I guess I could try.
It's on us. Yeah, no cigarettes. I'm playing with you. I'm gonna bust your ass, Billy. How's this one? Because we're gonna get you here. I'm serious.
Barbara.
Hey, Jim. I have a question for you. You wouldn't know why the lot fees have been dwindling over the last 2 months, would you?
My wife likes the power trip with me all the time. We're married once. Yeah, actually, yeah. Made me supervisor here at Sunnyvale. She doesn't like when the lotteries don't come in on time. She doesn't like the dynamite. No problem with that problem. And she sure doesn't like Randy.
Jim, can you Randy? I don't take care of his part. Should I get somebody else to count? I want the lot fees collected, deposited, and somebody's 3 months behind. And doesn't pay. I want them out. Good? Good.
Look, I'm working on it. Sunnyvale is the most important thing in my life. You know that.
Are you sure you're not walking around the park with a hamburger? For God's sake, Jim, get it together.
Class bus. He's going to flight. We're going to be Sean. Pork chop. Another dry fish. You know it? Well, I can't believe we're finally reading this. It's going to be a little bit change. Get over there. Sure. We won't get money in a second. Come on. So. Sit on sides. You check 2 girls in fit. You got back into the book. So if I feel greasy, great. Corey, get your fucking shirt. Let's go. Fuck up here. No. Shut down. Shut down. Shut down. Shut down. That's what we're telling you. Every time I just tools. We're going to get those tools come back tomorrow. No big deal. I'll show you back tools. It's special. It's a tools job. What do you mean back tools? This has to shut down. Official search. Everybody calm down. Up to see here. Suicide test for the city. Corey, trying to beat us the shop. Come on. Basically, we're just testing to see the strength of metal against cars. And these guys can load them up now. They're going right. Come on. Come on. Corey, cover the job. You can learn your job. Don't just swing on these skills, Jane. Fuck this. Go ahead. I got things to do. I'm going to find a big do it myself. Thanks for the show, dude. Corey, your ass on the curb. Randy, I'm gonna talk to you for a minute, boy. Randy, I'm gonna talk to you in the office for a bit. Over. Randy. Randy. All we need is a Lucy logbook. This is Ricky, Julian, and Bubbles lot fees are unpaid. We're talking about the sweet guys that pay the Randy's. Where do I go? Where do you go for a little bit from it? All I'm saying is if we don't engage a little shit more, we're gonna win. This little technicality is our secret ship. Be like that. Like an intermediate range, surface to air, nuclear ship missile. Hey, what up?
Oh, nice. Excited?
Sure. My truck's supposed to be this way.
Before you do it.
My assistants. Yeah. See for the dark night. I need to really change your mind. Sorry.
Sorry. So you're done with it?
Don't do that.
With single me.
What's it hurt?
I won't confession here. I've been doing you and I are the deal. So now I'm guys that haven't yet. It's been into 3 days.
I won't brag or anything, but I've been jailed a few times. Just for like, it's a big deal. It's not fun.
Was it new Friday today?
Where's your guy? He's fine.
Why are you
I'm nervous.
Jacob.
He's got a closing end there. Oh, you're going there right now.
Okay, you got that.
You guys actually got here. So, like,
So after, and again, I'll be nachos. With cheese, hot dog. Jimmy.
what?
Are you okay?
I'm just gonna go work stuff. I'm sorry. Help me. I'm gonna die. Perfect. Ricky. Julie, we got open.
Hey, Patsy.
Guess what, boys? That's good news.
Good question.
I think it was Big Three. You think it was Big Three? I think found it. I was at the movie theater today. I think this kid has one machine filled with Denise Louise. And she does 2 hours a day. There's one person working. This is perfect, boys. This is my idea. I'm just Big Three. Will not be. Ricky's a combination of both ideas. Still no genes and still untraceable. What do you say, Buzz, man? I don't know. You're winning. What do I make after? Next time, Shannon, you have a cat food dog? Well, I've got coffee for 10 years. This is the big time, boys. Oh my God. It's perfect. Oh, stop it. You know, Randy, I know what I'm doing. What's plastic for? There's no roof leak. What's all this paraphernalia here? So we got tax already, whatever year, you know that?
You know that.
jail bar supervisor. I'm officially condemning this shit. Yeah. What are you doing, officially? I felt bad for you, my face. Shit about sticking bugs for you. Your shit rats. Your shit train friends. Great. What? Nothing. Let's just go.
Enough with the fucking music.
Get the fuck out of my club. Let me know when back, Jim. Are you from Twin Earth?
Yeah, it's really nice.
You're so pretty.
That's people don't know.
Hey, yeah.
Have fun.
I can't believe man, that's such a fucking loss.
You 10 or 15 times, man. That's me. I know. I have.
We're coming first night?
Yes. I do need her. You get my car.
Fuck off, Ricky.
Something serious right now, something really heavy. There's a chance maybe you want to jail. Just let I tell you, so don't fall for me, okay?
Well, if they don't wait for you for that, no? They're gonna get another.
That broken new window. I'll be off. Your place is gonna walk on in, buddy.
Right now, you're the letter. To get the news out, before the fire hose. Give it up, y'all. Galaxy fans. Here, tonight, so we in development on a new film, Spaghetti Hose. You know what I'm saying? We also working on Idaho. You know what I'm saying? Chimney Hose. So look out for all those.
Fire hose.
How's everybody doing? Big fun is trying to get for me. It's all because of one woman. One has been really cool with me being in and out of jail since I was 9 years old. Cool with me growing up was a grade 7 until now. Cool with me smoking dope, getting drunk with my friends, playing video games with my friends. I live in a car. That's why I want you all here to see me propose to her. Lucy, I want to ask for your hand in a marriage.
You know about marriage?
What do you say, Lucy? You marry me?
Well, there's, you know, this condition, right? Like, you got to promise you don't go back to jail. If you promise that, then, all right, then yeah, I'll marry you.
I promise I don't think I'm ever going back to jail.
Cheers, Ricky. Shots, Jackson, come on, put your hands in the air. I want everything like that. Sweet.
Unbelievable, man. What a greasy horror show.
Well, you're funny, having yourself. You know, everybody's always consistent.
Come to so serious, everybody loves dance. What's the big deal?
Ricky, seriously.
Cheers. Lucy, you got a great night. Drink some water. Let's do cars all weekend.
Yeah.
Can't make you married, sir. Roll papers. Lucy, I'll get fucked up tonight. Let's see if we're around 12-1. All kids are cute. Why they're cute? Maybe. What's your name in reverse? Hey, shit, I'm just following my rule. Pour some orange juice, please. Wow, orange juice would be wonderful.
Michelle. Stop fucking lying there, please.
I said, fuck shit, 5, 6 years old. I didn't just fall down and don't get that smash down. My fucking drunk shaft. Fuck shit, twisting that big dirty onion ring bastard brain. Hey, don't get upset. Oh, wait, don't get away. There's another way to feel this. Come on, get over here, give me a hand. Grab his legs. Don't grab my legs. Calm down. Calm down, calm down. Everything's gonna be cool. Remember, let go of the leg. Good afternoon, gentlemen. It is my pleasure to inform you that you have 30 days to quit the environs of Sunnyvale Trailer Park for just cause of non-payment of lot fees. Adios, amigos. Fuck you, talking to me. Damn, I live in fucking car like that. We're not fucking going anywhere. Take your hands to yourself. No, you know the biggest fucking cheaters are made. Bring your red.
Thank you.
Boys, 30 sexy days, Julian. Sexy. No.
Who's there?
A loser. Here's what losers do, Ricky.
They lose.
There's no mustard. No holy sandwiches. What are we gonna do here? I mean, we're gonna get a lot of these. Laying your ankle, good bird. And that's it. We're not getting so old. Turn on your bus. Bus, look at me. No, bus, look at me. No, look at me, please.
Okay, so now I have to start Dermot.
Today, you think that's a good idea, Julian? Not a massive robbery? Bus, if we do this, we'll be able to get Lucky's birthday brother's gone. It's gonna be easy then. What about Julian? Let's go with that. Let's do the big dirty. Bus, let's all Sam's trailer. Come on.
Sorry, Jules.
He's right. I'm a loser.
You're not a loser, Ricky.
I feel the same. I promise. I'm very excited now. It's right. To find a job. Come on, you're my wingman. I'm playing with this, Ricky. What's the corrections, boys? I don't think that's all it takes. We can't do it. No offense, guys. I'll never sleep with you guys.
Don't worry, Ricky. You're the coolest guy in the park and the smartest. Me and Corey have always looked up to you. If you lose your Brad Johnson, where's that leave us? Because look to you like we don't have a dad or big brother or something. We love you, Ricky. For real, dude. Sometimes me and Trump tell you.
Something bad. Always. We got to pretend you're Ricky.
Yeah, it's only time you feel cool.
You guys really pretend that you're me?
Yeah.
Come on.
Wow.
Awesome. Yeah, we'll talk to him. So you see where he's on that full market stuff.
No, wait, guys. I think it's so bad.
This is serious. I'll see you. I'll tell you to do it. You can't do it anymore. Don't need to. So I can do that. This whole thing. I'll just stay on the bench.
Okay, so these.
Right, you sell these. I'll see you more. Tell me this one here. Nice. That's the one thing everybody went. Nice right after White House. It's gonna be awesome. So it's gonna be awesome. I remember the first night we was in the club. Just yesterday. Yeah, tech project. Grab those chicks. There's a bunch of those. Big fucking chick. She has to come back or something. She wants to be the first. That much. Those are open, but except for something to drink. Ain't but one thing. Just so beautiful, special. Never forget. So they're all there in the world. Last one.
And the morning we kind of came to, we sort of looked at each other, we knew, like, we'd be there forever.
Can't be here. It's a curve. Trent. Because you saw that. Oh, you can see one. Did I ask you the way? Just eat it. Trent, go get the curve. Bring it in front. There we go. Check you up. Well, look who it fucking is. How's Lori going?
Actually, Rick, we're right now. They don't want to talk to you. You must know. We're going to get next week. You're not going to be playing. I'll talk to you later.
Talk to you later. Have a fucking time, you place, you scared cheater.
Rick, I'm trying to with my family. Okay, my wife, my kid, my grandmother. Show them respect. Please. Okay, tell you what. I'm going to let you go back to jail. Okay, anytime. Discuss that.
Are you serious?
I'm serious.
You're not gonna.
I'm tired of this. It's embarrassing. Come back and play. This is down. Skip too much.
All right, all right. It's very good.
Nothing wrong with Rick. I'm coming back just yet from my jail. I'll tell you. All the pleasure, man. Well, talk about it right there. Come on, let's go. Let's go grab you first. Okay? Come on. There's something. Something. Together.
Claire.
Yeah, fine. So, cheer.
Meet your dad.
Oh, that's impressive.
Car wash. Get your change. Newsflash. We don't, George. Calm down.
That's what I need. I need sandwich here, guys. It's a
Tuna and salad.
Constantly stop ringing.
Either you sexy officers interested in grand theft, auto, ready, put down there, the license plates, serial numbers, they're stolen, guaranteed.
Josh, use all for some fucking cars. So, is that you right now? We'll come over and check out the cars. But they come back clean. Full surprise anybody here. Not my best anyway for at least 2 months. So, phone calls, no faxes, nothing. Be clear. Crystal clear.
Okay. Okay, good. No. Wow. No, no. Okay. Yes. Good. Ist wohl.
On se fait fourrer dans le cul, man. Il y a une capote ici, man.
Ah oui, on se fait à brailler pour dire oui, come on, big, là.
Même tout le monde ensemble, je vais vous tapoter, partager. Même tout le monde ensemble, je vais tapoter, partager. Tapoter, partager, s'il vous plaît, tout le monde ensemble. Tapoter, partager, man. On a 10 wins, faut pas y laisser. J'ai 10 wins. Merci à tout le monde qui s'abonne, j'espère apprécier. Merci au WhatsApp, au Bizarre.
Let's go, gang, on peut y péter ces 10 wins.
Non, j'ai appelé mes dents. Non.
Gros, t'es pètera pas.
J'ai pété pas, qu'est-ce que je te
Je viens
dis?
pas tout me faire le jog à Stéphane, esti. Il est même plus là, esti. Tabarnak. Équipe tout le monde ensemble, on est le premier biblion. Il en manque 2. On est 50, on est 50.
Très bien, big, il y a peut-être un bébélion qui va péter, puis ça va péter tes wins, big.
Eh oui, j'espère qu'on est 60, big, esti, man. J'espère bien.
On est calmé.
On dirait, la
C'est
famille.
pas la quantité, c'est la qualité, big. C'est quoi
T'inquiète pas, ma qualité, Fio.
Lui, dans sa tête, il faut qu'il y ait plus de
Espèce de rire. Tout le monde ensemble, man.
Ça marche pas de même, gros tata.
Gros, ça marche comme je le veux. Oui, t'inquiète, ton cœur d'équipe est cool. Tu peux apprécier dans le game, on est 80, tapoter. On va chercher les 30 000 likes, tout le monde ensemble, la famille.
Ben oui.
C'est mon coco Jack. Bonjour, mon Stéphane. Ah ouais, man, j'ai manqué. Ça fait tout a fermé, man, puis on aurait allumé tout de suite, man. Ça a pris une seconde, man. Ça a pris une seconde, mais l'autre, ça a pris une seconde de trop big. On est back, est-ce que
Viens voir ton message pas pire.
je t'ai rendu à te chugger pour le premier bébélion, mon boy.
Ah, il est parti à la soupe tomate, ça y est.
Respect, man. Gang, 60 points, la famille. On a 10 wins, ça nous a fait garder nos wins quand même.
60 points, guys.
On change en tabarnak.
2 donuts.
On est 90 points, on peut les sauver.
2 donuts, il est déjà.
Tout le monde ensemble, il faut s'entraîner, la team. Esti. 10 wins. Tu vas te faire des wins, quoi? On va te faire des wins.
2 donuts, let's go, 2 donuts.
Tout le monde ensemble, everybody. On attend le x3. What you put up in the air, what you put up in the air.
Hey, what you put up in the air? Arrête le parle comme du monde. Il manque un donut, merci Elsa. Un donut, gang, un donut. Oui, merci, ma belle girl. Moi, toi, gang, il y en a un bébélion à péter, c'est
Gang, let's go! On s'abonne à Stéphane aussi, gang. Il était à 4400, il était à 5400 livres. Incroyable! Mec, je vais te faire les 3 avant que t'en alles. Tu vas aller t'en quoi? Tout le monde ensemble, gang. On est 100 personnes. On est tous 93!
Salut Momo. Ben ouais, Joe, c'est ça. Exact. Exactement. Tu sais, je veux dire, salut Just Start. On sait jamais, man, on sait jamais.
Mon super-héros va me mettre un petit peu. Faites attention au snipe, la rose nébuleuse.
Ben oui, il est mou. Faites attention à la rose nébuleuse. Big, penses-tu que tout le monde quand même?
Non, oui, non, pis si ça te supporte, c'est sûr que ça me va pas. MVP Stéphane! Hey Stéphane, t'as-tu encore tes 2.5? Ou on en a mis un tantôt, je m'en rappelle plus, moi. Gang, MVP Stéphane, tout le monde dans le chat, Stéphane, Stéphane,
On va fait un soir, ça va être un autre soir, gang.
On fait-tu un mute, quoi?
Non.
Ah non, non, ça va, tout le monde, on va pas sortir d'argent. Non, ça leur tente pas. Hey, fait 27 minutes qu'on a l'objectif, j'en ai déjà 2 sur 3, on va faire quoi? 3 vos premiers cadeaux, tout le monde. WhatsApp, on est top, gang, on écrit, c'est vrai, on a 11 wins, esti. Y'a pas un esti, c'est tout décassé à côté. Je suis il y a 11 wins.
C'est mon gars, quelque chose à faire ce que tu fais.
Stéphane, tu as fait ton autre chug, mon boy, man. Esti, j'ai nettoyé ton coup.
Pas tout le monde qui dépense leur argent dans une application en passant.
Let's go! Pas de moi! Toi, t'avais pas là non plus, mon loup, hein?
Merci The Star pour ta rose. Gang, je demande pas. Si vous voulez le faire, vous savez comment ça marche. Il y a un
On attend le x3, on attend le x3.
objectif en haut. On fait ce qu'on a à faire, si on a le faire.
On a 11 wins, Stéphane est parti, je pense. Fait que tout le monde ensemble pour qu'on continue à pousser. Tout le monde ensemble. Il nous a donné un gros love, quand même, 2 millions, 2 galaxies.
Ah, merci The Star, c'est vraiment gentil.
Ah, c'est vraiment gentil.
3 roses.
3 personnes avec une rose guys.
Ça nous en manque 2. Il nous en manque une.
Thank you, big boy! 2 personnes, gang, ils l'ont eu. Commande.
Merci tout le monde, ça va être x3. C'est beau d'activer le speed.
Deux personnes qui
Si on veut le péter.
Oui, Paul. Oui, Emile. Esti, on l'a eu. J'ai des esti machines. x3.
The Star.
Oui, bon étoile, qu'est-ce que c'est que les grandes box? Tabarnak, t'as dit qu'on est boy! Tout le monde ensemble dans le x3. Tout le monde ensemble dans le putain de
C'est
x3.
Marc avec le cœur d'équipe. C'est x3, la gang.
Tout le monde ensemble dans le x3. Everybody watch up, let's go!
Everybody watch your phones up in the air. Oh, Marc, let's go! Everybody put your hands up in the air. Tu peux parler, gros mon gars. On est capable d'aller chercher.
Faites attention.
Merci Marc.
Faites attention, Westy!
Watch your guns up in the air. Hey, j'en reviens pas, l'avez-vous entendu?
Gang, ils sont un money gun puis ils font, faut faire attention, t'as pas été tout donné vos 3 points par personne dans l'écran.
Tu le dis clairement dans une tonne, hein? Put your hands up in the air, put your hands up in the air. On va y aller avec la version enchoyée. Watch your guns up in the air, watch your guns up in the air.
Gang, ça joue, on va fourrer nos 10 wins.
Watch your guns up in the air, watch your guns up in the air.
On se va fourrer nos wins, man.
Hey!
Hey, je m'en colle de ta chanson, man.
Hey, on change de... Ah!
Aïe, aïe.
Oh! Strauss, merci!
On se fait
Ah,
péter.
merci, Baptiste, c'est vraiment gentil des beaux commentaires comme
On se
ça.
fait péter, man, les boys, on le sent.
Mathieu, excuse-moi, regarde, je vais t'envoyer sur le banc, tu vas plus.
Oh, t'as tu peux pas gagner, là, il va y avoir le gros sourire tout gagner.
Le décalisse!
Faut pas que tu
Décalisse!
Faut sauver notre win.
Là, le charier, là, je te le dis, là. Ok, là, j'en reviens.
Deux fois.
Là, mon hostie de carte de clown, là. Décalisse! Merci, Justin.
Oh, ça,
Décalisse!
man, tu vas faire quoi, man? On va tout faire
Je vais 140, je vais crier ça. Là, tu décalisses là-bas, mon tonton sur tomate.
On va tout faire en même temps, relax, le calme.
Et gros, je te le dis, chante ton, man.
Gang, il reste 50 secondes, on va tirer de la queen, gang, on a 11 wins à sauver.
Hey, regarde ça ici, mon tabarnak, là. Je te le dis, man. Arrête de me faire chier, man. Mon esti de gros plein de soupe.
Il fait quoi avec son point, l'autre, il va faire quoi, je sais pas, man. C'est un bébé qui s'est fait percer trop proche du mur, reste du
Ah, moi, je me suis fait brocher. Oh, toi, tu t'es fait garocher. Calice! Toi, tu t'es fait pitcher dans le mur. Je supplie quelqu'un pour un bébé lion en dernière seconde. Je vous supplie, gang, je veux ces estis dans win.
Gang, tout le monde s'est fait
Décalisse!
Sniper, s'il vous plaît,
Snipe. Ben oui, merci.
Vous gagnez le point 5, sniper.
Ah, oubliez ça, il va me savoir. Ou pas?
Ah, c'est fait fourrer, man.
Ta gueule, on a ces 11 wins. Le petit Rose, merci beaucoup!
MVP, mon école, MVP, tu m'as tapoté, man.
Watch your punch up in the air!
La team, c'est pas grave, man. Est.
Oh, merci beaucoup, MVP, merci Marc, merci Angel, merci tout le monde. C'est pas... On n'a pas fait un gros match, mais on a mangé ses wins pareil. T'es mon coup de cul. Watch your punch up in the air, watch your punch up in the air. Ah, Chaulier? Watch your punch up in the air. Hey, je te parle!
Oh oui, c'est pas ça pendant toutes tes paroles, mon estime. Donc, capable ta gueule.
Hey, Nesty, je te le dis, change de ton parce que ça va partir, hein.
Ça va partir, le gros, oui! Oh, mec, qui atterrisse dans ta joue, ça va faire des vagues, mec.
Je te le dis, parce que t'as dit, c'est le bord du museau, là. Tu vas broyer comme Lily, man. Merci, tu
Hey, gang, ça commence à jouer, là. C'est donc bien des épées.
Pourquoi c'est des épées? Parce que je joue de mon bord, pas du
Hey, on
tout.
fait un loot, là, 4 minutes 20. Plus petit combat de
Ah, ben, ferme ta gueule tout de suite. Ah ouais. Le décalisse! Hey, mon tabarnak, décalisse! Chaulier, je te le dis, man. Je vais te faire broyer comme t'as fait broyer ton chien, man.
Oui, c'est de l'eau! What the fuck, même pas dans le x3, c'est de l'eau! Dis de fermer ta gueule, là! Si je vais te faire broyer comme pas possible! Comme 400 points de plus, on aurait pu y sauver nos estis de c'était chanceux, là. La petite rose, esti, elle a eu un peu plus de monnaie que des petites roses. Oh, c'est quoi ça?
Comment ta gueule? Qu'est-ce que t'as à dire? Le x3 arrive, man, puis la petite rose a plus de monnaie que tu penses. Fais bien attention à qui t'insulte ici, mon tabarnak. Parce que ça va décoller dans tes grosses dents de lait plein de soupe tomate. Là, décalisse là-bas, big. Décalisse. x3, 3 roses, on te l'éclate sur un moyen temps, l'esti de chien, je veux pas l'entendre.
Oui, il peut plus parler, c'est moi, il oui, c'est de l'eau, j'avais oublié de regarder le score, restez, j'étais toujours trop obsédé par vos roses. Manquez de rose, la fille. On est 135, on peut le faire tout le monde. Merci, c'est de l'eau. Merci, mon intéressante. Merci, Paul, pour vos roses.
Sniper dans le x3.
On va faire ta crise de gueule, ma pédale. Il faut trop 2 tapotages, t'es pas capable. On y perd.
Ta gueule. Let's go, gang, x3, sniper-les dans le x3, c'est là que ça se joue. Oui, petite rose. Oui, boum. Merci, Justar. Let's go, x3, mettez-vous tous ensemble pour y fermer la gueule au tonton soupe tomate, l'autre. Là, avec tes estis de simagrées de mongol, toi, décalisse. Je peux parler encore. T'as pas le droit de parler pareil.
Eric, c'est de l'eau! C'est pédale! La petite rose, ça fait quoi? C'est niveau 23, tu vas-tu aller chercher 24, quoi? La machine! C'est de l'eau, big boy, ici! On est 150, qui veut pas que tu parles, ici! Oui, bonjour, mon Stéphane! On s'est fait fourrer nos wins, mon go, ici, man. Il a été chanceux, check le score qu'on vient de faire, gros. Il a juste été chanceux. Merci Stéphane avec les roses! On est top 87 à on lâche pas ça, man. On est équipe, man. On est équipe tout le monde ensemble. Ça gagne de ton bord? Là, la triple d'un rêve, la petite rose, elle manque de fond. Wow, le cadeau est vraiment beau. Ah, c'était fucking beau, man, Eric, man. Respect, man. Ah, je vous canne le choc, man. Ça vous tente, hein? Top 87, mes débiles, let's go! Là, ce qu'il faut faire, c'est monter dans le ranking facilement.
Ah, ta gueule. Je serais ça d'un dent, cette face de cul-là, même.
Tu vas faire quoi? Tout le monde ensemble.
Guys, partagez ça à tout votre monde, man.
Londré.
Ah, merci, petite rose.
On est la team, on se laisse pas fourrer, ils vont peut-être sniper à la fin ou mettre un x5, faites attention. Hey, tu peux même pas parler, ma grosse pédale, fais attention. Oh, Eric, t'as pas envie à rien, c'est de l'eau aussi. Oh, fais attention, Big. Ah, ils jouent pas, là, Joanne, Chris, c'est un bébé lion, faut sniper, là, oui, là. J'en ai reçu 2, il y en a même pas reçu un encore, ils vont faire quoi. Hey, ça reçoit de la rose, ils savent que je suis pas sûr de notre faire gagner, c'est de la rose. Gang, faites attention aux sacs qui ont pas.
Merci beaucoup tout le monde. Merci beaucoup pour la participation. Merci beaucoup.
Check les, il y a des fonds. Oui, MVP Eric, t'as gagné un fois 5 Eric, Sadlo MVP, c'était un MVP, c'est qui vont tapoter derrière ce MVP.
Gros MVP à toi, merci Angel, merci Master. Merci Cam, merci les tapoteurs, merci tout le monde. Pouvez-vous juste partager un maximum, gang, à tout le monde? Sérieux, il est fort, ce style-là, man. J'ai cœuré qui me pète.
Merci pour
Votre premier cadeau est x3. Merci pour le partage, Ben. Là, gang, tous vos premiers cadeaux sont x3. Fait qu'une galaxie, c'est 3000 en partant.
Merci Max, c'est de quelle équipe?
Tous vos premiers cadeaux, gang, sont x3.
Pas trop vos premiers cadeaux, gang.
x3 de Red Live. Tous vos premiers cadeaux sont x3.
Pas trop vos premiers cadeaux, man. Tout le monde, ça peut frapper fort.
Don't link is
Vous avez mon objectif qui est un million.
Everyone wants to have a wonderful day on the
Parlez, gang.
16th May 25. Guys, today we had a really good day. There's thunderstorm outside. I'm not having Wi-Fi, so we're doing the tournament of the tower. Well, we can, and we are uploading clips on TikTok and
Merci,
YouTube.
Angel. Hey, Angel,
Even though
sur Snap, s'il te plaît.
I do not,
Je veux te parler.
I don't want to
La gang,
work.
let's go, tout le monde, sérieusement, là.
In a more
On se laisse
festive
là, on
mood.
part avec
And we had a really good day with my. We went to celebrate my uncle. We had a Italian party. Really nice. We were 19 people, which is crazy. So my cousin that I haven't seen in so long, so it feels good. It feels good to see them. And yeah, so all of this to say,
C'est correct, Justin, y'a pas de stress.
I'm in a party mood. So, don't really feel like working. However, we're still gonna be working. So sounds good. Sounds good.
Non, hein. Si vous pouvez pas jouer, gang, je peux pas vous dire de jouer, là. Vous n'avez pas les moyens, c'est bien correct, là. 3 roses, gang. 3 roses. Merci, Angel, il en manque 2.
Marc, let's go, Cadel, thank you.
Il en manque une.
Marco.
Ta gueule!
Paul, thank you.
Ta gueule! Ben, c'est correct, c'est la plus girafe, c'était sûrement pas une scène de toute façon, fait que tu peux écrire ton camp de site. Merci, Alex, pour la rose. Merci, on a le gang. Des calices! Ah, fuck off.
Tais-toi, Marco a dit t'en oh, Eric a mis un x5. Gang, je filme si vous faites des quoi de cadre. Je filme. Tout le monde ensemble, x3, x5. x3, x5. Les plus petits qu'on peut pas parler, fendez-moi des. Oui, Max, thank you. x3, x5, x3, x5. Minimum des donuts, tout le monde. Minimum des donuts, tout le monde. Eric! Qu'est-ce que c'est? Let's go, Eric! Marc, qu'est-ce que c'est? Let's go, Marc! Tiens, mon estime mauvais, man. Eric! Il pourra pas parler! Il pourra... Eric! Top 84! Ah, top 84, on va jouer. On grind. On grind le ranking. Oh, on parlera pas du match. Un petit match silencieux, ça fait tout le temps du bien. On va aller s'en fumer un, guys. Eric, tu veux que je m'en fume un, mon boy? Merci, Max. Il va se fâcher. Ben oui, gang, si on monte nos wins à 6-7, là, il va virer sur le top. J'ai pété une game pour péter nos 11 wins de 400 points parce que Eric était en retard, là. Ok, ça serait bon, mon Sedlo, puis Sedlo aussi est arrivé après, ben sinon il se faisait fourrer dans le cul, man. Marco, merci.
Parle pas trop vite, il peut arriver n'importe quoi, puis tu le sais.
Ah oui, oh, je pense avoir Lyon, man. Il texte son nom, je pense, moi, il texte son nom, on est comme ça.
Ah, tu veux que je texte mon nom, je suis en live, bébé!
Avec ton vieux portable.
Je peux pas. Je m'appelle pas Charrier, moi je texte pas mon nom à tout bout de champ pour qu'il vienne me gifter. Crise de pourri.
Ils sont pas millionnaires pour venir me quitter quand je leur demande, là.
Non.
C'est ça, Eric, dans mon chat, il vit très bien, il pourrait te faire vivre tout avec ta famille, le gros, puis il m'a jamais envoyé un lion. Je lui demande pas, parce que sinon je lui demanderais, esti. Il est fâché, il est fâché, Joël. Je te niaise, mon Eric, là, c'est juste pour lui montrer, gros, je texte pas mon monde, man. Ça va faire quoi? Ah, ouais, il va faire quoi, merci Lolo? Mais faites attention, c'est ça qu'ils font pas. Oui, mais il doit coûter cher à Noé, le gros Chris, oui, Daniel, c'est ça. Ah, bonjour, Stéphane Arsenault.
Salut, Kate. Merci à tout le monde pour les tapotages de ce match. Merci, Angel. Merci.
Puis Eric, tout le monde dans le chat, s'il vous plaît. Puis Eric, c'était.
Fais son fringant de même, hein, mais oubliez pas que quand il est pas content, il va dans son téléphone. Il casse tout, il est en crise. Hein, quand la pieuvre est là, quand les gros joueurs sont là, il ferme sa gueule. Mais là, il fait son fringant parce qu'il voit que. Ah oui, c'était serré. Ferme ta gueule, toi, vieux Chris de Mongol. Des Chris 17, toi, tu m'énerves en tabarnak.
On tapote.
Mais ouais, c'est ça, gang. Je le sais pas, Shady. J'ai partagé ça. Moi, je sais pas quoi le monde. Je le partage une fois. Regarde, les gars, je me souviens pas, mais regarde, ça coûte cher à un moment donné, le gang, les. Ah, merci, Rady. Merci, Rady Boy. C'est pour le cœur. Tu sais, je veux dire, gang, ça paraît, c'est gros baillard. Je suis en train de bailler, moi. Tu sais, moi, ça dehors, là. C'est bien évident, je vais donc visiter Charrier.
Mais oui, tu pleures.
Le score, là, t'as pas le droit de parler, fait éteins-toi pendant que tu peux encore. Merci. Continue à faire des simagrées de Mongol, là. Décalisse! Achète du gigalou pour tes portes à quelque chose, Chris, on dirait que t'as enculé ton show, vu que ça a fait. Tu vas rien faire, tu vas fermer ta gueule. Là, tu décalisses, ferme ta crise de gueule. M'as-tu compris, là? On est avec tes portes qui grincent de BS, là. Avec tes petites plantes sur le bord de ta fenêtre, le soir, là. C'est ta mamie qui t'a meublé, quoi? Ferme-la ta gueule. T'as dit que fais attention. sur cette game-là, for real, là. Let's go, x2, cassez-moi les, man, pour de vrai. Merci, Ready Boy! Merci, Ready Boy! Tu peux pas parler, tu fermes ta gueule, c'est pas compliqué, me semble. Même si... Oui! Même si... Oui! Oui, ton nom, tu vas bouger. Oui, ton nom, tu vas bouger. Passe, monsieur Miyagi, que ça craque de fesses d'en face, l'autre bord, tu parles plus? Hein? Ferme-la, ta gueule! Capable de t'entendre, on est tous écœurés ici de t'entendre. C'est quoi, tu comprends pas? Hey! Hey, le mongol! Va dans la psychiatrie, qu'est-ce que tu nous fais, là? Tu fais là? Faut que je gueule, je te le dis, man. Regarde ici, tu vas l'avoir traite d'un dent si tu continues. Fais comme Lily, garde le silence. Hey, regarde-moi 2 minutes, faut que je te dise de quoi d'important. Hey, charrier pour vrai, là, je vais te faire. Regarde-moi 2 minutes, j'ai de quoi à te dire. Attends, arrête de tapoter 2 minutes, puis regarde-moi. Tu me regardes-tu?
Yo, tu diras pas ça à mon monde.
T'as dit de me regarder ici, à toi, je veux te dire de quoi de gentil. Tu m'écoutes-tu, là? Décalisse! Décalisse! Claire, avec ta connexion de bien-être, là.
Connexion de bien-être.
T'as pas le droit de pousser, arrête de pousser. Arrête de pousser, arrête tout de suite. Arrête. Arrête. Oh, Ready Boy avec les... Oh, thank you, my boy, avec les pastèques. Hey, ta gueule. Là, je te le dis, Big, attends pas, je m'attends, parce que quand je vais me tanner, ça va décoller, man. Là, je te le dis, là. Reste silencieux comme Lily, parle plus. Coucouche, panier. Coucouche, panier.
Fucking.
Décollisse.
Fucking.
À la poche pleine, on se rappelle.
Gang, on est 180, comment tout le monde on tapote, on le fait, man, juste en du tapotage. T'as mieux challenge de 4 minutes et demie, à partir de 4 minutes et demie. Plus qu'on va pas parler.
Ta gueule, je veux pas t'entendre. Oh, Ready Boy, t'as reçu un gant. T'as reçu un x5, mon Ready. Je veux des cœurs dans le chat pour Ready Boy. Avec des MVP. Merci Angel, merci Alex. Je veux des MVP et des cœurs dans le chat pour Ready Boy. Ready Boy, tu sais comment utiliser un x5? Si tu l'utilises, utilise-le dans le x3, mais qu'on l'a débloqué, s'il te plaît.
On tapote, on est 180,
On peut pas parler.
à 4 minutes et demie, on va tellement...
En tout cas, ça paraît que ton Titi, il est pas là, hein? Ça paraît.
On dirait Big pour toi. Je suis top 85, Big va te coucher. La journée, j'ai lavé 40 minutes avant le souper pour juste de 7h15 à 8h. Big va te coucher.
Tapoter.
Je viens de faire 1h30 aujourd'hui, là, va te coucher. Si Dark Angel, Dark Angel, tu l'as déjà bien vendu, ça tente pas de prendre le gros gars à côté, là, tu peux plus parler, ferme ta gueule, le gros gars. Essaye de faire une win, mon esti, pas bon. Gros, on est 180, je pense que tu t'en rends pas compte, merci Dark Angel. Merci mon Dark Angel avec les roses, esti. Toi qui est vraiment gros, qui appelle la crise de cœur, qui appelle... Il nous rattrape, faites attention à Donut, puis il nous rattrape. Tout le monde ensemble, on tapote. Dans 30 000 likes, on lâche, on montrer comme des estis sautés dans les camps. Il peut pas parler.
It keeps on breaking. What the fuck? I hate it.
Un fois 3, tout le monde ensemble.
It keeps on breaking the recording. So fucking done with that.
Activez le x3 et mettez le x5. S'il vous plaît.
Un fois 3, tout le monde ensemble.
Ready Boy, il est parti avec la carte.
Gagne 3 percussions, c'est pas bon, merci Canel. Tout le monde ensemble.
See, break again.
On est 160, tout ce qu'on peut pas parler, les autres ils doivent l'avoir vu là. On a les points, c'est sûr qu'ils l'ont vu. Gang, 12 points, man, c'est une calice de joke. Ah, c'est merci Félix, puis là, on va bien, moi. J'ai eu la chienne. Lui pensait, là, il se dit, ah, c'est là, on va passer. On est top 65, man. Tout le monde ensemble, là. Faire des trous de cul, péter sa weed. Montrer c'est qui les boss. Hey, t'as envie de parler? C'est quoi tu partages sans arrêt? C'est quoi qui crisse? Aucune calice d'idée, mon fleuriste, comment il va fleurir? On allait-tu le niveau, mon frère, tu sais? On rêve-tu le niveau ou pas? Il y a 20 secondes de x3, faut jouer, on va se faire fourrer, hein. Je sais, Charles qui est rendu gros, il est là. Snap, on est 160 qui nous fait ça. C'est bon, gang. Ouais, on va guys. Gang, ça tape pas.
Nathan, merci avec les petits pieds! Nathan! Merci, tu m'as permis de pouvoir leur parler! Yay! Quand il peut te parler, c'est nous qui peut parler, on a des petits pieds! Merci Nathan avec tes donuts! Non, oh my god, la clique, mon ancienne gang va débarquer l'autre bord. Oubliez ça, gang Demonize, tout va être l'autre bord, on va se manger à voler, c'est sûr, sa blonde vient de débarquer. Il est viral, elle est là, on va se faire fondre. C'est officiel. Sûr à 200%. Salut Alex. Probablement qu'on va se faire fendre si Demonize est l'autre bord, puis que Viral est là, on est mort, c'est sûr.
Ils sont pas là, oubliez.
Pour le certain, c'est ta première bulle, Viral, à moins que tu ne reconnaisses pas, là. Moi, je sais c'est qui. Moi, quand le monde me donne du support.
Parce que quelqu'un me sent pas,
Hey,
ça le
t'as pas
force
le
à
droit de
jouer.
parler! T'as pas le droit de parler, c'est quoi, tu catches pas, Big? Moi, je suis une pute! Parle-moi autrement, Big, puis après, avoir du respect pour le monde avec ta bédaine sur tomate au bord. Big, tu marches, tu pendouilles d'un bord puis de l'autre tellement qu'elle est lourde. Voyons donc. Pas de ma faute à moi si tu te rappelles pas c'est qui Déménez qui est Viral, là. Eux, moi, je m'en rappelle, ils ont donné beaucoup de support. Je le sais c'est qui, toi, ils t'en ont donné aussi, mais tu t'en rappelles sûrement pas parce que tu te fous de ton monde.
Gérald!
Je le sais qu'il a tes mots.
Parce que ça lui dit d'envoyer des affaires
Hey, Nat, je te vois plus, tu me parles plus, qu'est-ce qui se passe avec toi? Je me pose des questions, je te vois plus, je t'envoie des snaps, tu me réponds plus. C'est quoi qui se passe? Qu'est-ce qui se passe avec toi, Nat?
Ouais, c'est la journée de 1%, tu gagnes 1% Gérald.
Hey, merci, Nathan, MVP, mon boy, t'as bien essayé. Merci, Angel. Merci, les tapeurs, merci tout le monde, merci.
On était 83, guys, l'objectif c'est
Merci, Nat, t'es là, mais je sais même pas si t'es encore là. T'es-tu parti déjà? Bon. Hey, merci, Wicott, ma boy.
Je sais bien, Steven.
Je suis là, c'est quand tu m'offres une coupe en échange d'une pub, Wicott.
Il est juste comme ça.
Hein? C'est quand tu m'offres une coupe en échange d'une pub, mon boy. Je vais te faire la meilleure pub que tu veux, mon champ. On va faire un beau vidéo stylé et tout. Hey, Nat. Peux-tu me le péter?
Ah, bien joué tout le monde, on a des boss, man.
Peux-tu me le péter un peu, Charlie?
Vous prenez cadeau, gagnez 3 parler dans une seconde.
Il arrête pas de nous.
Je l'ai drillé, il pourra plus parler. Ah, tiens.
Ah!
Mais est-ce que tu m'en es tard? Qu'est-ce que tu arrives à faire pour te dire? Ferme ta gueule, coco, je panier des dents. Avec sa chaîne de Tému, ben oui, check cette couleur comment elle est jaune, mais tu vois bien que c'est Tému, baby. C'est jaune, man. Tout le monde ensemble, les balais. En équipe.
On va dessus, moi?
On tapote. Top 84, guys.
Ouais, non, c'est pas de stress.
Top 83, une galaxie du top 82. Faut pas lâcher. Faut pas lâcher.
What the fuck, we cut? Bro, je te le dis, je te fais une sale pub, man. Tu veux-tu que je te fasse une sale pub? Une pub de Mongol, Big. Je viens de voir, on fait la coupe, puis je te fais une sale vidéo puis une sale pub, mon boy. Si t'es down, le gros, tu me le dis, je le fais. Merci, gang. Il me manque une rose, gang. Pas de problème, Bingo, c'était pas obligé, man. Incapable. Merci, Charles, c'est vraiment gentil. Il nous manque une rose, gang. We cut avec la galaxie, gang. Allez tous follow We cut. C'est le best in the West. C'est le best. x3, gang. Tous vos cadeaux sont x3. We cut, Lily. We cut. Mais qui donne des roses live. Y a quelqu'un qui peut me shoot là?
Mon étoile, qu'est-ce du coup? Fais dire que t'es pas.
Pas trop longtemps, We cut, là, te dit, là, le meilleur barber de Joliette, il te fait dire de fermer ta grand gueule. C'est ça qu'il te dit, bro. You know what I mean, bro? Ferme ta gueule.
Oui, c'est de l'eau. Oui, mon étoile. Tout le monde ensemble. Faut être 3 10 secondes. Oui, mon étoile, fais-tu fermer sa gueule? Ok, ils vont pas jouer plus. Ils nous laissent parler. Gang, ça, c'est la médaille Purely qu'on a gagnée, man, avec le classement en 2 semaines. La médaille TikTok Purely qu'on a gagnée, man. C'est le seul Québécois. Le seul Québécois qui va l'avoir, pédale. On est top 3, man, dans le ranking pro avec 1,2 million, man. Boom! Bro, faillant, man.
Non, les chats, c'est pas du fait, man.
Fait que là, on va avoir le trophée plus la médaille, man. On va être les boss. Oui! C'est l'élite, est-ce que avec une galaxie, l'élite, faut que tu fermes ta gueule! Abonnez-vous à l'élite, guys. Eric aussi qui est revenu, on est top 78, faire baiser sa gueule! Voulez-vous que je vous revienne dire, guys? L'élite avec une baleine! J'ai envie de sauter de joie!
Charlie est un peu comme Mario Bros, c'est le seul qui saute pour des scènes.
Et où ton équipe? C'est pas chaud pour des scènes, le gros, je suis comme Mario Bros. L'élite, t'as vu, elle a pas fini, Elle est malade, baby. Abonnez-vous à l'élite, même notre nouveau modo de cette semaine, incroyable, man. On est 150, on est top 74, le top 50 s'en vient. Si vous allez me le faire, les débiles.
Bonne.
T'es drôle, tu veux faire ta gueule, tu peux pas parler. Oh, bah, ok, l'élite. Ok, gardez pour le prochain match, est-ce que
Non, gang, on n'aura pas un lion, là, venez pas fou, là, c'est 30 là. Je pense qu'avec l'élite, l'autre bord, gang, on n'a pas de chance. Ça, je vous le dis tout de suite, là, je vois, mais. Merci, Victor, merci, ma boy, merci, Angel, merci, Vanessa. Merci, les tapoteurs, les gangs.
MVP, Monétal, l'élite, t'as gagné un x5, Monétal, t'as gagné un
Je m'envoie un
x5.
point d'interrogation.
C'est MVP.
Salut, Tristan. Pourquoi tu m'envoies un point d'interrogation, Rem Chevry? Qu'est-ce qu'il y a? C'est encore le chat mal formé? Ben, il est plus mal formé, il est revenu comme normal, là, c'est pas revenu correct. Mais oui, j'ai encore tous les bébés chats. Et bientôt, sont prêts à partir. Ça va, Tristan?
Avec 4 minutes et demie, le
D'accord.
petit
C'est chill. Gang, 4 minutes 30, un petit score peut te parler, fait que faut tapoter.
Ce téléphone coûte moins de 200 € et pourtant je suis...
Il s'en va, ben,
Ce téléphone coûte moins de...
Les gens, mes chats.
Les chats t'aiment pas. très beau, t'as ton truc, ben non, auto, il est pas beau, hein. Je suis chaud, regarde ça. T'as 71, man. Let's fucking go. Belle soirée, gang. Il reste une heure avant que King Phoenix, man. Puis à minuit, il recommence pour ceux qui sont motivés à leur casser, man. Si le petit dort encore, là. Cette semaine, il y a de la misère, un peu, man. Il se levait dans le 8, man, puis il veillait pendant 2 heures de boîte, esti. Il n'a pas le choix, j'ai pas activé, fait que je fais ça. On se peut pas parler, gros. Il vous prend quoi? Un petit donut? Un petit donut, quoi? L'élite, hostie, elle est malade. Tu connais-tu l'élite? On dit l'élite, ça va devenir une GG. Vous allez rien comprendre, même. Dans pas long, vous allez voir son premier lion qui va pitcher ici ou Universe d'élite. Vous allez. Xavier Roll, thank you. On est top 68, guys. Let's fucking go. Si vous avez un bébé lion et plus, vous me dites de filmer. Moi, je vous fais des pubs dans ma story. J'aime ça faire des pubs. Ça m'attire le monde à venir nous aider, guys. Hey, le gros gars, tu soit l'activer. Non, personne va comprendre. Hein. Je te dis, on va faire les grosses affaires à l'élite. Oh, ils en ont même pas eu une rose. Tout le monde, merci Harry pour la l'équipe. Comment tu vas? Tout le monde ensemble, tout le monde ensemble. Tout le monde fois 3 en équipe, fois 3 en équipe. On est 130. Fois 3, je filme si jamais qu'on a fait quelque chose de cave, man. L'élite avec un top 63, let's go! Chris, le gros gras, tu vas avoir une équipe? What, Stéphane avec un bébé lion? Stéphane avec un bébé lion? Mais voyons donc, c'est un tabarnak de colis! Le troisième! Oh, c'est que ça vient le fun! Oh, c'est que c'est le fun! L'élite, ok, calmez-vous, Colis, 27 000 points, il ne fera rien, il n'y a même pas 100 points, sacrément! MVP l'élite, MVP Stéphane, je sais quel le nom de ça tombe bien, j'en avais une qui m'attendait là, mon beau. Let's go, mon beau Stéphane! Oui, le clit, vous êtes des malades ici! Je vous ai le top 50, on est top 58, quoi! Il faut qu'on se des objectifs puis on les atteint. Je veux dire, les tiens, t'es atteins pas. Fait que fixe-toi pas de perdre 30 livres, le gros, tu ne l'arriveras pas. MVP Stéphane, guys, tout mon MVP Stéphane, t'es MVP l'élite, même. Oh, Stéphane, tu sais que Modo ici, mon beau? Tu sais que Modo ici, mon beau Stéphane, tabarnak, tu mérites en sacrement, même 3 bébés bien, m'asseoir. C'est quand même des bébés lions, c'est pas rien, man. Yeah, yo! Top 58, il y a 54 minutes au ranking. Ça me fait bander, man. Ça me rend fou, là.
Ils sont trop forts, gang, on peut pas rien faire.
Un VP Stéphane! Il t'a gagné un point.
Parce que pour vrai, on se fait prendre par. Qu'est-ce qu'il fait? Pourquoi il est parti? Qu'est-ce qu'il fait?
Hey, t'as-tu du monde, là? Mon monde, ils disent que t'as pas de power, bro. Voulez-vous, est-ce qui de la scène un peu, là?
C'est cool parce que le monde,
ton
dit
monde,
pas que tu
t'aimes-tu,
fais
Big? Non, réponds à mes questions. Ton chat, t'aimes-tu, Big? Ils font quoi, gros? Ils rient de toi, Big? Ils font quoi? Tu te poses jamais la question, Big? T'es 200 dans ton live, le gros. T'es 200, mais tu finis avec 103 points.
Ok, mais c'est pas parce que le monde joue pas qu'ils ont pas. Ça veut pas dire que tout le monde a du cash, hein?
T'as vu, le gros? Tu viens parler de cash, le gros? Tu déparles tellement que ça t'excite. Tu déparles, gros. On va faire un 2-3. On se reprend après un 2-3, Big.
C'est un vrai pourri, ça. C'est un vrai de vrai pourri. Tu manges de la merde. Fait semaine de 4 jours, le monde sont broke. Mais c'est correct, c'est grave, man. Pour vrai. Ça fait partie du game, guys. On peut pas toujours avoir de l'argent de même, là, sur la plateforme, là, je veux dire. Tu sais? Puis tu sais, faut se dire aussi que mon vrai compte a sauté. J'ai plus rien de ce que j'avais. Ah, la pieuvre reste avec nous, man, mais qui revienne. Pour vrai, man. Il m'a fendu toute la soirée. Je savais même pas que t'étais là, Big. Je t'ai même pas vu rentrer, tu vois. Il a peur de perdre ses wins car j'attendais qu'il y en ait 3. Ouais, j'en doute pas. J'en doute pas. Ah. Non, Angéline, pas du tout. Ouais, il va revenir la pieuvre, mais qu'il n'y a plus personne avec qui battle. Moi, je fermerai pas tout de suite. C'était là, ça me tente de foutre une coupe de volée. Merci, merci pour les roses, Vince. Ouais, il y a des enfants. Ouais, il passe de même. Il dit, je vais aller faire un petit 2-3. Il est avec qui? Pouvez-vous me le dire, gang? Je suis curieux. Je veux savoir si la personne contre qui elle va rage quit. Il a perdu beaucoup lui aussi, il aime ça, faire chier pour rien. Ouais, mais c'est pas grave. On va se rebâtir, gang. On va se rebâtir.
Shit.
On va se rebâtir, faites-vous-en pas. C'est une question de temps. On l'attend-tu la pieuvre ou on fait quoi? C'est toi qui décides, Big. Moi, il était Chris Renchi, oubliez ça, c'est sûr qu'elle vient tout de suite. Sauf si Chris, il n'y a pas d'équipe, là. Mais. On fait quoi, gang? On l'attend ou on ferme ça et on recommence demain? Next time, ouais. Ok. Ben, demain, au pire de la pieuvre, moi, je suis là demain. Fait que si vous voulez être là demain, on sera là. Sinon, ben, pourquoi tes bébés chats ils vont bien qu'attendre? Ils vont super bien. Sinon, au pire, regarde, la pieuvre, s'il revient, garde ton sel proche, je vais t'envoyer une. Je vais te le partager en PV. Yes, Saint John, j'en ai écrit aussitôt, je ferme ça. Mais, ouais, comme je dis, quelle heure le prochain live? Je saurais dire. Je sais pas si je vais l'attendre. Je sais pas. Honnêtement, je sais pas. J'ai pas de blonde, c'est fatigant, man, pour vrai, là. Débuzzé. Ça fait 100 fois que vous me posez la même question. J'ai pas de blonde, j'ai pas de femme dans ma vie, j'ai rien, je suis tout seul. Arrêtez, là, maintenant, c'est gossant. Pourquoi t'as dit quoi, Clément? Je voyais une fille, puis je voulais prendre du temps avec cette personne-là. Fait que j'ai comme coupé mes likes TikTok pendant un moment. Là, je suis tout seul. Je vois plus personne. Fait que je fais ce que je veux. C'est ma vie. Je suis pas fâché. Pas fâché par tout. Pas du tout. C'est mon air naturel. Tes chats s'en vont où, pis quand? J'ai personne pour l'instant. Fait que pour l'instant, ils restent avec papa à la maison. Mais quand ils vont avoir une famille, ils vont aller chacun dans leur famille respective, puis j'en garde un. J'en garde un. Ben, Joe, t'inquiète pas avec ça. C'est sûr que non. On peut les voir. Ben écoute, je peux vous en montrer un ou deux, là, mais ils se promènent pas mal dans la maison. Il va-tu revenir? Qui ça, Choyer? Je vais vous en montrer un vite fait, là. Ça, c'était lui qui est handicapé, mais check, ses pattes sont revenues normales, là. Et ça, ça en est un. Mon bébé, les gens veulent savoir t'es qui. Ils veulent te voir. Ils veulent te voir, Minou. Bon, lui, il veut s'en aller. Tiens, ah oui, vas-y. On t'en vas-tu? J'étais avec lui, mais il a flyé. Ben, ça peut fonctionner, Angel. Faut juste que ça s'adapte, tout simplement. J'ai vu beaucoup de monde avoir des chiens et des chats dans la même maison, puis ça se passe très bien. C'est sûr qu'il y a une période d'adaptation, mais regarde, tout est possible. Si, mettons, tu trouves personne, tu vas faire quoi? Ben, je vais les mettre en adoption. Je vais aller dans une animalerie spécialisée qui vont les récupérer et qui vont les mettre à l'ombre. Puis qui vont trouver une belle famille pour eux. Moi, si je peux pas trouver de famille, je peux pas garder 5 bébés chatons chez nous, là. Oui, ils sont tous tirés. Ouais, c'est ça, ça marche des fois, le gang. Ça veut pas dire que les chats et les chiens s'entendent pas, là. Pas du tout. Moi, j'en veux, ben, tu m'écriras en privé. Oui, Maléfique, ils peuvent les prendre au Chico, j'ai déjà demandé. J'en garde juste un. J'en ai déjà deux, là. Sauf qu'on dirait que je sais pas lequel que je garde encore. Je suis vraiment indécis, là. Je suis vraiment indécis, là.
Yeah.
Ah, c'est une belle place, Maléfique, pour vrai. Ils sont super sympathiques. Mais tu sais, comme. C'est ça. Ah, mais that's it, ça, Burn. Ouais, mais un chien, ça va bien s'adapter. Puis un bébé chat, c'est joueur. Puis souvent, les chiens ressentent la peur des chats. Puis ils s'entendent bien normalement. C'est pas un problème d'habitude.
Oui.
Fait que je leur donne pas de nom.
Non.
Fait que je le répète pour ceux qui veulent m'avoir sur Snap, maxime.forget7. Vous pouvez m'ajouter, gang. Ouais. Exactement, Shady, maxime.forget7. Mon Snapchat qui est là, vous pouvez l'épingler. Salut Smoking. Je vais épingler, on peut dessus? Non, je peux pas. Oui, tiens. Mon Snapchat qui est là, gang, vous pouvez m'ajouter. Salut Caro. As-tu passé? Oui, j'ai passé à TV. Merci Smoking pour ton petit bonhomme. Ça va Caro? Ça va bien. Je vais bien. Une étape à la fois, une journée à la fois, gang. Oh, merci Angel. Ça t'a coûté cher. Qu'est-ce qui m'a coûté cher? Qu'est-ce qui m'a coûté cher? J'essaie de comprendre, je suis pas sûr. Qu'est-ce qui m'a coûté cher? Non, ça m'a pas rien coûté dans la vie. Ok, on va faire le point sur ça là, parce que je commence à vraiment être tanné là, après quasiment 2 ans. Là. Écoutez bien, je vais vous l'expliquer une dernière fois. Okay? J'avais une histoire personnelle à régler avec ma soeur, puis j'avais pas les moyens de me payer un avocat au civil, puis j'avais pas d'autre façon de le faire, fait que j'ai demandé au justicier pour régler mon litige avec ma soeur. Ma soeur, elle a gagné sa part, j'ai gagné la mienne. Les deux, on a reçu notre argent. Les deux, on est partis. Puis les deux, aujourd'hui, on se parle plus. On fait nos vies chacun de notre bord. Puis il n'y a plus de problème. Fait que rendu là, j'aimerais qu'on arrête de m'en parler, s'il vous plaît. OK? Oui, j'ai crevé les pneus à ma soeur. Oui, j'ai fait un acte criminel comme ça. Mais il y avait des raisons. Puis si vous voulez les savoir, les raisons, vous avez qu'à écouter l'épisode. Mais arrêtez de m'en parler. Je suis vraiment tanné de me répéter à propos de ça. Sincèrement, ça vient vraiment lourd. Comme... Ça fait bientôt 2 ans, là.
Non, pas vrai ça. Not true.
Arrête la pieuvre, c'est vrai? Ah, t'aurais dû attendre ici, man! Merde! D'ailleurs, gang, pouvez-vous dire à Charlie qu'il s'en vient, il a dit qu'il allait faire un petit 2-3 contre Chris Frenchy, puis va voir Skull. Skull, là, il m'a pas invité, fait que je vais pas aller le chercher. Point. S'il veut venir, il va venir, Skull. Je vais pas l'inviter, il est capable de le faire. Moi, je cours pas après le monde. Assez couru dans la dernière année, je ne cours plus. Je pense à moi. C'est dur, mais il faut que je le fasse. Ouais, j'ai pris du poids sûrement. Non, j'en ai perdu, mais c'est correct si tu penses que je n'ai pris. Je vais voir la soupe tomate. Ben, allez le spammer puis Didi que Max Boy l'attend puis que c'est long, là. Je vais pas passer la nuit à l'attendre. Fait que Didi, il a dit un 2 3, là, je l'attends. S'il vous plaît. Sinon, vous autres, faites quoi de votre soirée? Oui, j'ai un auto. J'ai plus de voiture maintenant. Sors la canne de soupe. Ah, je suis pas down. Enlève-là, il était temps?
Bon, t'as-tu réussi à faire un 3, là? T'as-tu réussi à faire des wins, des fois 5?
Es-tu là?
Je suis là certain, Big.
Non, non, mais.
T'entends pas, mais qu'est-ce que tu dis?
La pieuvre, il t'a pété tes wins?
Ah, il m'a pété c'est pas la pire qu'il a pété. Ah, il a pété 4 wins. Mais mes 11 wins, c'est pas lui qui les a pétés. Le franglais avec le Rage Quick, là, tu vas-tu faire pareil? Oh, on est top 46, t'es où dans le ranking pédale?
Gang, pour de vrai, là, il est combien le top 46, sacrément, là? Je n'ai plein de cul, là. Top 46. Top 46, top 46. 111 cas, man. 111 cas. Quelqu'un va le chercher, man. Si on va le rechercher, OK, à 111 cas, gang, je perds la tête. Il serait sur le cul, ça serait légendaire. Le gang, pas partager ça, faut aller le chercher.
En plus, c'est bien, ils ont les 160.
Plus le temps qu'il nous nargue avec ses astis de ranking, là, ça serait le fun qu'on en fasse un.
Ouais,
le gang, aidez-moi les.
Ouais, bon, man. Judy, Roxy Baby.
Let's go, tout le monde ensemble, mettez-vous tous ensemble.
Merci, Roxy Baby, gang, j'aime bien le moment, elle est pas bonne.
Là, ta gueule, t'as plus le droit de parler. Tu veux, la bière, il est là, je le là, tout le monde est là, tu vas en manger une, là, je t'ai écœuré, là. Faut à toi, la gang, on va le chercher.
Nickel.
Ok, gang. Des calices! Tiens, John, let's go, la pieuvre, tout le monde ensemble! Hein? Qu'est-ce qui va se passer? Tu vas manger une calice, mon tabarnak! Geneviève, la pieuvre, tout le monde, let's go, on drill. Tiens, mon esti de clown, tu vas en manger une, là, je t'écœure en esti de perdre face à toi, là. Faut à toi, gang, on n'a pas eu de bébé lion encore, si vous vous sentez généreux. Ah, ben voyons donc.
Demonize, what the fuck? Les clés avec le dinosaure, oui! Je suis en train de recorder, esti. Let's go! Tout le monde est là. Gigi avec la baleine!
Non, voyons donc.
Tout le monde est là, la pieuvre va te faire foutre! Les clés! What the fuck? What the fuck? Gigi avec des baleines! What the fuck? De 46 à 36, let's go! On va te chercher le top 20 en 32 minutes qui reste, quoi! Vous êtes fucked up, man! Demonize les clés, Gigi! Les clés avec une moto? Quoi? Ok, arrêtez, attendez la prochaine gang de cave!
Gang de cave? Ils viennent de te donner 61 cas pis t'es traite de
justement,
cave!
son cave de faire ça, esti!
Quoi?
On est 200, j'ai tout le monde tapote, on va chercher le 100 000. Esti, je suis sur le cul gang santé. Écris, tout le monde a des émojis pierre. On est 32.
Ça prendra Universe dans le x5 pis qui pète, là, ça n'a pas de sens, là.
Vlogger got canceled by like the
See, we're back. Ma calisse.
Négocie jamais ta commission. Peu importe quel service que t'offres, tu devrais jamais négocier tes honoraires. T'offres un service de qualité.
2x5, man. Les joueurs d'équipe de Toronto. Les joueurs de Meeting 2x5.
Qu'est-ce que j'ai fait? Je me suis mis interrogant. Je me suis mis à être baveux. Je me suis mis à me péter les bretelles, à me péter plus haut que le trou, à regarder ce que ça donnait. J'ai perdu tout le monde. Aujourd'hui, tout le monde est contre moi. Mais je l'ai réalisé, ça. J'étais un esti de cabochon. Mais Charlier pense que ça va toujours être comme ça, fait qu'il réveille pas, il raisonne pas. Merci, Alexou.
Ok, gang, le décalage est fini, là. Ça te fait.
Tout vite que ça a souvent changé de monde, son monde, ça n'a pas toujours été les mêmes. Tu sais, je veux dire, regarde Francis Louis qui donnait des mille, des mille.
Ok, c'est juste lui que vous avez réussi à me voler. Là, il y avait commencé de me voler Gigi. Vous essayez de me voler tout le temps les meilleurs, man. C'est pour ça que les clés, c'est un gros que personne sait c'est qui, man. Parce que si vous avez des vidanges, man. C'est bon, ok, ça a débugué, parfait. On est top 22, gang, esti. Yo, Busy, qu'est-ce que tu fais, Busy, de la poubelle? Qu'est-ce que tu fais? Hey, c'est fou, les clips, man. Tu t'as fait une sale soirée, genre 70 quoi à soir, c'est débile, man. Respect, man. C'est fou, man.
Ouais, qui parle d'être humain, non d'objet. Non, je pense pas une joke.
Oh, ouais, on va du fun ici, man. Avec Gigi, là, tu vas bien t'entendre le clip, pis tout, man, ça va être fou, là. Là, faut se préparer un big battle prochainement, là.
Ah, ben oui, hein, on va se préparer avec
Dans genre 2 semaines, d'ici 2 semaines, là, ça serait pas pire de prendre une personne avec un vrai big battle. Là. On a remonté top 23. Merci d'être lit. On l'a eu.
Non, non.
Là, tu vas faire quoi, le gros gars? Ajuste tes lunettes.
Merci, Joe, merci.
Yo, c'est juste qu'est-ce qu'on fait? Gang, on est 200, on peut aller chercher 100 000 likes, s'il vous plaît, avant minuit? On drill. Ah, il y a x3, x5.
Ben oui, Eric, mais c'est plus le même aujourd'hui. On va sortir des calls, c'est 40 000 points d'en face.
T'es en train de poster Master U du top 22, man, j'ai oublié de déposter, ici.
Ça déconne.
Oui, lit, avec une brume. x3, x5, une brume. x3, x5, une brume. Tout le monde ensemble, on est 200, x3, x5. Ça rentre dans le x5, ici. Daniel, avec le monégone, mon dernier Wallo, top 21. Gigi de la galaxie. Il voit pas du tout, guys, on le fait. On le fait, le gros chien. 5 secondes de x3. Lit avec la galaxie, top 20. On l'a pogné, top 20, on est top 20. Oui, avec une brume, x3, x5, une brume. Ils sont où les BS? Sont tous là? Sont tous là tes pauvres? Là, toi, t'as tous les pauvres, moi, j'ai tous les riches. On est à 2 cas de Skullface. Eh oui, on est à 2 cas de Skullface. C'est ce qui Chris, on va le dépasser, même. Il est top 19, le premier Québécois. Faut aller le dépasser. Let's go. On va le dépasser.
Je sais pas. Je sais juste qu'on se fait marteler, là. Non, je vais pas pleurer pour ça. C'est juste l'argent que le monde dépense sur une personne qui en vaut pas la peine.
Ah, c'était ça le match à soir. Tu n'as pas d'équipe ta gueule, gros, 25 000 points, tu vas faire quoi avec Busy ta gueule? T'es comme un il gagne MVP de Gigi dans le chat, MVP de clip, MVP de la
On a fait quoi? On a fait 10 cas. Je suis bien content, man. Pour vrai.
Bien content, alors, ouais, let's go.
Tout le monde m'a payé pour me l'envoyer.
Il y a 2 cas, 2 galaxies, une d'arène d'être le premier Québécois, 2.2 cas. Je connais Québécois. Il reste 20 minutes au ranking. Je veux qu'on fasse mal dans les 20 prochaines minutes. Là, c'est straight, man, je vais mettre un objectif, là. Juste des roses, on va mettre 2000 roses, esti. Ça va prendre ça pour être premier Québécois.
C'est juste un jeu, faut pas que le monde se mette à se ruiner là-dessus, là.
5000 roses, tout le monde ensemble, on pitch des roses. Si on obtient la moitié des 5000,
Toi, pas Sam, je trouve pas. C'est pas grave, je veux dire, regarde.
je paye pour le voir en tabarnak.
On sait jamais.
J'ai mis 5000 roses, tout le monde, on pitch des roses sans arrêt, on pitch des roses.
Ça coûte cher la vie, puis le monde sont.
2000 roses, 2200 roses, et premier Québécois. Merci Stéphane, merci JJ. Merci Danny. Tout le monde, on pitch des roses. Oui, esti, MVP JJ, t'as un x5 bin brune, MVP.
Bon, ben, moi, c'est ma dernière, après ça, je m'en vais.
MVP, esti. Ah ouais.
Ma dernière gagne après, je pars. Parce que là, on va pas se faire.
On tapote, x3, tout le monde ensemble, x3. C'est sa dernière, fait que je veux que tout le monde y fasse bien mal comme il faut. On va chercher le premier Québécois, ce match-là. Je veux que tout le monde pitch juste des.
Jamais dire aux gens de se ruiner sur quelqu'un sur TikTok. C'est stupide de faire ça. Ben oui, je suis content, j'ai reçu 10 cas, je suis content, certain, man. Tous vos premiers cadeaux sont x3 si on veut se donner une chance, gang. Mais je suis content, certain, man. 10 cas, c'est pas rien. Là. Le monde, ils l'ont travaillé cet argent-là, puis ils me l'ont donné. C'est mieux que rien. Exactement, Angel, 100%. Très d'accord avec toi. On peut pas se fier sur l'argent du monde tout le temps pour vivre non plus, là, tu sais. Exact, fit. Exactement comme je faisais avant. Je me fiais sur l'argent du monde pour vivre, puis j'étais comme asti, let's go, man. Je veux plus. Puis regarde ce que ça m'a donné, j'ai tout perdu. J'ai tout perdu mon monde, j'ai plus personne à cause de ça. Mais je me reconstruis, puis je refais pas la même erreur une autre fois. La personne qui est deuxième bulle en haut, t'as un x5, Tu peux l'utiliser dans le x3 si on l'active.
Bien
Ça fait
sûr,
une
c'est les
bonne
premiers Québécois, man. On a de la grosse compétition dans le top 1.
la pieuvre, ça.
What the fuck, Gigi? Lit. What the fuck?
Ça va jouer très fort, je le sais. 4 roses, gang, on s'essaye. Puis ben, la pieuvre, t'as le x5. On peut le dropper dans le speed s'il s'active. Sinon, ben, tant pis, on le garde pour un autre soir. Mais bon, on s'essaye, gang. Il nous manque une rose. Il en manque juste une, gang. Juste une. Une rose, gang, s'il vous plaît. Let's go. Merci, la pieuvre. Merci, Polo. Oui, la pieuvre est là. Mais ils vont jouer très fort, gang.
Non, j'ai pas vu, hein.
On s'essaye, garde x5, on met un x5, on y va.
J'ai pas vu, il a pas passé, j'ai tout le commentaire ici, man.
On sait pas.
Ah, je vais t'abonner, man, on s'en fout. Oui, lit!
Ça décolle, là. Bon, ça va y aller.
Oh! Lit! Viens, on a remonté top 20. Faites attention.
La pieuvre,
Faites attention. Faut garder le top 20. Faut garder. Merci, Léa. Fois 3. Dans 17 minutes, le ranking recommence. Ok, Daniel, un x5. Oui, esti, lit, let's go. Lit, on garde du power pour Aminu aussi. Esti, malade, gros, là, pour ce que tu fais, c'est incroyable.
Les erreurs que j'ai faites sont faites.
On joue comme ça pour le nouveau ranking, là, on va jouer fort, on va prendre d'avance en sacrament, man. Oui, lit, oui, Gérald. Il y a une x5. Top 18, esti. On a 2 cas d'avance sur le deuxième Québécois. 2 cas d'avance.
Exactement, Maman Véro. Salut, Catherine.
2 cas d'avance sur le deuxième Québécois.
Certainement.
Gigi, voulez-vous shooter le bière, man? Dites-moi oui, s'il vous plaît. Oh, je m'en vais dans le bac, puis après on se fait le bière de fumer.
Chorier, ça a joué fort, Catherine, mais pas nous autres. Nous autres, on était bien relax.
Moi, ça joue pas fort à soirée.
Est-ce que t'es arrogant, Big? Ça va tellement finir quand t'as pété d'en face.
Le monde, c'est du pourboire qui m'envoie, là. Tu comprends? C'est du petit pourboire. Ça fait 2 mois que je suis relax, que c'est relax, lui. Hey, Gigi, ça fait 2 mois que t'es relax, toi. C'est lui qui dit ça. Ben oui, c'est lui qui dit ça. Hey, on est 225, il y a du monde en tête à la gang, on est à 20 000 là. Qu'est-ce que tu sens bien? On peut s'en chercher, là. Ah, mais je te dis, le Gigi, c'est un malade, puis toi aussi, t'es une malade, man. Vous avez 2 débiles, là. Je te dis, là, ça. On a un sale duo, là. Il nous en manque un troisième comme vous autres, là. On aurait le premier trio du Canadien, man.
Autant que ça, Catherine, je te dirais, le monde ne sont pas écœurés parce que le monde, il joue à côté pour lui. C'est ça l'affaire.
Gigi, c'est capable de planter le deuxième Québécois, là. School, là. Il était tout même pas avec ça, là. L'équipe aussi, là. Qui est tout même pas avec ça, là. Ça n'a aucun rapport. Juste le gros, je veux finir devant lui, je vais pas aller bateau la main si je veux finir devant lui.
Oui, oui, Charles, qu'est-ce que tu veux faire? Qu'est-ce que tu veux faire?
Ils sortent de prison, le monde est accro à ça, là.
Bon, on s'en va avec 74 points.
Ah, tu vas quitter, là? Tu sais pas le ranking, toi, dans les 12 minutes? Hein?
Tu penses-tu que je vais avoir une chance contre ton petit clic de déjanté? Les gars, pas un match, tu vas voir, j'en ai pas de chance contre eux autres, ils sont trop forts.
Ok, mais à minuit, c'est autre chose, le monde va peut-être te mettre dans le top.
C'est dit, que la pieuvre soit là, là. On peut pas toujours demander à la pieuvre de jouer. À un moment donné, le Chris, le gars, là, il travaille son cash comme n'importe qui. C'est pas juste à lui de jouer en inting complète. Si le monde veut le jouer, ils vont jouer. Mais Chris, arrêtez de vous fier tout le temps sur la pieuvre à un moment donné, là. Chris, le dude, là, il travaille comme toi, puis mouille, comme l'autre, là. C'est pas juste à lui de jouer, là. Tu comprends? Vous vous fiez tout sur lui comme si c'était le plus gros gunner. Mais à un moment donné, laissez-les tranquilles, là. Ben oui, merci d'avoir de me traiter de vidange. C'est pas gentil. Je sais pas, Fit. Je sais pas. Aucune idée.
Laissez tranquille, là.
Hey, finalement, là, je serais lui, là, je serais écœuré de me faire gosser.
Je suis 2 cas devant Skull dans le ranking. Le gros, j'ai réussi à dépasser Miggy, man, de 2 cas.
Hey Blink, welcome to the Culture Show. I'm feeling more after having a wonderful day. On the 17th May 2025, we just woke up. So we'll be checking our result of the tower. I'm gonna take a shower, and that's pretty much it. Oh, feels good, man. I slept well. Slept like a freaking king. So we didn't have great result, which sucks because this tournament we did try 49 champion, which is something we did a lot. I'm not gonna be able to finish the I'm not gonna be able to finish the weekly, it's okay. Glad to be the week. We'll do quest mission. Okay, good. Perfect. Now, we had 13 gold champion on crown. We had 18 platinum on the shield, which is good because usually we get like 20 or something like that. Good. And finally, we have I won't tell you. I have to go to the tower. Good. Holy. Don't blink, it's a blink. Rank 12 platinum in the sword playthrough. guess I'm doing well because I'm having a wonderful day on this 18th May 2005. We just woke up. I take a shower. There's a shitty weather outside, which is great for streaming. So I'm gonna go take a shower, film a couple of videos, and start my freaking day. Hell yeah. Okay. Oh.
Oh, super chat. That was beautiful. We're all looking for that partner in life who can do the best. Thank you. Again, you have it. You'll understand. When you have it, you'll get it. You don't care about anything else. Nothing else matters. It's stupid. You wouldn't know what Reed, $2, $20 window cap. Oh, that's one you really got. Starbucks and power trip all the time. If only
Married
you
one.
did
Yeah, actually, yeah.
44
Supervisor.
subs on it tonight. Sell me
Doesn't like when the
exact
lawsuit comes
20
from
contribution.
She doesn't
That
like
would have
that.
got it. Money would have got me down to my core. If only someone right now could give 44 subs over on Kick, man, I don't know how I would ever recover with a $220 contribution. Because, man, Dr. Lex is really young. Fucking idiot. And Kevin, 38 months of members is doing great work. Thank you, Kevin. Just stay calm, Johnson. Where we are kind of teams to update us. Mint to $1,901. $49 away from another goal.
Fucking keep in jail. The best we can do. You still break the law, but do it on a lower type of scale kind of thing.
If ever we're going to contribute, now would be the time. I haven't shaved it. $3,500. All right. I'll do all the solids. I'll shave it $3,000. What a solid. Dark.
You guys probably want to call this meeting, but you just want to shut the fuck up and listen to you, right? This is important. All right, guys. I'm never ever going back to jail again, okay? I've got a plan to make money here. I think it's perfect. We're going to do low risk crimes and open up some small semi-legit businesses. You got to do two things. Instead of breaking the law big time for a big payday, you got to break the law a lot, but little tiny crimes. And then you still make as much money and the cops won't mess with you. And you need to set goals is the second thing where you want everybody to want to do something. So what we're thinking, or what Julian's thinking, I don't mean to take credit for it, is that he wants us to go on a cruise at the end of the year. Break the law, work towards that. And that way you don't get people ratting you out and you got something to look forward to. When you're breaking the law, you know it's for something. If you guys work for me, you'll get employee benefits. You'll get paid like any other job, except there's going to be a higher vacation pay deduction. Basically, it's going to take off 60% of everything we make, goes into this little fund. And the year we get one of those big fucking boats and go on party. It's going to be wicked.
You'll be one of those big cocksuckers up in the ocean.
Awesome food, booze, there's ladies, I'm talking dope.
Ladies, video games.
All inclusive video games, yeah.
Boys, I hope you're not teasing me right now. That would be cruel. Because I wanted to go on a trip since I don't know when. I couldn't ever afford it.
Guys, if we all work together on this, we can make this happen.
What's the first thing we need to do, Julian? Sign me up.
I'm going to open up a little gas station here in the trailer park.
Let's do it.
You always need to go on a cruise, Julian. There is no way it's going to get fucked up, guys.
It's like a real gas station. We're running to Julian, make me the gas distribution manager. It's the most important job there is. I can't let the boys down. I gotta work my ass off so that we can do the go on the cruise. I've never been on a fucking cruise before.
You gassed this up yesterday?
Yeah, for $50 in it.
The gas gauge reads empty.
What kind of idiots would steal gas from a trailer park supervisor and think they could get away with it, Randy?
Unleaded, blue container. Supreme, red container. Diesel in the green. Okay, are we clear here, guys?
Yeah, but how many times is the Supreme?
What do you stupid? You fucking taste it. Unleaded tastes a little tangy. Supreme is kind of sour. Diesel tastes pretty good.
Please, for God's sake, stop it, man. Can you do something about your dog? Please stop it. Stop it. Hey, Corey. Stand down and listen to me. Hey, don't let me fix it. Corey.
It's 9 years old, because you're probably gonna get hurt, okay? Stand down, listen to me. Boys, don't fuck this up. I am your boss. You listen to me and you do what I say when I say it. And if you don't, I'll report both of you to Julian and you won't be going on this fucking cruise, okay? Come on, that's ridiculous, dude. Gordy, shut the fuck up. Leave my daughter alone and listen to me. Go to the store, get Julian some rum, and go siphon some fucking gas, alright? Because I gotta take Trinity to go get some patches.
Can we take bubbles?
Lucy and Alex are all back from the gas station. I wandered through the salon so you don't have me on site, but can be traced back to you.
Cool, that's a great idea.
Yeah. What we'll do is we'll have coupons from the salon so you know who's cool. A different color coupon for a different amount. Like if somebody gets a perm coupon, it's like 20 or 40 bucks for the gas, whatever. Great idea, Lucy. And we'll take 20%.
20%, come on, girls. 15%, I'm not gonna go any higher. Alright, friends, just keep on thinking 20%, that's fine.
Okay, right on. Lucy knows all coupons all over the front.
I'm Mr. Leahy. We're about to sail into a ship typhoon, Randy, so we better haul in the jib before it gets covered with shit. What are you doing here, Mr. Leahy? Video evidence, Randy. Because video evidence doesn't lie. In a court of law, video evidence is dead from heart of the truth. Let's all need a box of my name touches. Oh, what are you doing? Don't shoot me! Simply went in to buy some patches for my daughter, and all of a sudden my gun was out, which is no big deal. He overreacts, freaks out, thought we were robbing the place. Oh, no, it's alright, we're not robbing here. Oh, Trinity. It's okay, everything's... Get the fuck back up here, Chico. Everything's fucking cool here. Randy, I'm steady, so you can't play with handguns, okay?
You shouldn't leave it around.
Video camera, sweetie, what's that? We're on video camera. It was on fucking video camera, so since it was on video camera, I decided maybe we should take this shit. For the legal record, we were not robbing the store. Well, it looks like we're on this, we take this shit. We're actually grocery stores. We're not taking anything, right? It's not robbing. I'm just instead of suing, we're gonna take this shit. I'm gonna copy the fucking video teams in here, too. This is bullshit. Cops all this shit, we're in jail 10 years. We're gonna go to jail for robbing the place. You shut the fuck up, dog. You're gonna be, in a place that looks like you're robbed. You may have to take some shit. That's the way it is. I'm not going to jail for not taking anything from robbing the place. It's bullshit. So we took this stuff. You alright, Ricky?
Daddy, I thought you said you're not supposed to smoke with the patch on.
Daddy's bigger than you, sweetheart, so be careful. Cameras got a couple because they were free. Ricky, where'd you get this stuff? Somebody stole it, man.
They did steal it.
Oh, no, Julian. Going into a store, firing a gun off and leaving without paying it for everything. That's not to do.
Yes, it is
Look,
stealing.
Trinity accident, firing a gun off the grocery store. Look at the wrong place. We took this stuff. Something to no big deal. Of course, it's not. No, Ricky got the ground thing. He's got everything under control. Exactly. Nothing to worry about. Let's not fucking around, okay? Please. Keep on stuff like this. We're gonna be back in jail so fast, Ricky. We're back in jail, Julian. Come on. We're gonna have our customer, boy. Let's go. That first coach coupons, 20 regular. And a couple more when you see the special ones. Take the inspector. Sorry about this. Julian, you got a cigarette light. I'm covered. Put it over, Ricky. Put it up. Oh my God.
Daddy, I want to smoke.
Trinity, you can't smoke with the patch on. I told you that. You got a cigarette.
Well, you have a patch on and you're smoking it.
Look at the size of me. I'm way bigger than you. Trinity, don't like that cigarette.
Why not?
Hold this for a second. You got a cigarette. Oh, you're Ricky. You're mad. Why are you getting mad? You know what Mommy will say.
Yeah, well, Mommy will say, Mommy will get mad at you because you're smoking with the patch on.
Give Daddy a cigarette, please.
Drop your cigarette. Step on it.
Give me a cigarette.
No.
Diesel, man. Man, I feel sick, dude. We should stop doing this. You know, every cruise. We gotta do the cruise. That is not that bad. Oh, shit, security, dude. Well, fine, man. Boys, draw too much attention to ourselves here. Let it down to the wall. Ricky's balls. Draw too much attention, they can come around. Well, here, time roll. Shut down for a while. Move the stars up. Hey, look, change tires. Mention this coupon doesn't get you a firm. It says firm right on there, right? Randy, there's a distinct possibility that Ricky and Julian are operating a prostitution ring. Just rolling. Rolling. See the camera? Can't see a thing? Let's move.
Prostitution.
Well, we'll have whatever these coupons will get us.
All right, Lucy.
Thank you.
Never had one. Hey, what are you doing?
Just doing my pants.
Well, you should do them in that house right now.
Look, a lot of traffic in Ricky's lot. Ergo, they're doing something illegal. We're gonna get them on videotape. We only have enough evidence. We're gonna call the 911. Law enforcement, the cops, the boys in blue. We'll have it all on tape, Randy. All right, go ahead. All right, zero. Open it up again, okay? Okay, let's see traffic. All right. Stop going. Hey, come on. $20, perfect. What are you doing? What the fuck does this look like? This thing right in your mouth? You gotta get rid of that. You gotta kill somebody, man. You gotta wear it. Test one, test two, test one, test two. That's my blame is on the side. Run down, Randy. Let's go. Come on, son. Make contact with the target. Here's no merchandise. He's on tape. Then fall back. That's me, safe area. I'll be in the woods getting one of different angles. When the sail goes down, I'll call in the heavy. Clear? Clear, Mr. Leahy.
I was missing one.
The whole thing. It's totally obvious. You're gonna get caught. What are you doing to this? You guys are working here?
I'm fucking working here.
Got my daughter working in an illegal gas station. What's the argument? It's really fast. You better not fuck this up.
You think that's true? Ricky, Ricky, come over. Ricky, guys. That's not good. Stay calm. There's nobody in sight here, okay? You can shut this business down at any time. Lady doesn't have shit on us. Well, apparently Lady's got all these cameras. He's got some in his car. He's got handheld video. He's gonna try to catch us on tape. Which is horseshit. So you only got 3 ideas.
I can do one.
Boys, where the hell are you guys? We're sick, Julian. We can drink the fucking gas. We gotta sit down for a minute, man. Fuck, come some more.
Hey boys, we ready? What's going on here? I'm here, just want to keep stuff just like everybody else. Man, you better fucking go on your permanent club, you know what I'm saying? Got Cassidy and the Sundance cheeseburger. What? You might as well, I got no candy for you, some candy. It's just like, boys. Fuck those. The patch, boys. Don't know, ladies out there in the woods, we get camera. Come on. Corey, Trevor. What's ready? What's up, Trevor? Get up. Get here, hey boys, here's $20 cash. Bill Wackford, please. Ricky. Oh, we don't want your money, Corey, Trevor. What's wrong with you guys anyway? Oh, man, we're sick motherfucking gas we've been stealing. We should be better than 6 to 8 days, though. Well, Corey, Trevor, that's probably illegal. You shouldn't be stealing gas, Corey, Trevor. That's right. It's fucked up to steal gas to Corey Trevor did. You don't have anything to do with Corey Trevor's gas stealing. Is this the gas you were stealing right here? This gas is over here. That's what you stole? Good job, guys. Let's go chill out for a sec, guys. Fucking get here.
Thank you, Mr. Lady, for your expert testimony and for providing this very illuminating tape. Your Honor, I think the video evidence clearly speaks for itself, and that any sane and rational person would have no choice but to convict these individuals of these ridiculous crimes. Oh, objection. That's the 17th time that he has sworn so far.
Richard, please.
All right, I'm fucking sorry about all the bullshit, about all the stuff. But the prosecutor he's an empathetic guy, and he's pissing me off.
You can't even speak without swearing. Your Honor, this is ludicrous. It's a disgrace to these proceedings.
Richard, since you chose to defend yourself and fired the public defender, I guess it's your turn to question the witness.
Thank you, Your Majesty.
And Richard, before you begin, I'd like to say that I think this is a bad idea. However, you do have a right to defend yourself, so proceed, but please remember to watch your language.
Well, I can't speak without swearing, and I've only got my grade 10, and I haven't had a cigarette since I've been arrested, and I'm ready to fucking snap. So I'd like to make a request under the People's Freedom of Choices of Voices Act that I be able to smoke and swear in your court. Because if I can't smoke and swear, I'm fucked. And so are all these guys. I won't be able to properly express myself at court level, and that's bullshit. It's not fair, and if you ask me, I think it's a fucking mistrial.
This man can't represent anyone. Your Honor, he's a complete and total idiot.
Now, although I am opposed to that kind of language in my courtroom, I'm going to allow it, as unfortunately it is part of your right to a fair trial. So you may proceed, but please, I want to remind you that this is not a carnival. Richard, you have to defend yourself, sir.
I don't care if you're gonna dick all worms, at least you can do for me.
Who's the defendant, please?
My first order of business is to tell the prosecutor to shut the fuck up and wake up stupid fucking bird off his face. He's distracting the case. Next, I'd like to announce that Mandy and Lady have been drinking all fucking day and wasted their fucking minds, and they're both assholes. The testimony is he was total fucking bullshit. I can prove the man shouldn't really fucking happen. Hey boys, here's $20 cash. Bill Wackford, please. Don't know what that's for, probably prosecutor. We don't want your money, Corey Trevor. Watch it, put right in his pocket, right there.
Oh, man, we're sick from stealing so much gas. We should be better than 6 to 8 days.
Stealing gas? Well, Corey Trevor, that's probably illegal. You shouldn't be stealing gas, Corey Trevor. That's right. It's fucked up to be stealing gas that Corey Trevor did. You don't have anything to do with Corey Trevor's gas stealing. You want nothing to do with it either, you know what I'm saying?
Really, my suckers like Corey Trevor steal gas.
I'll be back shortly with my verdict.
Well, you know, just because these young men have little education and live in squalor doesn't entitle them to commit any social behavior and get away with it.
There's two things my buck's gotta know about David ROC straight up, you know what I'm saying? First of all, I spit more rhymes than a lady Susan, and I'm innocent until my guilt is proven. Peace represents something.
small time semi-legal stuff that's legal but not really for smart stuff. That's why selling CDs. It's perfect. I mean, costs. They can be bought with that shit. So we make our money back. And it's with the J-Rock.
That's the first CD of something made up Trailer Park. You know what I'm saying? Except for that black bullshit you call you young police on except for they was in front of you. Wait! You know what I'm saying? We don't just stop making one. You stop making stuff all the material is new, man. Yo, we should be in the show. We should be. We've been rocking park for a long time. Show me some love.
Boys, we play some up.
I made some pancakes. You want some bubbles? Davey, your friends are here. Davey? Yeah, man. What's in your plate? Watch it.
Turn that shit off, motherfucker. I was getting changed. You know what I'm saying? I don't want that shit on TV. I don't want to get changed. You know what I'm saying? I was getting changed, motherfucker. Knocking motherfuckers.
That was fun. That was a bit fun.
Motherfucker got some candy? No. Well, fine. What's up? Where's Robin Records?
Well, actually, he's performing a concert.
Oh, fuck, I need to boost the confidence from time to time. Yeah, let's fucking do this shit. Mr. Detroit Velvet Smooth. My name is James Leahy. This is my assistant Randy. Give him the joint.
Go Bobbles. Go Bobbles. Go Bobbles. Go Bobbles. Dude, still got nice shoes. Go Bubbles, go Bubbles. Shut up, boys. Don't blink, yes, you blink. Welcome to the show because we are having a wonderful day on this 18th May 2025. Today we're going to be making a lot of videos and a lot to talk about. I'm feeling delightful. I'm feeling good. My hair's are a mess, so that's a bit of a stress. But it's a contest. I heard bubble wrap and I was inspired. So yes, I'm gonna make some videos. I'm gonna be trying to figure out a couple of behind the stuff thing for multi-chat. That's pretty much it. We'll see how it goes, but I'm excited. I'm doing good, and that's a blessing. See these. Go. Go Bubbles. What? Happen to you, it can happen to me. No, I'm saying.
I'm leaving P-Trees.
Ah, that's my boy. That's my boy. Okay. Clear that shit up. 21 gig. Ha ha ha. Cash, nice. Nice. Don't blink. It's your boy, looking for the third show. Having a wonderful day on this 18th May 2025. Here's your day. So, check out our boys. Close to the heart. This is a very good day for watching from our boys special. Got my snackaroni over here. We got some tower. More tower, and we have a great weather. So today's super simple day. I got a lot to talk about. I got a lot of stuff to talk about, so I'm really happy. We've been doing a lot better lately. We've been doing a lot better lately, and it's just a blessing. So I'm going to take advantage of the fact that we're in a good mental health space. I'm going to take advantage of the fact that I'm doing good. So yeah, let's have some fun today. Let's have a good stream. Let's have a good intro. Let's have a good whatever you want to fucking call it, honestly. But know that I love you. Take it easy. I'll give you. Go Bubbles. Go Bubbles. Don't make it your bang. Welcome to the show. Doing well, having a wonderful day on this little 18 May 25. Today we're tasting a new sort of ice cream. We're taking the only Häagen-Dazs. We're tasting salted caramel crunch, which sounds delightful. As you can see, we got some wafer, we got salted caramel. So I'm extremely happy that we're getting this. I'm extremely happy that we're getting to taste this. There's in the description, salted caramel ice cream, the caramel coating with crunchy wafer piece. As you can tell, we're doing a lot better, like a lot better. So let's take advantage of that. Let's take advantage of that. Only 3 ice cream. Now they said it was $7, so that's $2 a piece. Holy, what a ripoff. Doesn't matter how good it is, never again. Never again. Without further ado, I get that on the caramel wafer. Let's fucking go. Okay. Mmm. Mmm. Super nice. Mmm. It's really good. All in all, it's a good product. I gotta say, it's really nice. Expensive, but really nice. There's some pros, there's some cons. So, let's get with the cons first. That way we finish on a good note. I'm sorry, this is really good. So look at you can see the actual side is very thin, so you don't really get the product that you asked for. Yeah, the item is good, but it's smaller. Now, this is the only thing, the positive. The actual shell is actually really good. It is crunchy. I think it's salted caramel. The ice cream itself is actually really salty. To a sense where it's more like a salted ice cream, which is cool because I grew up in Kingdom Hearts and sea salt ice cream was something. So this ice cream being very salty is nice, but it's better with the sweetness of the shell. So together, it's sweet and salty. It's actually delicious. I'm telling you, the perfect level of salt is so freaking good. It's nice, but it's not a lot of it. See, there's three package of today too, which is When 16. Mm. Mm-mm. Mm-mm. Mm. Mm. Wow. Salut, c'est toi, j'avais une fois avec mon terroné en ce 10 mai 2025. Je suis tellement excité de vous parler de ce produit. C'est pas un sponsor, je sais que ça va pas le faire. C'est juste un de mes produits préférés. On a goûté à un produit de Savoie il y a 2 jours, un sarment. Ça, c'est un sarment courbé. Je sais pas s'il y a une grosse différence. C'est ça, son sec de porc. Quand on fait un de mes produits préférés, je faisais une boulangerie qui était. Une boulangerie qui était en France. Il m'a fait goûter à ça. Depuis ce temps-là, je suis en amour avec ce produit-là. C'est un produit qui est artisan, c'est un produit qui vient de France. C'est un produit qui est de vieux la vieille. Le monde ne font plus comme ça. Le monde ne le font plus comme ça. C'est délicieux. C'est cher, mais c'est délicieux. C'est vraiment un saucisson qui est. Oh mon dieu, c'est c'est graisseux, man. Ça n'a pas de sens, man. Ça n'a pas de sens. Mais je suis vraiment content de goûter, là. Je suis vraiment content de manger ça. C'est qu'on regarde un saucisson qui a été fumé, un saucisson qui a été séché à la bonne vieille, fait que tu vois le cordon ici. Les ingrédients, tu vas voir que c'est simple. Viande de porc, gras de porc, sucre, ail, poivre, muscade, nitrate, toute bactérienne, enlevé de collagène. C'est que super simple, mais tellement bon. C'est que sans t'attendre, on va goûter à ça, j'ai tellement hâte, sincèrement. Là, ça va, c'est des artisans de déception. Wow. Mm. 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 Même la peau. La saucisse. La chair de la saucisse. Wow. La part du monde s'en fout. C'est pas un produit qu'ils mangent. Je ne pas manger. C'est quasiment du plastique. Ah oui, j'ai vraiment l'intéressant encore. Extrêmement salé. Mmh. 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 Wow. Mmh. Comment on va continuer à ça? Wow. Mmh. La poudre blanche, je sais pas c'est quoi. Je sais pas si c'est de la farine ou du sel. Wow. Mmh. Comment la qualité? Oh mon dieu, c'est pas. Mmh. Mmh. Wow. Mmh. Wow. M'excuse. Je suis plus vocal que ça, mais là c'est juste un homme et son repas. Mmh. 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 Wow. Mmh. Incroyable. La qualité de la viande, la qualité de la fabrication, la qualité du talent, la qualité de la technique. Mmh. C'est parfait. Mmh. À la fois extrêmement sèche. En même temps, mmh. Ça reste aussi de moins grande qualité, on voit. Ça sont sèches. Mmh. Ouh, ça mérite vraiment comme des saucisses hot dog. Vous avez l'impression que c'est. Encore une fois. C'est bon les qualités. C'est tellement bon. Mais tellement bon. Wow. Det som det här längst då. Tycker jag. Med. Öppet. Krig. Öppet bar. C'est tout. Ça va être parfait. Un bon café. Wow. C'est fini. Je vous aime. Wow. Don't blink, yes, you're going. Welcome to the Local Show. Everything well? Is having a wonderful day? As you can see, we're very emotional right now. We're watching Trailer Park Boy close to the yards. We've been watching Trailer Park Boy for a couple of days now. And I want to make a video about it. I shout out to Barry Butter, a friend of mine, who also is a big fan of Trailer Park Boys. Wow, I'm emotional. So, I'm emotional because, okay, so I have to tell you something. This is a video that I made before, but it's a video that I need to do. What I'm armed with, I'm armed with a Monster energy drink. I'm armed with a pepperoni Cox. It's brother, it's delicious, it's not Donair. So, I just feel like telling you to watch Trailer Park Boys. And just how much I love it. And how much it's meant to me. It all started back in 2005. I was 12 years old. My mom moved in with my stepdad. And he's full French, but we live in an English household. So every single show that he had, every single channel, look at this pepperoni, wow. Every single show that he had was in English. Now, I'm telling you right now, it's gonna be a long video. So roll your joints, drink your beer, get you some liquor in, beat the liquor, and have some fun. I don't speak English. I'm a kid, I was raised to a French household, right? And then, what ended up happening is, I found a channel. I found a channel called Showcase, which is the original producer of Trailer Park Boy. Mike Kleinberg and Showcase. Try it. I'm so sorry guys, it's just so good. I should be hybrid. I got some edibles. Want to do them? Okay. This wasn't the plan. But let's go. Fuck, I love this show. Fuck, it's emotional for me. I like Lyson and Bubbles. We have a vape kit. It is the Powerful Express. Before we start, I just want to take a drink. It's gonna be like a 4 minutes video, 15 minutes video, so this is why we're so down with just taking it slow, taking it easy. Whew, it's strong. So, vape and Powerful Express, let's fucking go. We're gonna hit it twice. Now, it's Trailer Park Boys about weed. It's usually about weed now, not so much. Man, this show, this is a video like, I'm gonna tell you my experience with Trailer Park Boys. I'm gonna tell you why I'm making this video, because there is a specific reason. As you can see, we got the vape pen. One more time. Am I even hitting it? I don't think I'm hitting it. You can see this is flashing, so. Oh well. I'm hoping I'm hitting it. To be honest, this is the second time I do this, so. Pretty new at this. So, I'm at my mom's house. At her stepdad's house. My stepdad, I'm sorry. And then what ended up happening is, I discovered this channel. Now, this is too much information, but I don't give a fuck. I'm told, oh, places. Reality closer to the art. The very first book that I watched from Trailer Park Boys. It is the picture perfect episode for the show. And I'm 12 years old, so the hormone monster visit my bedroom every single night and I get horny. And I discovered this channel called Showcase. Now, Showcase is a bit more. Sorry. I'm watching it on Netflix, so sometimes it's already started. So Showcase is a bit more free. And every Friday, they have this behind the scene of the porn industry. Show me if you're lucky enough to see some tits. So, I go in. Now, the funny thing is, on the English channel, I only had 2 English channels. Later on, I had a lot more. And then we had the CW with Maury Povich and Jerry Springer, right? But the only channel that I have is CW2, English, and Showcase. So, long story short, my mom finished work at 4, they come and pick me up at 4:30. There was always some traffic. So I would go back to my stepdad's house at around 6 o'clock p.m. I would go for Ronnie Cox. And at this age, I think we just had something really cool that happened. I was in an age where I didn't want to be a kid anymore. I wanted to grow up. I was starting high school. And it was just so great because what would happen is I would come back and watch Trailer Park Boys. Trailer Park Boys, once again, I did freaking like English, but it would swear. Now, the show that I used to watch was South Park. And South Park would swear. And then South Park, because they would swear a lot. Really shit. Trailer Park Boys, baby. Oh, I love this. So, then what happened is, I had to watch it because South Park they swear. And South Park is again a kid. South Park is an adult show. That is a kid show format. So I go in with Trailer Park Boy. Now, in the summer of my 2005, my 12 years, when I was 12 years old, my mom's like, hey, you need to learn English. And it's so fucking funny. Because she sent me to an English camp and she's like, hey, you want to get some friends, you want to talk to people? Well, you're going to have to learn English. And in my life, there's been a lot of people, mostly men, that were kind of cool. So I had a kind of like an instructor, and he also was watching Trailer Park Boys, and we would make jokes about it. I was 12 years old and I had to whisper, hey, Bubble said after fuck, and we would laugh about it, right? Or fucking Sam Splash. So I started falling more and more in love with Trailer Park Boys. Now, I have to be honest, Trailer Park Boy wasn't a first love. It wasn't a first love at all. So then what happened is, I got to evolve. I'm 16. I was going to 9G. We're starting to have the Wi-Fi at home. So I spent my fucking whole day on YouTube. And on YouTube, and this is a true story, back then, they were the complete first 7 seasons. So what happened is, the first 7 seasons, they were on Showcase. And then, I don't remember how many years it was after that. But this is really, really, really crazy. And this, again, all I'm saying today is true. So I'm 16, I'm looking at this, and now I think I understand. And I watch Trailer Park Boy, the whole show. Okay, so I'm so sorry. Yeah, we'll do that and then I'll show you after. So I watched the whole show. I think I'm getting high. I'm watching the whole show, and I fall in love with the characters. I fall in love with the storyline. I really fall in love with the 7th season. The first one I didn't like. The 7th season I didn't like. However, from 2 to 6 are absolutely beautiful. The first one, why I didn't like it? It's super simply put, it's more so a mockumentary than Trailer Park Boys. It doesn't feel like Trailer Park Boys. And 7 feels like too much of a parody. But I keep watching the show. The problem with Trailer Park Boy is, how many seasons are only 6 episodes or 8 episodes? So those are 4 hours. On YouTube, you can already put that full time to speed. So I would watch a season every 2 hours, and I would watch the whole show in one day. So it was too much, right? I watched it twice, I watched it 3 times. Again, Trailer Park Boy, why it's so important to me. Man, what a story. What a fucking story. was on Showcase. Now, later on, they introduced Kenny vs. Penny. So I started watching Kenny vs. Penny. I watched one episode, and it was the first one Spain loses, and I hate that episode. I hate it. So then later on, I gave a chance to Kenny vs. Penny. And to be honest, Trailer Park Boy and Kenny vs. Penny are easily the two shows that gave me the most out of life. That have taught me the most out of life. See, Trailer Park Boy, why you have given me so much about life is I was a shy kid. I was a ADHD kid that took medication for his ADHD day in, day out. I was completely zonked out. I didn't have friends. I couldn't speak. Trailer Park Boy is all about friendship and talking. And these people would swear. And when I was talking, I was weird because I didn't talk a lot. So when I did talk, I talked a lot. Swear word made me laugh as a kid. So it was so good. It was just so good. I don't even know what to start. I'm getting emotional because I'm watching Trailer Park Boys, right? But just how much it meant to me. Then I moved to the apartment. I came from a family of really hard worker. My mom and my father both were slaves to their work. Not some people, but just slaves to their work. So when I come to the apartment, I don't have Wi-Fi. So I download shows from YouTube. I download the complete show of Kenny vs. Penny. However, I couldn't get Trailer Park Boys. I couldn't get it. And I kept on Googling to get it from other websites. Sorry guys, sorry boys. Your guy was too broke to watch the show illegally, so again, this was 12 years ago, so who gives a shit. And then, this is completely crazy. I'm 3 months in the apartment. 3 months in the apartment. You know what happened? Trailer Park Boy released their podcast. Swear not to come to things. Don't need the lie to come out. Trailer Park Boy podcast is the show that I watch the most. It's the show that I watch the most. They will release one episode every single week. And have been doing so for the last almost 10 years. And you know what's crazy? I would watch it over and over and over again. And every single week, because at the end, I had watched the first 6 episodes over 10 times each. And then I was like, okay, well, you watched it already. So every single week I would do it on Friday, because we release it on Friday. If you were watching Swear Net, no, I'm so sorry. You would release it on Friday if you were with Swear Net, and it would release on next Monday if you weren't. So what I would do is, for example, episode 125 comes out. I would watch 123, 24, 25, right? It's crazy. It's insane. My apologies. And then the next week, what I would do, 126 would come out, right? And I would do 124, 125, 126. I would always watch it. That's true, last episode. And yeah. And then, but the Trailer Park Boys, I was working in a workshop. It was boring. I started listening to audiobook, couldn't do it. Then we started listening to Trailer Park Boys. And it was just insane. That was just insane. But why did Trailer Park Boys mean so much to me? Well, it was one of the first that I watched learning English, right? One of the first shows that I kept watching. It was the first series I was a fan of. I wasn't a fan of anything else. And again, I think the important part is I want to grow up. I want to grow up really badly. I don't know why. I had this obsession with growing up, and this was the first grown-up show that I could talk about, and the first show that I fell in love with. But then it's a show that I watched so often. I remember the Weekend Showcase took out Trailer Park Boy from their show, because Showcase did produce Trailer Park Boys, but they just produced it since season 7, and it was Swear Net Scripts, which is owned by Mike Smith, which is Bubbles, Rob Well, which is Ricky, and John Paul Trombley, which is Julie. But at the same time, Trailer Park Boys, there's so much content. The amount of things that they did, the fact that they have podcasts on YouTube, it's just crazy. It's just insane. It's so nuts. It is so nuts. So nuts. From the very first season, I felt like a mockumentary, to season 2, where the show really took his wing, to season 3, where they have an established show, which is super funny. With season 4, okay, well, we have those characters, we want to make them evolve, we have Conky. To season 5, shit hits the fan. So now what you're doing is you want the show to keep being entertaining. So you really put in villains. You have so like Dog Cross the shit line, Shit Wolf, right? 6 who came back a bit to the roots, and 7 was just such a parody. Now, admittedly, I'll admit that I don't really, I prefer the older version of Trailer Park Boys to the new one. That's me. Now, why am I talking about Trailer Park Boys right now? Okay, so Trailer Park Boys, I'm a victim of Trailer Park Boys. I'm a victim of the success of Trailer Park Boys. So what I would do, I would watch it every single year. In 2021, we started making content. Now, the truth is, the complete truth, but they wanted we're a gamer, we're a streamer, so we only stream on Twitch, and what I do is I take the stream from Twitch and I put it on YouTube. That's all content I do. I don't do anything less, I don't do anything more. And then in 2022, on Christmas Day, I feel like I owe people something because they're so nice to me. So I'm like, you know what? I'm doing a face reveal. I'm in a face reveal. We start doing food review. We're still doing food review right now. And then I got bored with the food review because I was trying to lose some weight, right? So then what I started doing was I started recapping. Guess what was the first show I did? Trailer Park Boys. Guess what the second show I did was Kenny vs. Penny, absolutely. Now, why am I saying I'm a victim of their success? It's actually quite simple. It's actually quite simple. So,
Hey, boy, Mr. Lane, please, that's enough.
it's gonna be fucked up. So, I watch it every single year. Not because I recap the show and I'm in love with making content. My passion is making content. I don't watch Trailer Park Boys anymore because I already did the recap. What's the point, right? Then what ends up happening is I'm seeing clips on TikTok. I'm literally seeing Trailer Park Boys, and I fall back in love with the show. And for the first time since my 16th birthday, which was 16 years ago, I'm 22, I had forgotten some part of Trailer Park Boys. I started watching it, and lately we've been watching it for 4 days, and I just remember just how good it was. But why am I so in love with Trailer Park Boys? It's actually quite easy. Something that's relatable. They're just living a fucking shitty life. They're bummed. But they're rich because they have friends, they have family. I identified with Julian in the beginning because Julian was what I wanted to be. A smart businessman, successful with a lady, good looking. Then, for the longest time, for more than 10 years, Bubble was my favorite because Bubble was funny. Bubble was funny. Bubble was endearing. Bubble was loved in the community. And now my favorite is Ricky. Because Ricky is a family man. And Ricky, although is a fuck up, Ricky is a good ass father. A role model father, if I may add. And I may add. Yeah, that show completely changed my life. Not once, not twice. That's why I thought. It was also being Canadian. I had this identity crisis. Where, and this again, this is a tough thing to talk about, but I grew up in French, right? I grew up in French, and most of the stuff I watched when I was younger was French. And when I learned English, I was so excited to learn English. It was such a new world for me. I had access to shows, American shows, which French Canadian, I love French Canadian shows, but it's only in Montreal, right? Or in France. With English, I had a new world open, and the YouTube is also a new world. From Celebrity Big Brother to Big Brother UK, Trailer Park Boys, Can't Miss a Penny. Complete season of South Park, complete season of American Dad, complete season of South Park, Simpsons. As an adult, I associate myself with English a lot more, but I never had a show that I was proud to be Canadian. Now, Kenny Miss Penny is the show that taught me the most. I'm not gonna lie to you guys. Or Kenny Miss Penny, when I say that Kenny was a role model to me, people say no, Kenny was an asshole. Kenny also was an asshole, and they shame me for that, you know. But it's the truth. Trailer Park Boy is still so popular, and it's not that they were Canadian, but Trailer Park Boy is a success story. It's three dudes that made an empire. Now they have chips, they have beer, they have liquor and whiskey. It's a success story. It's a success story. But it's not a success story that you think. And I think this is a heartwarming story. Trailer Park Boy was never supposed to take off. It was never supposed to be popular. You had the movies, which were great. From Trailer Park Boy, the movie, Liquor Day, to Don't Legalize It. My favorite is, of course, the movie. But Trailer Park Boy, one of that, it's specials. The Christmas specials. Think about the last to the bad guy. Think about the last to the bad guy. Well, I'm a high. Think about to the bad guy. You know? But people were inviting the Trailer Park Boys, Jimmy Kimmel's, Fallon. They invited the Trailer Park Boys, and they were just making, kind of not making fun of it, but they were making fun of the characters and say, hey, this is your cheated life, right? They say, for example, yes, Snoop Dogg saying, hey, I'll pay you $200 for that. But then Bubbles would say something funny like, you know how many months of cat food I can buy? I can live like a king. It was just so fucking funny. But it was also at the depends of the Trailer Park Boys. I wouldn't take it seriously. Canadian as a whole, and I'm not trying to be a victim, but Canadians as a whole, we're seen as this extremely nice people, but we're seen as these people that are fucking hillbillies. We're seen as these people that are way too kind. We're seen as these weak people. We're seen as these people that apologize too much. We're seen as these people who still have mounties. Canada has much more than that, right? And people like Trailer Park Boy put us on the map. Maddie Matheson put us on the map. Right? Nobody is as successful as Trailer Park Boy has been, but it still can be normal. Now, also speaking, they had mentioned that it was like they're not perfect. I didn't like Drugs on Drugs. I didn't like Toilet. The Toilet show. I didn't like that. Trailer Park Boys. It was crazy good. From the first season to 12 seasons of the animated series to the podcast that's been going on for almost. At this point, I'm pretty sure they passed the 10 year, which is crazy because they had released episodes per week. Now they take some weeks off, but I don't think they took that many weeks off. And Trailer Park Boys podcast is the perfect antonym of why I love Trailer Park Boys. It felt like I was part of the trailer park. See, in Trailer Park Boys, you don't want to be characters. And I know that I wanted to be Julie, I wanted to be Bubbles, I wanted to be Ricky. But Trailer Park Boys is this magical world where you want to be in a trailer park because it's cool. It's good people. We just saw fucking Who's Looking for an Assassin. And it's so good because a bubble goes in and it's one for all and it's all for one and one for all in the motherfucking park, right? Know what I'm saying? I want to be part of Trailer Park Boy. And their podcast, it just felt like you were sitting with a guy where you're just talking. They're just being fucked. You know? Yeah, that's why I love the Trailer Park Boys. The success story, the fact that so many celebrities, they listen to Trailer Park Boys. The amount of content they put out. The amount of years we've been doing that. It was some of the harder years for Trailer Park Boys. It was the guy wanting to buy the contract. It was Mike Smith having some restaurant, leaving the acting world. Jean Paul, who was struggling to be an actor. Ricky, Rob Wells, who had a couple of roles, mainly Pink's role. Shoot. But, Lucy, the Coutier. who tried to get Mike Wells. No, sorry, I'm high for real. Mike Smith. They tried to get Mike Smith in trouble to say that he was sexually inappropriate with her. And it wasn't true. She could have ruined Jennifer Boys. The fact that so many people grew up watching the show. The fact that the show came out in 2022. And it's still going strong. You might not have season anymore, but you still have the podcast. The boys have never been more popular. They're selling hot sauce, they're selling chips, they're selling beers. I'm proud to say that I watched Trailer Park Boys. I'm proud to say that I've been watching them since Showcase Day. I'm proud to say that this was actively a part of my upbringing. And that's pretty much it. So yeah. Phenomenal season, phenomenal series, phenomenal show, phenomenal actor, phenomenal. And see, the saddest thing with Trailer Park Boys is John Donworth died, but Leahy was such a big part of it. Marguerite died, which was a big part of the later season. It was Philadelphia Colin died, which was Sun. Right? But that's the problem with shows like that. If you watch season 2, you see Trina. By the way, Trina is whom? Trina is about Jim Leahy. Jim Leahy being John Donworth who died. But Trina being Ellen Page who died. Became Elliot Page, right? Trailer Park Boy also took risks, wasn't afraid. And I appreciate that. They had a friendly couple, in my opinion, on TV. Maybe not on TV, but the friendly couple I saw, which was Leahy and Randy. They had one of the first trans characters, which was Donna. Or Jennifer Fluid. They took risk. And they put up prospects. Anyway, this is it. Love you guys. Take it easy. Ma approche. Salut, c'est Anthony, épisode 5 de Burnley. Aujourd'hui, on touche un sujet, je m'excuse. J'espère que Burnley en ce 18 mai 2025. Aujourd'hui, on touche un sujet qui est assez touché, un sujet qui est francophone, un sujet québécois, un sujet qui est important pour moi, la famille. Fait que si vous connaissez, moi c'est une nouvelle. Je fais du contenu depuis 4 ans. Je parle de beaucoup de choses, je parle de n'importe quoi, n'importe qui. Mais je parle beaucoup de famille. Maintenant, il y a une raison pourquoi je parle de famille. Je parlais pourquoi on parle de vidéo aujourd'hui en particulier. C'est que j'ai une petite famille qui est mon père, ma mère, leurs copains et copines. Pas de frère. Là, mon soeur est morte. J'ai grandi avec des cousins qui étaient proches, des cousins qui ont une grande famille, il y a 3 enfants. Pratiquement 1, c'est beaucoup. Qui sont famille, j'allais un peu partout. Je vois que j'avais je me suis. Je m'excuse. Ma famille, j'ai une grande famille. J'ai des cousins à La Falle, de la Chine. J'ai des cousins à Saint-Constant. J'ai des cousins à Granby. J'ai des cousins à Amqui. J'ai des cousins un peu partout. On est une grande famille. J'ai 6 oncles et tantes. Qui est pas beaucoup, mais c'est québécois. Même le contenu que je fais tout ça en anglais. Aujourd'hui, je vais faire une vidéo en français parce que c'est quelque chose qui tient. Pas nécessairement à Inc. Dans la rue, je m'appelle Stéphane. Je suis enchanté. Je m'appelle Stéphane. C'est plus Stéphane. Pourquoi je parle de ça aujourd'hui? C'est très simple. Dans la vie, j'ai eu beaucoup de problèmes mentaux. J'ai eu beaucoup de problèmes de dépression, des problèmes de mal-être de soi. Je viens de dire que je faisais des vidéos en anglais. Je me mets tellement pas quand je commence à faire ce contenu. Ça fait 4 ans déjà. Je me mets tellement pas que je commence à faire ce contenu en anglais parce que je voulais éviter tout ce qui était par rapport à moi. Tout ce qui était par rapport à qui j'étais. Tout ce qui était moi. Fait que je changeais de danser. Maintenant, je fais j'en suis très proche de mon frère, très proche de ma mère. Je les voyais à chaque jour. À 22 ans, j'ai fait ma plus grosse dépression. Cette dépression-là m'a tout pris. J'avais le pouvoir de mourir. Qu'est-ce que j'ai fait? Je me suis séparé des parents. Je suis dans l'appartement, mais j'ai coupé les pompes, j'ai coupé toute la conversation. Ouais. Pendant longtemps, j'ai évité tout ce qui était famille. Pourquoi j'avais honte? J'avais honte, mais surtout, j'aimais pas qui j'étais. J'aimais pas qui j'étais. J'aimais pas la personne que j'étais, j'aimais pas l'image que je donnais. Je sais pas pourquoi, mais ouais. Ouais. Moi, la folie, hein. Plein de folie. Ouais. Désolé de parler de ça, mais bon. Là, c'est là que j'ai allé beaucoup mieux. J'ai été beaucoup mieux, j'ai guéri beaucoup. J'ai rentré dans la famille. Pourquoi je sais pas de la famille? Premièrement, la famille, c'est une famille assez serrée. Je l'ai pas avec des boutons noirs. Je l'ai pas avec des boutons noirs. Il y a plusieurs histoires dans ma famille qui c'est pas fameux. J'ai des cousins qui ont des problèmes mentaux, j'ai des cousins qui ont des problèmes de consommation. J'ai ma soche. Même si mon frère est un peu plus commun, J'avais honte. Fait que je me suis fait de la famille, tu sais. Là, mon père, il avait très proche de chez moi. Il était à 10 minutes de marche chez moi. 15 minutes de marche. On va pas parler. Encore une fois, j'ai l'impression que la famille, me mettre dans la famille, mettre avec mes oncles, mes tantes, ça aurait été plus que. C'était plus m'investir. M'investir ou encore. Comment on appelle ça? C'est un problème de. Commitment. Ça vient de la relation. Je me suis remis. L'an passé, je pensais avoir mes oncles, mes tantes. Mes oncles, mes tantes. Encore une fois, j'ai eu le sentiment. Je suis très important dans cette vidéo-là. Je suis pas une victime. Je me sens pas comme une victime, mais c'est important dans cette vidéo-là. J'ai grandi proche de 3 cousins, cousines. Eux qui étaient à la salle. Parce qu'ils étaient très proches de chez moi. Très proches. C'est un peu plus normal, non? Fait que là, c'est ça que j'ai pas depuis 10-15 ans. L'année passée, alors que j'allais mieux, j'ai commencé à aller mieux, j'ai commencé à parler plus. Je veux savoir mes oncles, mes tantes. Mais c'est quand même une première génération. Dans ma famille, comment je vois ça, c'est une première génération. C'est mes parents, c'est mes oncles, mes tantes. Deuxième génération, c'est moi, mes cousins, cousines. Première génération, c'est nos enfants. C'est que hier, j'étais chez mon oncle, mon parrain, pour sa fête de retraite. Et j'ai eu des cousins qui rentraient. J'ai des cousins que je voyais à chaque 3 semaines, 3-4 semaines, pendant des décennies. J'ai ma cousine, Christiane, qui était très émotionnelle quand j'étais jeune. Là, tu plus à comprendre, puis elle était tellement calmée, tellement comme une belle personne. Tellement une personne qui a pris sur elle, tu sais. Elle a maturé tellement, mais dans le sens, parce que, juste comme moi, c'est bon, ben, le monde, ils veulent que je change, comment je fais pour rester moi-même, mais toujours être accepté par les gens. Mon cousin Samuel, qui c'est le plus proche de moi, on a juste 8 mois. J'ai passé des années à chercher ce qu'il voulait faire. À chercher lui-même. Mais toujours être bien. Mon cousin Louis qui était très réservé, très réservé, très isolé, très réservé. Mais qu'aujourd'hui, tu lui parles, puis il y a des passions, il y a des rêves, puis c'est beau à voir. Puis ces cousins-là, puis je les ai vus, puis juste les voir, juste partir un gros câlin. Louis est un peu plus réservé, fait que moi, Samuel, j'ai pas depuis 10-15 ans que j'ai vu, c'est un gros câlin. Puis c'est drôle parce que j'avais compris ce qu'est la famille. À mes yeux, une famille, c'était des gens que t'aimes, des gens avec qui ils se grandissaient. C'est des gens que t'aimais parce qu'ils étaient comme obligés. Je les aimais beaucoup, mes cousins, mais hier, je les ai vus en tant qu'adulte, voir que ces personnes-là, c'est des personnes sur qui je peux compter, des personnes qui sont là pour moi, des personnes que j'ai grandi avec, des personnes avec qui on partage quelque chose, tu comprends? Ça fait tellement de bien les voir hier. Ça fait tellement de bien de les voir, de leur parler, de voir ce qu'ils disaient. Patricia est rendue avec un beau-fils, le petit Samuel. Le petit Samuel, son frère s'appelle Samuel aussi, c'est bizarre. Donc, il n'y a pas de ça que ma cousine Nadia, son frère, c'est Tommy. Puis son chum s'appelle Tommy. Ça, c'est bizarre. Mais en même temps, c'est tellement le fun de les voir, puis de leur parler. J'ai vu ma tante, ils sont rendus grands-parents. Ça faisait cuisiner un bébé. On a vu le bébé hier. J'ai grandi comme une flèche. C'est tellement bien. J'étais chez mon oncle, ma tante, j'ai pas été là-bas depuis 10-15 ans. C'est fou de voir une maison à laquelle t'as pas été. T'as pas changé. La folie. C'est savoir à quel point la famille c'est important, à quel point les relations humaines c'est important. Tu sais, les amis, c'est choisir, c'est pas des blocs tout. Toi, t'es mon ami, je t'aime bien, j'ai choisi. T'es mon ami, mais si t'as changé, je t'aime plus. T'es blocs. La famille, c'est pas des blocs, tu sais. La famille, qui m'a fait beaucoup, qui m'a rendu très hier, qui aurait pu être fâché. Chris nous avons donné, Chris t'es parti pendant combien de temps? Il n'y a pas une mention de tes parties. Comme s'il comprenait que j'ai des problèmes. Comme s'il comprenait que j'ai pas bien la peau. Comme s'il comprenait que je m'isole. Mais juste, je vous le dis maintenant, la famille c'est très important. Ça me compte. Ma mère que j'aime de tout mon cœur. Ma mère qui n'a pas de cousin, elle n'a pas de cousine, elle n'a pas de frère, elle n'a pas de soeur. Je suis sa seule famille. Puis j'ai toujours été comme, t'as pas besoin de faire d'autres machines là. Mais j'ai mes cousins hier, c'est fuck up. On est quand même des frères et des sœurs. Tes voix que t'as pas. C'est un peu moins ça, tu sais. Ouais. Parce que je m'excuse chez les mais je vais juste parler de ça, je vais parler de la famille. D'à quel point, hier c'est un wake-up call, hier c'est un réveil de me dire, Chris, rappelez-moi de leur vie, rappelez-moi de ta vie à toi. C'est incroyable. Oh. Tu vois les gens évoluer, puis je vais pas être méchant, mais tu vois les gens évoluer. Je veux pas être méchant, mais tu vois les gens évoluer, tu vois mes cousines qui ont évolué. Ils ont tellement évolué, tu sais. Vraiment beaucoup évolué. Tu me les regardes, puis il y a toujours l'enfant dans eux, il y a toujours le. Je me rappelle toutes les cures qu'on a vécues. Des histoires, des émotions, des souvenirs. C'est beau, c'est magnifique, c'est incroyable. Anyway, je vous aime, passez belle journée. Je vous aime maintenant, mais ça va bien aller. Passez-vous. Don't blink, yes, welcome to the show. Hope you guys are doing well, having a wonderful day on this 18th, May 2025. We're doing one more time a mental health video. Don't worry, this one will be short. This one will be extremely quick because I've been talking about this a lot. Dude, watching Trigger Boys, I'm emotional. Pretty good, I'm doing so much better. Yesterday I saw family. It really helped. I was going out in a social environment. I did a lot of resume give out, job look searching, which I've been going on for months, but since I've been depressed for 3 weeks a month already, and I haven't given one CV out, so yeah, it feels good. I'm feeling great. I'm feeling back into who I am. I have a pleasure waking up. I'm watching a show that I love, which also helps. I'm making video on a daily basis, which also helps. I'm motivated. I once again, I have a reason to wake up. We're doing so much better. We're doing so much better. Mental health is healing slowly and surely. And then sometimes, mental health is a battle and it's a struggle. It's in America, right? And I feel like you're doing steps and steps and steps and steps and steps, and it's such small steps that you don't really see it. And then boom, you see it. Boom, you're seeing some changes in yourself. It's what we're feeling today. Yesterday, I saw my cousin that I haven't seen in 10 years, and it felt so good. It made me feel so alive. It made me feel like myself for the first time in so long. And I feel like that's something I miss. I've been struggling with the identity of Stefan, which is me, and Ivanetta, which is what you're seeing. I had a hard time with realizing who I am, or remembering who I am. And for some reason, seeing people, my cousin, I haven't seen in 10 plus years. It's weird. You didn't see these people in decades, but still, when you see them, you're reminded of who you are, where you come from. I'm feeling alive today, and that's a fucking blessing. Don't blink. It's your boy, who just died. We just died in the tower. It's okay, it happens. They were talking about a very good subject, okay, on this 18th May 2025. They were talking about a very cool subject. As you guys know, we've been watching Trailer Park Boys. Or am I doing like this, like a masturbation? I don't know. Fuck off. We've been watching Trailer Park Boys since a week. And yesterday, I had a big day. I had a party. I was seeing my family. What ended up happening is, I didn't have a time. So I watched the first movie of Trailer Park Boys, which is still part of Trailer Park Boys. And we're doing a movie review of the Trailer Park Boys movie. Now, I have made already a review of the movie, so why is this one different? Well, this one is the first time I'm seeing the movie in a while. So usually I see the movie every single year. I told you guys the story in the first review. The story is so true. I had Trailer Park Boys movie on one of my first dates with possibly the best girlfriend I've ever had. I bought the DVD. I watched it so often that it skips. It skipped. It's all fucked up because I watched it so often. I watched more than 20 times. To me, the first movie, Trailer Park Boys the movie, is the best of the three movies. It's better than Liquor Carnival, Liquor Day. Better than Dog Legalized. I'm watching Delusion of Jim Leahy, and now it's Bubble trying to pretend like he's Julian. It's so fucking good, dude. I love this show. Sorry, this is just too good.
Go to jail. No one lays in there. Is that right? You want to say no, guys? Boys, relax. We don't need gas. We're not going to jail. Okay, Julian. You got 3 seconds before I shoot the door in. Where's your car? One. All right, we're going back. No. You just drive to us if we're still here. All right. Sorry. I know that.
Oh, sorry, this is just too good.
Just scared. You're gonna wait. Someone can get hurt here. This is Julian. I've been everything under control. Yeah, fuck off, lady. Fucking stop. Don't shoot me all you guys. I'm going to thank you.
My God. So it's not the first movie. Like I said, I watched it so often. It's my favorite movie ever made. Why do I like the first one so much? I feel like the first movie captured the essence of Trailer Park Boys so much. The problem with Trailer Park Boys, that's a huge problem, to be honest. Trailer Park Boys has such a cult following. Oh. Sorry, I had the audio didn't work properly. Trailer Park Boys, they have such a cult following, they have such a loyal fan base that it's really hard to follow. So for example, right, in the first season you learn who is Ricky, who is Julian, who is Bubble. You don't really have introduction, right? You learn to get to know the characters. So when you start with Liquor Day, you already know the characters. When you start with Dog Legalized, you already know the characters. And the first one, it really feels like the beginning. The first one is something that was fantastic, which is, first of all, being part of the story. So you already know the characters. You know Corey Trevor, you know Trinity, which is replacing that movie. You saw Jim Leahy, Randy, you saw Lucy, you saw Sarah, you saw Ray. It's just a great movie. It's just so good. So why do I like the first movie so much? Well, technically speaking, the first movie really feels like an episode, but a long episode. So if you look at the first season, there is one clear thought, right? So point A, point B. Little bit of obstacle, but we're still getting from point A to point B. If you look at the second season, it is a plot per season, a large plot per season, but very little development for every single time. So it's a new episode. So for example, we just finished watching Close to the Arch, where we kidnap Alex Lexon, and this is a whole episode. It's a whole storyline, right? The first movie feels like that. So there's increments of who the character is, their relationship, is the beauty of Trailer Park Boys. One of my favorite Trailer Park Boy show, episodes, movie, one of my favorite pieces is Cigarette the bad guy. To me, Cigarette the bad guy is perfect. It is perfection. Why? Because you get a plot, you get a character, she gets, the beauty of Trailer Park Boys is really the conversation in between. The first movie captured that. The first movie captured Ricky in jail, Julian in jail, Bubbles, how he's dealing with it, Ray, Lucy. It's really that. Julian falls in love and wants to be a businessman. The rivalry between Julian and Ricky. The dumbness of Trevor and Corey. The first movie pictured that so well because it's one of the first movie where you got all the characters, the main cast, right? You have this fucking. It's just the main cast. It's just the main story. It feels like a storyline. It feels like an episode that's just so long. It feels like Trailer Park Boys. It feels like it's the beauty of Trailer Park Boys, which is you living in the park, you being part of the park, right? Even the plot, the Big Dirty, the ceiling change is something that you could see. You could picture the guy doing it, right? Now to Liquor Day is also good, but Sitting in a Bag feels big even for the boys. Don't realize it feels very good, but it also feels a bit political. It's a very small time political, but it feels like about Trailer Park Boys. Why? For a very simple reason. They're out of the park. They're on the road. the first movie is best. From this, there are some of the first movie, so this is very big production. The quality is better. Some characters, I feel like Bubble, Mike Smith, and I love you, Mike, but I feel like Bubble had a lot of ego for the first movie. So you can see him overacting. So for example, Ricky's gonna have a clear stick, and he's gonna do like exaggerated movements. However, Trailer Park Boys for the first movie, it was huge. It was a small show from Showcase, a small show that wasn't supposed to succeed. It was a small show about drug dealing, drug rolling people. When it was still illegal. Sorry, we over filmed the Nature one. Yeah, we'll put it on YouTube, not on TikTok. It's raining. Sorry, we had a bit of vape because I watched Trailer Park Boys for so long this morning. That's a bit high. The first movie, it was huge. It was a documentary about dope dealing, dope growing people when dope wasn't legal in Canada. Now it's legal, right? Which is a part of the legal license. It was huge. It was humongous. It's unbelievable. It's unbelievable that they went here. It is the first part of them being viral sensation and global. Now later on, of course they went so far. They went to Jimmy Kimmel. They went to Big Show. They had this celebrity. They had these guests. They became really big. They have this Sweatnet company. Sweatnet has become big. Sweatnet is the company that made Trailer Park Boys big. From traveling to going on tour to cruise. Huge. It's humongous. Trailer Park Boys became such a big thing right now. They've never been bigger. They have their own beer, their own liquor. They have their own chefs, their own sauce, hot sauce. There's a game called AW, and WWE. I'm sorry. AW is a fast food joint. Yeah, really high, sorry. And they had the Green Bastard in it, which is crazy because it's a character from a show that it wasn't supposed to be something. It wasn't supposed to be Trailer Park Boys. Who would have thought that Trailer Park Boys would become big? The movie is the first increment of, okay, well, this could be big. And I just had this love for the movie. I just had this love. It is a piece of our history. It is so fucking good. Wow, what a show. What a show. The only problem that I find with Trailer Park Boys movie is it's really hard to put in the timeline. It's really hard. But apart from that, check cases. Don't blink, it's your boy. Welcome to the Culture Show. And then welcome to having a wonderful day on this. Oh, it's raining. It just started to rain. Anyway, we have that batteries. We're going to be finishing soon. Welcome to the Culture Show. On this 18 May 2025, it is a beautiful day. It is a beautiful Sunday. We're going better mentally, so that's the most important part. And we're going to be tasting some food today. We're going to be tasting Ruffles. For some reason, I'm getting back into Ruffles. I'm getting really back into Ruffles. We tasted a couple of flavors. It was just so delicious that we kept going. We're tasting a new one. So with Ruffle, they had the same flavor over and over again. So sorry for them to release new flavors. When they release new flavors, it's a big deal. They have this new sweet and spicy flavor, which I never had. I want to shout out the design team. They did a really good job. So at first glance, I thought that this was a chicken wings. No, it's a chicken legs. No, it's chicken wings. So really cool. I don't know what I'm going for. It's funny because we've been talking about Trailer Park Boys a lot today. It's Canadian. Ruffle is Canadian, so we're going Canadian today. And without further ado, I'd like to taste them. So we have French and Valley. We're not in a rush, but not with the most time. Yesterday we tasted poutine. They smell really nice. It's so nice because you're smelling the fries. You find that they're fried. You're smelling the multiple flavor. It does smell a little bit spicy. It smells good. I don't know what it smells like. It smells like saucy. The color of the chip in itself, super nice. We love this. Not even the coloring, a little bit of powder. You can see the powder clearly. The soup. Oh wow. Ooh. Not trying to taste. I don't like the taste. No, I'm sorry. It's sweet and spicy. It looks like a chip. The chip itself, the middle is nice. It's crisp, the rich. Give that great crunch, which is ooh, spicy. Always nice. I'm a 5%. Holy. I'm sorry, guys. There you go. Good. Yeah, no, don't worry. We're still good. The chip in itself isn't great. It has everything it needs to be great, but it's not great for a couple of reasons. The first one being, it doesn't go great together. I think this is really nice. And spice is completely different. I would have went with a more of a teriyaki, spicy teriyaki sauce. I can have a sweet chip. It would be good, but not like that. It feels weird. It feels like it doesn't belong together. The spice is really nice though. Really nice. Little kick to it. Not too spicy. It's good. The more you eat it, the more it makes sense. The more it's possible in your mind. Not a bad chip. Really feel like lazy. Really feel like it's tough chicken wing. I'm really liking this. More and more. Super crunchy. Nice thing. Doesn't feel like a chip, which is what turned me off at the first glance. Doesn't feel like a chip at all. However, all in all, great tasting chip. Recommend it. Good experience. Same, different, but the same. Love you guys, 1% battery. Make it easy. Yeah. And we're back. We're back. 809. Which means we have every single quest up. And we're good. Without further ado, let's freaking go. Okay. Cause every time I kiss, I get the feeling that every time I kiss, I swear it's my right. Everything my heart beats and I want this to last. Okay. Don't blink, it's your playing welcome to the Computer Show. Doing well because I'm having a wonderful 18th May 2025. We are opening a computer, but that's not what you want. You want me to talk about what we're doing today because this is the behind the scenes. So we have my first snack, the second snack. We have a bunch of videos to do. So I'm super excited about that. I am doing so much better. And honestly, dude, it's wow. So yeah, this is the behind the scene. We have a lot of content to do. I would love to talk to you guys, which I am gonna be talking to you guys, but at the same time, let's make some videos, make some content, guys. How am I happy? Dance. Don't blink, it's your playing welcome to the Computer Show. This is doing well on this 18th May 2025. Today we're doing we are doing some video, because otherwise you wouldn't be seeing me. Imagine the concept of not being able to see somebody if they're not making video. How close is that relationship? How real is that relationship? Sounds crazy, doesn't it? We're gonna be making some content, you're gonna be hearing me talk about everything, anything, and then some. And that's pretty much it. And I just wanted to open this computer. And it looks like I'm watching porn, gay porn. And if you're having a problem with me watching gay porn that make you homophobic, thankfully we're not watching gay porn at all. Do not worry, ma. We are watching Trailer Park Boys. So similar, but different, but still it's the same, right? Anyway, I'm not having some crazy speech. Just enjoy the nature corn. Dance. Da, 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 I only want. Why don't you story little bit of some? You can do want Dabrowski. John Wick, it's your boy Ink. Welcome to the Computer Show. This is doing well because I'm having a wonderful day on this 18th May 2025. Just a small video today, a short video to say thank you to the Outdoors Boys. So if you're following the Outdoors Boy, I do not need to tell you. This is for the very small vegetable that do not follow Outdoors Boy. The person in charge, Lucas. Ha! Luke, got you. I'm also watching American Reject Give You Hell. We're doing the movie. We've been going to the depression the last 2 weeks. And it's been 4 days. We've been doing good. So we're doing good. We're doing good. ADG is talking, but hey, I wake up every evening with a big smile on my face. And it never feels out of place. You're still probably working on a 9-to-5 day. I wonder how bad that day's. Did you see my face if it gives you hell? If it gives you hell. When you walk my way, does it give you hell? If it gives you hell. And find a man that's worth a damn and treats you well. Yeah, so Luke, who's in charge of the Outdoors Boy, as announced, is semi-retirement. So he talked about goodbye for now. We talked about not making videos this year. So guys, to where we are in May, so there's still May, I'm French, mars, avril, mai, juin, juillet, août, septembre, octobre, novembre, décembre, so 7 months of not content. And I should say thank you, Luke, for everything you taught us, for every single video, for the longest video. Thank you for sharing with us your family moments. This is a very bittersweet because he's not retiring. He's helping his son with his channel. He's helping his sons with like, building that up. And see, with the other YouTuber, a lot of them retiring felt like, oh, we missed the whole YouTube. I don't have the same passion. I don't have the same grind. Luke is just like, yo, I've been doing this for so long. We've been so successful. Let me share the success. And it's amazing because I also believe that the way he did things, the reason that he had was crazy because it's not so much So the principle of Outdoors Boys is what? The principle of Outdoors Boys is a man teaching his kid to survive in the forest, in the wild. And the outdoors, right? Outdoors Boy. With this one, it felt like, let me teach my kids to be human being in normal society. Let me teach them how to be men, how to be adult. His oldest is going to be an adult in 6 years. And Luke said, I don't have time enough to prepare him for the world. I can talk about the wild, I can talk to you about life, I can talk to you about in the cities. It's a dog-eat-dog world, and I appreciate the fact that a father wants to teach his kid to survive. A lot of the outdoors videos, like, yo, this is so cool. This is so cool because you're teaching them so much. And there's a bunch of chicks that are super easy. For example, there are times you would make fresh bread and honey and butter. And you would say, dude, why? But then it's easy to make and he loved it. So, you know, it was the simplest thing and it saved him. It really saved him a lot of time. There's a couple of videos I've been watching the channel. So I'm weird with Outdoors Boys. I'm actually really weird. I discovered them about, I want to say December or January this year. So about 4 or 5 months ago. I discovered them because a lot of the people were talking about the Outdoors Boys. And I felt that was the right away. From personal experience, my father took me to camping trip when I was younger. But more so about, my reason for loving the Outdoor Boy was, and I feel like if I tell you guys why, it's so much of a prick or douchebag. In my opinion, the Outdoors Boy, and you know what, fuck you, I don't care, fuck you. The Outdoors Boy were the fucking nerd. Luke looked like and I love Luke, but he looked like a fucking nerd. And this guy was more masculine than all of you guys is juiced up, all of you guys that are representing toxic masculinity. The truth about Luke is he was a father who was able to survive. Didn't matter how he looked, didn't matter how nerdy he looked. He was masculine because he was able to survive in the wild. He was, I just watched a documentary on Little King. He was primal, so able to survive. And I think masculinity isn't how much money you have, how nice are your car. It's about the number of kids you have because, of course, being a father, masculinity, being a male, is reproducing, and reproducing is technically your sperm. And some people have better sperm count than others, which means that they're themselves are more likely to be fertile than a lot of people, right? That being said, there was this guy who looked like a nerd, and I saw a video, and he was the father, and we were just helpful. And then the beauty of Outdoors Boy was exactly that, was he was able, yeah, man, I'm getting kind of emotional guys. It means so much. He was able to portray this alpha male that was surviving in nature, right? That was able to go out in the wild and survive. And sometimes he would show hate as a bear there, you know. It was never like, hey, I'm afraid. It was always in control, which I really appreciate. Because, you know, in the wild, you think that you're out of control, but if with knowledge you're in control. And I really like that. And then sometimes I was seeing the father figure, which would have his kid and produce him. One of my most daring or dearest moments of the Outdoors Boy channel is he has his youngest. And they're going to, dude, this is so good. This is so good. Look, the tower. And we're watching Sal talking about then fiance. So yeah, Max, this is the dream life. And he goes with his youngest son, right? And then his youngest son misses his mom, which his youngest is okay. So his father's like, you know what? Okay, we're gonna take you back. And then we haven't seen the son in a while. Then we see the son, and the son is plastered with mosquito bites. And then Luke, she said she won't allow me to take the kid again. And that was really dear. Because and don't get me wrong, I was talking about masculinity. I'm talking about masculinity a lot. But Luke, it did feel like it was a father and a son, Outdoors Boy. And the word there's boys. They're not a group of people, they're just boys. But it never felt like the mama Outdoors Boy, his wife, I'm forgetting her name, I'm so sorry. It never felt like she was away from the thing. It always felt like family thing, right? And it always felt like respect, but in that moment, I couldn't help but thinking about Papa Bear and Mama Bear feeling shit. And I was like, dude, this guy got, you know? And for some reason, this is also about masculinity. This is also about masculinity. It's also about understanding that your wife will give you shit. And she's right. She was right. The kid was messed up with that, but like, it happens though. It's happening. When I was younger, myself, it's a crazy cool story. My father, bless his heart. My father is a farmer's boy. Okay, he's a farmer. He grew up on a farm. He didn't have an education because in the 50s I wasn't like that, right? He's 67. I'm 33. I'm 32. And dude, sus. Yep. And the craziest thing. I was a kid and I had a mosquito bite, and my father was like, oh. But I was like, fuck, you touched my son. So he hit me on the forehead. The mosquito was on the forehead. And I had this huge, and okay, well, it wasn't that huge, but it's really pretty hard. It was a huge bump. And the bump didn't come from the mosquito. The bump came from my father hitting me. My mom, she gave him so much shit. And my father, I remember my father saying, what am I supposed to do? Let the mosquito bite him? Yes. Yes, dude. Don't get your kids. You know? But it's, to me, that's classic fatherhood. See, the Outdoors Boy, and I'm going to finish on that because I don't want to keep much of the video. The plan of the video wasn't talking about myself. The plan of the video was talking about Luke. I think that's a goal of the channel, the attraction. Right? Luke, if I was younger, would have been a father figure. Right? It would have been a father figure, absolutely. But now that I'm older, he seems like he's a fellow that you know there's a respect. It's like, okay, well, you know what, you're a good dad, you're a good dude. I respect that. Like survivalists, talking about shit I didn't even know. Talking about shit I didn't know. Like for example, it's so nice. One of my favorite videos from the Alders Boy is a video where he had his son, and this gave me goosebumps. They make me break the fuck down. Well, his oldest son, Nathan, and fuck man, his son wanted to go out in the forest to survive, you know, and the concept was his son. And the father stayed behind, and he had his own place nearby if anything happened. And then his son wasn't able to start a fire because his wood was wet, right? And he didn't want to dry the wood. And he was like, he asked his father, hey, can you help me out with that? And it was like, oh, this is what you could have done. No, it wasn't just what she could have done and said, hey, you need me after all. It wasn't about making the feel. It wasn't about making the kid feel bad. It was just about, hey, you know what? Next time do this, we're gonna help you out. That's being a father. I'm getting emotional because my whole life, I hate my father because he was so strict. So strict. I hated him. I was afraid of him as a kid. But my father had one virtue. If I was a baby or a young kid and I would fall, my mom would run. My mom would run to pick me up. My father was more so, hey, the fuck are you doing on the ground? Get back up. You know? These are the lessons. Listen, my father was an asshole. An asshole. Now we have a good relationship when I was young, he was an asshole. However, so many of the lessons he gave me was that. You know? Being a father's hard. Being a father's hard. And when I see Luke, it's only a rare example of a really good father on YouTube. Now, I'm not saying there's no good father on YouTube. I'm not saying that at all. I don't usually watch family channel. And if I'm being completely honest, if it wasn't for the outdoors, I would follow. They do have great adventure. Like for example, I saw like 3 hours that they did for Japan, and it was Okinawa, Japan, and it was amazing. The Outdoors Boy, what a channel, what a channel. And this is it's not about him leaving, you know. It's not about us not having content anymore. I need to work a little bit. I'm sorry. It's never about, and it never was about him leaving. It was like, this is why I'm leaving. I'm still here, you know. It's not on the channel, you know. And it took so much maturity to understand that all of these YouTubers leaving, all of these YouTubers retiring, it's not about us having to say goodbye. It's the amount of time they give us. Yes, they got paid for it. Yes, they got paid for it. But I'm looking at people like Boogie, who depends on his older video, his older banger, or his older viral stuff to get monthly views enough to survive versus a guy. The Outdoors Boy, let me tell you something right now. The channel has enough views for the guy to be fucking rich. No, I'm not saying how rich he is, I'm not saying that. He had enough views to not have to work a single day in his life. You know? And yeah. Pretty much it. And then, in his video, talk about normal life, we're talking about wanting a normal life. And in my brain, I'm like, dude, you're not normal. Luke, you're not fucking normal. Who? Oh, okay, give me a second. Who else? Who's always kidding, survive the forest? Who else goes out in Alaska and it's freezing cold to survive? Right? That's not normal. That's how we like it. Being different is when we leave. And even I really can't say the father, and that's all. We're not gonna video. Sorry, I got emotional. Sorry, I got in my head a little bit. It's just, I don't know. It's a big part of a mentality on YouTube, that was, right? Dumb Link, it's your boy Ink, Let's Know Compare Show. Hope you guys are doing well, having a wonderful day. It is the summer, it is mosquito season. We are watching South. That's a weird thing to say. I'm watching South. No, I don't know where the video is. I want to show you who is South, because homie deserves a freaking shout out. This is my boy South. No, this is South. This is Sophie, 90 Days Fiance. This is my boy South. South, love you, dude. Best content in YouTube for 90 Days Fiance. They were doing something cool. We're doing sort of like a meme. So this is insane. I just did a video on Star Wars and the importance of the culture on Star Wars, and it was phenomenal. It was phenomenal because I got to talk about how being a nerd was cool again, and well, it was never cool to begin with, so it's cool. Well, you know what? D&D was pretty nerdy. I talked to my cousin yesterday, and we talked about D&D and how it was popular back then, right? And then it allowed me to embrace my own geekiness, and it allowed me to embrace being a fucking gamer. Right now, we're celebrating. Well, not celebrating. Well, yes, kind of. We're freshly. We've been making content for 4 years and 9 days, so we're still in the mood. We're still in the mood of it's a 4 years birthday. We're doing an Elden Ring playthrough. Now, Elden Ring is my favorite game. It is my favorite game of all time. It is a masterpiece. It is. I love this game. It's so freaking much. But Elden Ring, the problem with Elden Ring, and I'm going to be completely honest, the problem with Elden Ring is they say 120 hours playthrough minimum. My shortest playthrough of Elden Ring is 117 hours. And after 4, we did one playthrough that was normal. We did one playthrough that was a second playthrough that was normal. No, that's not true. We did a playthrough that was normal. We did a second playthrough which was lower. We did a third playthrough which was a character from the game, which is Lord Fyke from the cover, which is the original of Lord. If you want to know the, I'm supposed to do a fucking Bang Energy review. Forget about it. And now we're doing a meme review. We're doing a meme playthrough, which is the Soldier of Godric, which is a super good idea. Now that being said, there's a lot of things I did in my life that was amenable. One of those things that was amenable was, for some reason, I loved Unicorn Bang. Now this is cotton candy. I don't know why. I don't know why I had this unicorn. And if it was memeable, this is why I'm talking about Elden Ring. We're doing a meme playthrough, and this is a meme energy drink. But then you realize it's cotton candy, so it's not so much memeable. And this is how ADG works. This is how a crazy, insane man functions. So I was talking about D&D, and you don't know why. I'm talking about Elden Ring. You know why. You talk about D&D and being a nerd and being a meme. Why it's important? Well, because Star Wars being part of current is part of a current life, right? And I remember watching AGP videos on the Starbucks Frappuccino, the Unicorn Frappuccino. And now I know exactly why my brain was like, this is unicorn. You know? And it's really relevant how my brain was. But for 1 second right here, I know why. That is a beautiful thing. So I was hoping for unicorn is cotton candy, so a little bit less funny, a little bit less haha. But at the same time, we're still gonna have fun. We're still gonna be enjoying ourselves. Without further ado, let's get into the review. We have Cotton Candy Bang. For some reason, I really remember liking this. So back in the days, right? In my entire life, I've had. I'm a complex guy, right? When I work, I really work. When I work, I'm constantly working. It's crazy. My first time in the apartment working, I had 2 jobs. My second time working, I was doing overtime constantly. I was doing 60 hours. And it was a really busy company, really busy. And then what ended up happening is, and that's the greatest story ever told. What ended up happening was can't believe I'm gonna say this. We were making a lot of money, right? And even the last that I had, I was doing this job, which was a 9 to 5, which is possibly the least amount of time I work. However, I worked there for 8 years, which is a lot more. And I was also doing YouTube, which was another 6 hours of my day, so that's 14 hours. I was listening to YouTube also. But when I work a lot, I make a lot of money. And when I don't work, I don't work. So I spend years. For example, right now, we're going to be celebrating a year of not working. Why celebrating? Because that's a year of doing content, of following my dreams. Now, this is not a concrete dream because I'm not making enough to survive, but we're working towards that. And in my time of needs, in my time of not working, I party. And the common cliche with this, which is true, is you take a person that never had money, they don't know what to do with their money. For me, celebrating is going to the Couche-Tard, get close to my house, next to my house, and buying Ben & Jerry at $5 a pint, and buying energy drinks. And for some reason, they had Bang. And I would go to Maxi. When I was working, it was more so Maxi, which are cheaper, so I would drink a lot of Monster. And for some reason, I never had Bang. I would go to the Couche-Tard, and I was tasting the Bang, and for some reason, this flavor was such an endearing flavor. It was more expensive, and I loved it. So this is really good memories, to be honest. This is really, really good memories. This is memories of, we just worked 2 jobs for a year and a half. And then we had the same job, but with 60 hours a week of overtime. Oh, no, with overtime. And then after this 3 years, it became quite normal. It became quite normal to have this Ben & Jerry and have this. It became a ritual. And it's crazy because in my mind, I was splurging. I was really splurging. I was living life like no one else. However, I love life. We're gonna make a video about that forever. So, I was spending like $14 a day. No, more than that. I was spending $10 a day actually, and possibly 2 of these, so that's $6 plus like the chips. And that was splurging. So enough with the story. Let's go into the review. This is why this is important to me. By combining cutting-edge ingredient with high-intensive energy drink formulation and innovative new flavor combination, Bang Energy wrecked the beverage world. All Bang Energy products are PhD formulated for effectiveness and for all active lifestyle. Our unique formulation is designed to reduce fatigue, improve focus, and keep you mentally sharp. With 0 calories and 0 sugar, we maximize the result you expect for the great taste you deserve. Take risks, be different, and own your individuality with confidence. Grab a Bang Energy and fuel your destiny. There you go. I'm excited. We're really excited. And also, I would regret not talking about the Bang, because Bang is such a weird company. It was one of the first, along with Red Bull and Monster. Very weird, very weird business sense. So, for example, sponsoring a girl called Danielle, I don't know her name, but she was like 14 and she was being sexually, her content was kind of sexual, and the content was behind the mom, so they thought, like, you know what, this is not a child exploitation, this is opportunity for business. Danielle Kahn. Really weird. And the owner of Bang was like, yo, let's fucking go. And GMM also did a review of April Bang, which is possibly the biggest marketing, not marketing, but the biggest publicity stunt ever. And it wasn't on purpose. Then people told GMM, like, yo, this company, like, oh, that's kind of funny. So, cotton candy, what am I looking for? I don't really know what I'm looking for. I'm looking for something that's sweet. I'm looking for soda. I'm looking for an energy drink. I am not looking for cream soda because I don't like cream soda. However, there's a possibility that this is cream soda. The truth is, I remember liking this a lot, but I don't remember what it tastes like. Na zdrowie. The smell really smells like cotton candy. Can we like that? Wow. 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 You talk so much shit, dude. Wow. This is unbelievable. 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 Wow. I'm mind blown. My mind is blown. Which is crazy. Why? I don't even know. It does taste like cotton candy. But you know what it really weirdly tastes like? A Lucky Charm marshmallow. So this is the main thing I'm getting. Now, because I've drank a lot of Bang in my days, I ignore the Bang. The blend really works here because it's extremely sour. It's extremely sour and a little bit sweet. So there's a nice little harmony between the blend and the flavor. It's kind of sweet bitter. I don't know why. The blend really tastes like black cherry. I don't know why. Sour black cherry. And we have the gunfire water that makes it in there to drink. So great flavor, great harmony, great mix. We love this. And yeah, that's pretty much it. Anyway, love you guys. Take it easy. Peace. Don't blink. Here's your Blaine. Welcome to the show. Having a wonderful day on this 18th May 2025. We're doing a lot today. We're doing a lot. We're in a good mood for the first time in months. I've been having depression since last month. And for the first time, I'm having 4 good days. So, sorry. Am I completely cured? I don't know. But because we're feeling good, we're playing the tower 1, 2, 3 times. We're watching South, my boy, and I'm the fiance Nicholas. I fucking love South. We're drinking, of anything, we're drinking Bang Energy drink cotton candy. Not a sponsor. I'm not cool enough to be sponsored. My G is Louise. And we're gonna be eating one of the most delicious possible treat that I've had. So my mom was extremely religious. So for her, Easter is important. For me, it's just to get chocolate from my mom. Mama's boy right here. It's raining hard outside, so if you're seeing me, look at my shoulders, because I got rained on. She bought me Hershey's Eggies, Reese's. And when I saw this, I was like, this is fucking brilliant. So Hershey's, we know that are really popular. You might know them for their cooking cream. You might know them for their, they do a lot. They're more so chocolate. I didn't know they were behind Reese's. I think it's a collab, but this is just so smart because on paper, this is the biggest scam in history. And I do mean that. So if you know your Reese's, which is one of my favorite candy, I love Reese's, you know that there's a product called Reese's Pieces. So all you have to do is take Reese's Pieces, follow the exact same method, shape them like eggs, and then you say, well, these are eggies, and you have a crazy markup. You have a crazy markup. However, am I mad? No, I respect the hustle. I respect Hustler. I respect the brilliant, tactical marketing genius behind this. And ultimately speaking, before I even take this, I really love the product. Why? Because I think it's a brilliant marketing business, first of all. Second of all, I think it's a really good idea. Eggies, Reese's, we love Reese's. This is really cool. But even then, I'm really happy because my mom feels like, my mom thought about me and feels like she did something good, which she did. And I feel like I can taste something new. And I'll possibly never have those again. So this is a golden opportunity to taste a new product. I'm going to be tasting something new and tasting them in front of you guys. So usually, I would talk about my life. I would talk about, do a crazy intro. I would talk about Jasmine crying at a fiance style. However, I'm so happy to say that to taste the product. That, I think the English and the French, they're expression for that. I think it's like something along the line of just fucking go, bro. Oh, I'm excited. I opened it, the smell already. It smells like chocolate delights. Surprisingly enough, peanut butter, it is something that smells a lot. There you go, you have a nice little hole open. So I'm going to be dropping some on my hand. Now, right away, I have to applaud this. This is exactly Eggies. Now, why? You see me already being in love with this product. Because somebody company could have done it. Squirtle could have done it. Skittles, Squirtle, the Pokemon, could have also done it. I don't know why, but I feel like he could have. So you have Skittle that could have done it, Eminem that could have done it, Smarty could have done it. Somehow, some way, Reese's was like, you know what? Fuck you, and fuck you, I'm gonna do it. And I respect that. Without further ado. I love. I think I told you so. So if you allow me, and only if you allow me, I will allow myself a little bit of a I told you so. This is exactly what I thought it was going to be. There's actually huge Reese's Pieces. And it's phenomenal. And it's really good. However, there is a little bit of a problem with these. So, if you follow the concept of Reese's Pieces, this really works. If you like peanut butter, this really works. So, chances are that if you like Reese's Pieces or Reese's as a general, you like peanut butter. However, with these one, there is a bit of a problem of portions. Portions for portions, popcorn. Why? They're short filling, very shallow. And all you can taste is the cheese, the thing. However, as bland as this is, because this is bland, it's something that's magical. It takes you so long with the shell. Even at the end, you still get that crunchiness. So, in this one, taste-wise, it doesn't work because it's not very balanced. Try to spices work because it's exactly what I want. Reese's filling and some crunchiness. I get both. And that's pretty much it. I'm gonna go and make this my mosquito. Peace. She doesn't want to talk. She doesn't want to talk. She's talking, I'm talking to my mom and no answer. Don't Kissy Blaine for the Welcome Show. I mean, well, you guys are having a wonderful day on this 18 May 2005. Today we're doing a small video. We're doing a very short, just a huge thank you to Berserk. I've been talking about Berserk in and out. I've been talking about Berserk sporadically. I don't know how you say that. I'm French. I've been just mentioning Berserk here and there. Berserk is something that I love, and Berserk is actually quite unique. I'm a weird guy that likes to watch only completed piece of content. So complete shows, complete series, complete manga, complete comic, complete yeah, I only like watching that. And Berserk, I got into Berserk about 4 years ago, and then we heard that the writer of Berserk died, sadly, rest in peace. And I was like, I'll never get to watch Berserk. And then I don't remember when, but they made a remaster of the Golden Age, which is very well made. The graphics are amazing. Now, ultimately speaking, the 1997 Berserk, the Golden Age, is perfect. The 3 movies together are perfect. They're 9 hours. It's a God-given 9 hours. It is possibly the best piece of content ever fucking made. But it's not about that. It never was about it. It's never going to be about that. Berserk does something that's very special, and this is why I want to say thank you. I want to give a shout out, because although Berserk might never be finished, you can watch the Golden Age from A to Z and still say it's a great piece of manga. It's a great piece of content. And I'm thankful for that. That even though if there's a manga out there that's not finished, there is a complete arc that feels like a complete story. You can watch Golden Age and say this is a story from A to B, from the rise of a hero to the becoming of a villain. And that's amazing. There's just I don't think anybody will do that ever again. Once again, Berserk was never meant to follow the most walked on road. The number of places, the number of media that takes inspiration from Berserk. Wow, crazy. So, link is welcome to the show. Everyone is having a wonderful day on this 18th May 2025. Today is a video where we say thank you to life. We've been depressed for a month and a half. This is my 4th day feeling better. Yeah, it's just been a blessing. So I really want to take the time today to say thank you to life, to show gratefulness to life. We take life for granted. We think we are eternal. The reality is, there's gonna be a this week video. So if you don't like this week stuff, you can leave. You take life for granted. And although I don't think I'm gonna die tomorrow, you never know. You can die tomorrow, you can die the day after, you can die next week. You never know, right? We've been popping bangs, but you might die right now. But what you never think about is how much I'm gonna be able to enjoy life. So people think that to enjoy life you need money. It's not true. To enjoy life you need to have a good mental health. I made a video today. I made 2 videos today that are for that. I made a video saying how grateful I was for the experience I had at the Glorious. I made a video saying how grateful I was to my family. I made a video saying how grateful I was to Berserk. I made a video that I was to Star Wars, to Elden Ring. I'm just feeling very, very grateful lately. And those are all things I wasn't able to enjoy being depressed. When you look at my life, I'm 32 years old, which is old, but only 32 years. I've had 7 years where I was going through depression. Those 7 years, that I cannot get back. And ultimately speaking, you can waste years. That's your choice. But there's moments in your life where you can't really, right? The depression was when I became agoraphobe, which is the fear of leaving the house. It was insane. And when I had my depression, I was so afraid I couldn't heal properly, right? And now, am I saying that I'm truly healed? No. I need to work a little bit, so you're gonna see me looking at the computer. What we're doing is we're posting clips. Let us shameless sponsor. Not a shameless plug, but still. And like I said, the depression in itself, I think this one was the worst. Not because how bad I felt. Compared to the other, this one was kind of sucked. It's simply put, I've had more tools to beat depression. Because I knew myself, I knew what I react to, I knew what helps, what doesn't help. Where to look for help? Who would ask for help? Don't go see a shrink, go see a social worker, it's better. They're more free, and they're willing to help more than a shrink who gets a paycheck. Again, a little bit of a rent if you allow it. But it was more so, it was bad because this is the first time where I had a dream. This dream passion for making content. When I was depressed and I had a job and I quit this job, I didn't care because it wasn't my time. It was the boss's time. I don't really care if I leave this job. I don't really care if I lose this job. This is just another fight, right? But with this dream, I'm like, dude, you have this dream, you have this community, you're doing so well, you're getting so much results, you're constantly growing as a channel. Don't give up. But then there's a difference between not giving up and not being able to do anything because you're so freaking depressed, right? And I do not think that when I was talking about before, that we don't think about, oh, well, it's not about how long I live, it's how much I can enjoy my life. We don't think about depression, right? And I could tell you the multiple reasons. I said how grateful we were, but in the last 4 days, we've been able to work. We've been able to make content. I was able to go yesterday to a family gathering, and it's family, yes, so there's people I love and know since birth, but it was also 19 people, right? It was also 19 people, which was a little bit overwhelming at the time. Working at the flower shop, it was great, but it was so overwhelming because I was like, okay, well, guess what? You don't feel good, fuck you, you have to work people depending on you, right? It was a great experience, right? And just the fact that we're able for 4 days to say, you know what, I'm happy. I'm thankful, I wake up, I'm in a good mood. We've been sleeping a lot, but still, this is base common effect of depression. You'll sleep more, right? Because you're going through a lot emotionally, and your body uses a lot of energy to stabilize your emotion. So it's a really good example of how quickly can life can shift. I can't say that I'm healed. I can't say that I'm healed. I can't say that I'll never feel depression. Nothing that I'm feeling better. And I have to bank on that being one of the best moments. You know, have we ever been happy a lot right now? Absolutely. Have we all ever felt that we're doing right now? Absolutely. But at the same time, that's not the case. By feeling better, we realize just how much life is worth, how important life is, how dependent we are on mental health, right? You never tell yourself, and you should never tell yourself, I'm doing so well, and because I'm doing so well, I'm able to enjoy myself for X, Y, and Z. Doesn't matter what X is, doesn't matter what Y is, doesn't matter what Z is. All that matters right here, right now, is we're accomplishing something. We're accomplishing our dream, our goal. Doesn't matter what they are. It doesn't matter what it is for you. For some reason, right? I think it's more so the image behind it that I like. I've been using this a lot lately. I've been using the picture of a guy, not the picture, but I've been using the excuse of a guy that is climbing Mount Everest. I never been a sports guy, so I don't care. But imagine that you're training, and 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 then you become depressed, and all your training goes away. Even us, we were doing so well for the weight loss. Then we became depressed, and then we started gaining weight, and I was like, fuck the weight loss. Fuck it. You know? But ultimately speaking, we didn't give up. We're still going to continue. It's just not now, it's just later on. It's not like forget about it. It's just like, later, bro. It's beautiful. And the Mount Everest climber, there's some obstacle, right? But you still have a clear goal. I think about what can I enjoy being up there. People are so focused on the end goal, on reaching the summit. And it's having fun is challenging yourself. So always have to X being the goal, X being your you're not even right now. I feel like X can actually be happiness. That would be a good X. What if my Mount Everest was happiness, right? And what if we weren't the cold? We weren't the cold. We're talking about, hey, you know what? We'll give you infinite time to reach it. If there's no cold, you have infinite food, right? No matter what you do, we just want you to climb the Mount Everest. And then you realize that it's going about your own pace. It's taking the route that you want to. It's choosing the method you want to go to. It's having some obstacle, but being able to say, you know what, fuck those obstacles. They don't define me. I feel like this is a really nice goal. I want to say thank you to life in itself because being depressed has taught me how much I miss being happy. I spent my whole life, right? My whole life wondering about good versus evil and balancing and are we truly a good person, right? And this question of balance was so much of a obsession. And I do mean the word I mean to use the word obsession. It was so much of an obsession that even at the end, it didn't matter. It didn't matter. And if it didn't matter, it didn't matter in a sense of, and it's so hard to even talk about. What if this good versus evil, this balance was as important as being well and not being well? Am I well? Am I not well? Well, days where I'm well and balanced. You're looking for balance, you're not looking for extreme, right? You're thinking about how much I enjoy life. Am I enjoying life or am I surviving? Am I living or surviving? That's also different. You live life or you survive life, waiting for the next day to hopefully become better, right? I want to say thank you to life because of people that are there for me, you know? I haven't been a good friend. I haven't been friendly for people. I haven't been posting about relation. I haven't been following a relation. You know, and it's just been hard to let you guys down. But at the same time, you guys have shown me that when shit comes to shove, when shit hits the fan, some of you guys will stay. Some of you guys will be there, will stay there. And for that, I'm eternally grateful, you know? And again, I'm so focused on the end goal, which is living the dream of making content as a job. To me, this is so nonsensical. Your dream to make content is a dream of being able to work more, right? And then you never heard and you'll never hear me, oh, I live to work. It's not about work to live. With content, it doesn't feel like it would be such a problem. It doesn't feel like this would be such a catastrophe, you know? And that's a great thing. That's a really good thing. It's a really, really good thing. It's a blessing in disguise. It is a blessing in disguise. I'm able to enjoy what I'm doing, right? It's a little thing. It's a little thing. There's time when making content where I have been in a state of euphoria, and a state of ecstasy, and a state of orgasmic bliss. I heard Jim Leahy, of anybody, says the following: ignorance is bliss and some call you wise. To me, this is crazy. It's nuts. It's nuts. Because those moments of euphoria were fatigue. Was when we worked so hard, I was like, holy shit, I cannot do anything else. I'm so fucking tired. Reaching that state of breaking, the blessing, those blessed tears, I happily give them. You know, it's been a journey for sure. It's been a journey, but it's been an enjoyable journey, and for that I'm grateful. It's been a blessing. I'm grateful for that. I'm grateful for the fact that we're able to say, you know what? It took us a while, but we got their intentions. It took us a while, but we're able to say, at the end of the day, that trip was worth it. There's this movie. I'm gonna go extremely fucking party. There's this movie of Are We There Yet, right? And it's Ice Cube driving his kids. Well, he met this girl and she has kids, and not even his kid, and they don't respect him. And the whole movie they're annoying because they're saying, Are we there? Are we there? Are we there? Are we there yet? And they're so annoying. During the whole trip, they get closer, right? And they were so hard to get closer. At the end, they had to get closer. And when they finally arrived at destination, they're one big happy family. And at the end, this is all that matters. This is all that ever mattered. It wasn't about those kids being annoying. About understanding those kids and understanding where they came from. Why were they so much in a rush to be there? How much it's meant to them, the end route. How they're possibly too young to understand that not everything is achievable like that. You need to work harder. I want to say thank you to life because of how much it doesn't, how little, and I'm not ungrateful. I'm not ungrateful, I'm not. How little it takes for me to be happy. How little it is, how little it takes for me to be. I went to see my cousin yesterday. I didn't went to see a fucking concert. I didn't go to see fucking the best movie. I didn't win $1 million. I went to see family, people that have been there for me since I was born. And it meant the world to me. We think that, even right now when I was talking about happiness, I kept referring to Mount Everest. I shouldn't have to talk about the biggest mountain in the world to be like, you know what, this is what you need to reach for happiness. A simple mountain could have done the job, right? And to me, the simple fact for my father always told me, hey, you should be grateful because you have 2 limbs and you're normal. What I mean by normal is you don't have mental deficiency, right? He's old school, so you know that's not the way he talks. Those arms are meant to serve a purpose. Those legs are meant to serve a purpose, right? And it's not because you don't really understand what he means. When you don't understand what he means, it's beautiful. You're blessed to have these limbs, these working limbs, but even more blessed to be using them for something, right? And depression is that. Depression is being in here so much and you don't see the world outside. Being grateful is going out 3 days ago. Being grateful, going out 3 days ago, and thinking that it's going to be a normal trip. A normal trip. Being grateful is seeing outside that there's no sunrise. You know what? You said, okay, you know what? Let's just go out and have fun. And then you reach a certain area, but you didn't know that there was going to be a sunrise, but there was a sunrise. So you're enjoying yourself. I'm grateful. One of my favorite videos to make ever made was a night where the meteor told me, hey, this is a really rare occurrence. There'll be a strawberry moon. And realizing there was way too much cloud to see it. If you know why it meant something, you know what? You want to know why it meant something? Because the way, the road to get there was worth it. The road to get to this point A, B, C was worth it. And it was just fun. It was just sweet. I was just saying. And it's making me think about it. It makes me ponder about life. It really makes me ponder about life. Because my way to happiness was seeing the strawberry moon. And I got carried away and I didn't even care about getting there. And then when I didn't have the strawberry moon, I was like, fuck, I didn't get it. It was after I got it was after I didn't get the strawberry moon that I was able to say, you know what? The road we got there, the preparation we had to get there was fun. It's crazy. It's insane. It's really hard out there too. It's insane. Insane thinking that I'm 32 years old and I still have yet to find the pursuit of happiness. I still have yet to find it. And it may be sleeping with my son in the bathroom. And it may be fixing the projector, which I invested money for. It may be lending money that I don't have to my boss. And yeah, in this case I may be Will Smith with my son James Smith. That's the pursuit of happiness. That movie will never really understand what happiness is. The rally takes the struggle he has. And it's only when the struggles are done that he's able to be happy. And maybe, just maybe, just maybe, that was the answer all along. Who knows? Anyway, I love you guys. Take it easy. Peace. Salut, c'est Jean-Charles, j'espère que bien, je passe une belle journée en ce 18 mai 2025. Aujourd'hui, on parle de mon expérience chez le fleuriste. Maintenant, le fleuriste, pourquoi le fleuriste? Fait qu'on va faire une histoire courte et une histoire longue. J'ai des amis proches qui sont peut-être d'un fleuriste. C'est quoi un fleuriste? C'est ça, le travail, mais oh mon dieu, je suis fatigué ici. Pas clair. Écoute, ça c'est un blooper, on va parler. Puis j'ai eu à travailler. C'était comme, j'ai montré que ça fait des mères, on avait une fois, on avait vraiment besoin de ton aide. Maintenant, quand tu te rends compte à quel point un fleuriste, c'est pas d'argent, lui, il y a des grosses périodes comme la Valentin, la aide des mères. Et c'est qui achète des fleurs quotidiennement. C'est très rare. Très rare. Fait que tu te dis, bon, regarde, en plus, j'ai besoin de travail, j'ai besoin d'argent, j'ai besoin depuis un bout. J'avais le chômage fini. Fait que là, j'ai des économies. Les économies, ça se passe. Fait que là, je cherche travail parce que là, si l'économie commence à baisser, ça commence à baisser. J'ai pas de problème parce que je suis oh mon dieu, j'ai pas d'argent, mais je suis pas loin. Tu remarques une job d'une semaine. Il me dit, tu vas avoir un salaire à temps partiel. Fait que, encore une fois, tu sais, c'est un paycheck, c'est même pas me faire engager. C'est juste un paycheck, c'est comme un contrat de vie. Puis j'ai travaillé, à la fin, j'ai travaillé 19 heures, en 2 jours. Fait que je suis stressé, je fais pas le faire. Je fais un peu de travail, je fais un gros travail. Je sais pas la question. Bon, moi je vais faire. Le simple travail, le simple fait d'être valorisé, le simple fait de mettre la main à la pâte. Diplôme de boulangerie en plus. On suit une espèce de logique, tu sais. Le simple fait que j'aille travailler. Déjà une fois, c'était. Déjà encore là, c'était incroyable. Le mois d'avant, même pas le mois d'avant, quelques semaines avant, il y avait les élections qui étaient aussi extrêmement importantes dans le sens de valoriser le travail. De refaire l'expérience plusieurs fois, mais quand même qui était importante. De me faire dire, hey, tu travailles de la facette, tu sais. C'est drôle parce que. Pourquoi c'est drôle que je la fais? Parce que ça fait 4 ans que c'est du contenu. J'en ai mis des heures, j'en ai mis des efforts, j'en ai mis des soirées blanches à travailler. J'ai travaillé pour ça, tu sais. J'ai pas travaillé l'année passée pour une compagnie, mais je travaille pour moi-même. Puis c'était aussi demandant. Mais je sais pas, je pense que le fait d'être un employé aussi, de faire dire, fais ci, fais ça, ok, il faut que je fasse une formation en générique. Je pense que c'était tellement différent. En fait, c'est vraiment éprouvant parce que j'ai un surpoids. Fait que me tenir debout pendant des heures, c'est difficile. Je sais pas les fleurs, en fait, le monde, des clients qui demandaient c'est quoi ces plantes-là. Puis moi leur dire, hey, je fais ta plante, pourquoi ça va ici? On me l'a dit ça. Tu sais, il faut d'aider les gens, mais si tu veux, c'est difficile. Mais pas la responsabilité. Tu sais, le travail de faire des vidéos, c'est vraiment le fun parce que j'ai mis des heures. Un point, c'est tellement incontable. Mais aussi, c'est une journée, je peux dire, je ne fais pas de vidéo, ça ne pas. Mais j'en fais pas. Ça finit là, c'est pas plus grave que ça. C'est pas plus grave que ça. Oui, c'est dommage, mais c'est pas grave. Puis, tu sais, je suis extrêmement reconnaissant de ce qu'on a compris déjà. Mais je vous cacherai pas que il devrait passer de moi qui est comme bon, mais. J'aurais aimé ça aider les clients, là, tu sais. Puis c'est pas les fleurs, c'est juste aider les clients. Tu sais, quand je fais du contenu, est-ce que j'aide les gens, peut-être que c'est le but principal, oui. Je suis pas capacité d'aider, tu comprends? C'est le travail ici, c'est vraiment la place que tu me dis, je vais l'aider maintenant. Tu vas dire merci, tu m'as aidé. C'est incroyable. C'est incroyable. De travailler pour dire je travaille pour un salaire. C'est tellement un principe qui est tellement bizarre parce que tu dis je suis pas un. J'ai des rêves, tu sais, je travaille pour mes rêves versus je veux pas travailler pour accomplir les rêves de quelqu'un d'autre. Mais tu travailles puis hey, les gens, tu fais partie d'une équipe, tu fais partie d'un mouvement qui plus grand que toi, ça fait du bien. D'avoir une motivation financière, de dire Chris, c'est difficile, mais à la fin de l'année, il va avoir un salaire, puis il faut que je te donne. C'est aussi très valorisant. C'est aussi te pousser à quelque chose. De faire dire non. C'est aussi important. C'est tellement une expérience incroyable, c'est tellement une expérience qui est demandante. C'est son orgueil de travailler pour toi, pour quelqu'un d'autre. Là, je sais c'est des amis, tu sais. C'est pas d'inconnu, c'est une monde que je connais, c'est une monde qui sont gentils. C'est tellement une belle expérience de voir le réveiller à cette heure, d'avoir un horaire, de dire hey, t'es pas là, ben tu vas rencontrer quelqu'un d'autre. D'avoir mal au pied, mais de me dire Chris, tu peux pas partir maintenant, de moi. Je que ça ferme. De suivre. Je pense que suivre, je pense que je suis pas un suiveur dans la vie. Je pense que je suis pas un suiveur, je pense que je suis pas quelqu'un qui veut suivre quelqu'un d'autre. Sauf que la structure, ça apporte ça. Quelque chose que j'adore, quelque chose que j'ai besoin, quelque chose qui a une certaine importance à mes yeux, qui a un certain but, tu sais. C'est vraiment belle expérience, je suis très reconnaissant. Ça fait du travailler, ça fait du faire ça fait du bien de me faire dire quoi faire. Ça fait du bien d'être structuré, d'avoir un horaire. Ça fait du bien d'endurer les clients, c'est un peu moins plaisant. Parce qu'il y a des clients qui étaient vraiment plaisants. C'est faire un effort supplémentaire. Ouais, c'est vraiment cool. Don't blink, it's your Blake, welcome to the Show. Guys, doing well, we're having a wonderful day on this 18 May 2025. Today we're talking about something that I have to talk about during the Minute of Watch, the witchy with Star Wars, and it is just being thankful for the influence of Star Wars. And then this video was supposed to be making at Star Wars, but almost like into Fates. I'm supposed to make it today. Why? Because I figured I didn't make it, first of all. No, because I saw my content yesterday, my content, which is the bigger nerd than I am, which I know is hard to believe. Because you look at me and you see extreme nerd, you look at him and he's like, oh my god, what a fucking nerd, you know? And I just want to be saying thank you to Star Wars. The importance of it in the culture, Okatakon, which when I was younger, you were a nerd if you liked Naruto, you were a nerd if you liked manga. Now it's cool. Why is this so important? Because we're finally able to enjoy what we want. Find community, social media, you can find a community, you want to like Beyblade. Let's like it, you want to find like Metabots, let's like Metabots. It is fun to be a nerd, it is fun to have your own goal, interests, and passion. It doesn't matter what people think about you. It doesn't matter how they feel, it doesn't matter if they make fun of you. It's a blessing. Star Wars used to be for nerds. Now it's cool enough to have its own day. One of the biggest games, Fortnite, embrace it. We have a 3 weeks event, which is fucking phenomenal. But it's more than that. It's being able to say, you know what, I like this, you might think I'm a nerd, it doesn't matter. My cousin will talk about magic. I talk about building a deck and talk about it for hours. I miss that. I miss being able to talk about a nerdy subject like a manga, like Naruto, Bleach, for an hour. I miss that. But it's just to show that there's a community for everybody. And it's just, imagine the impact of a video show, a video game, a series, be influential enough to say, you know what, you deserve your own national day. I don't know what this means. But this is a world I want to live in. And for that, I just want to say thank you to Star Wars. I just want to say thank you, and that had a cultural impact. I just wanted to say thank you to everything and anything that allowed the person to feel like themselves. I've been looking for a girlfriend lately. The King community, Fat Life, a safe place to be whoever you want, to be whatever you want. It's a blessing. So I didn't do the Cheddar Pop Boys shit.
Blink, it's your Blink. Welcome back to the Compact Show. You're doing well, because the hang is wonderful. Let's get back into the tower. We haven't played in a little bit of time, so yeah. I'm about to play a little bit more, so let's play a little bit more. Shall we? I like saying shall we. I don't know why. Nor don't I think that I need a reason as to why. Just like saying it, you know? It is super fucking early. We want to make some content, so some content we will do. By the way, fix the problem with the this word. This word, which was a place that was constantly breaking. The recording was constantly breaking. Turned out that if you allow the audio on the recording, it's more demanding on the recording, so it was breaking. So since we didn't allow the audio, I think it was good now. Let's go. Don't blink. Yes, you blink. Welcome to our show. Guys doing well. You guys are having a wonderful 19 May 2025. It is extremely early, extremely early. But for me, it's extremely late because we haven't went to sleep. And this is behind the scenes, but there's a story behind it. Lately, we've been really doing well. I'm gonna make a video about it. It'll be a long ass video, but it's gonna be a good video, I hope. And yeah, we've just been working so hard. So yesterday, I'm working, and I realized that I'm about to go to sleep. It's 4:15, and I'm like, if you just stay awake for an hour 15, you're watching the sunrise. This is what we stayed up for. But you know what? It's all good. It's all good. Because we'll manage. We're uploading videos, filming, recording. It's gonna be a good day. It's gonna be a good finale of the day, shall we? I got a pimple, huh? Damn, pimple in the nose. There you go. Don't blink, it's your blink. Welcome to the show. How's it doing well? Because I'm having a wonderful day on this 19 May 2025. We were about to sleep, but then I decided that we were going to wait for the sunrise. And waiting was indeed worth it. So we're going to stay up a couple hours more, film some content, and allow you guys to see the sunrise. Yes, I'm barely making it. All I have to do is this. Hi, how are ya? Tower, snacks. Some behind the scenes footage. That way I don't bore myself to fucking tears. Enjoy the sunrise. Oh, very dirty. Don't yes, you're waiting. Welcome to the show. Everything welcome and having a wonderful day on this 19 May 2025. We are extremely tired, yes, but we're gonna make a video about it because I feel good, I feel great, I feel motivated, and with that motivation comes a almost crazy need to make content. I don't know why. The reality is we're still up. I finished working yesterday at 4:15 a.m. and I was like, if you're just able to wait another an hour, you get sunrise. And if you get a sunrise, all you have to do is stay awake for 2 hours to make content till this battery dies. To upload while we sleep, but also charge while we sleep because we're having a lot of problem with batteries, especially on this one. I'm looking at you, dude. Today we are tasting. I'm supposed to do it in French. Well, we do an intro. So we decided for this day, we finished watching season 3 of Trailer Park Boys, the movie of Trailer Park Boys. We're gonna do a video on making content and how motivated I am and the weird sense of this almost deep distress when it comes to mental health and how much it's helping us and how we're really afraid that we're gonna fall back. But at the same time, this is the possible best thing I could do, you know. And yeah, I'm just super excited. Then we're gonna talk about mobile gaming and we're gonna talk about some Final Fantasy. We're gonna do a strategy talk. So we have a couple hours of content. No energy drinks because I want to sleep well. See, in my book, it's not how long you sleep, or it's not when you go to sleep, it's how good the sleep is. There's been time where I slept for 10, 12 hours, and it is like I didn't sleep at all. So I really want to sleep well, and I feel that if I have an energy drink, I won't be able to sleep well. However, I am kind of hungry, so I'm gonna have a little bit of a snack. That being said, let's start this final track. Let's start this. We're seeing the finish line, and you'll get to see it. Salut, c'est Tom Chanel, je pense que journée en ce 19 mai 2025. Aujourd'hui, on se fait une petite dégustation, on se fait un petit apéro, un apéritif instantané. Quelle belle idée. Quelle belle idée. J'aurais jamais pensé. On a mangé des saucissons de la Savoie hier. On a vraiment trippé. Là, on respecte un petit peu la mentalité. On va dans le nom de Fayard, un autre produit délicieux de la France. D'où la raison pour en parler en français. Moi, j'ai du contenu en anglais, mais pour l'instant, j'ai décidé d'honorer la langue de Molière, d'honorer mes ancêtres, nos cousins, de Paris jusqu'à Lyon, sans oublier, bien sûr, les Champs-Élysées. Sans oublier bien sûr les Parisiens, sans oublier les gens de... Ouais, je suis pas une grande culture de la France, mais rien que si tu es de la France, on va savoir qu'est-ce que j'ai oublié, d'où tu viens, qu'est-ce que tu peux manger souvent. Aujourd'hui, on va dans le Fayard, on va à l'apéro parisien. On va avec retraite tradition. Fait que moi, j'ai pas avec ces saucisses-là. Mon patron, qui avait une boulangerie, j'ai eu un diplôme d'études en boulangerie, diplôme d'études professionnelles bien sûr. Je suis fatigué, je suis vraiment fatigué. J'arrive pas à dormir, en fait, je suis fatigué, pourquoi pas. J'avais un patron qui était un frère de France, c'était vraiment un truc que j'ai vraiment aimé. Il y avait une culture culinaire assez incroyable. Sa culture culinaire, en fait, c'était des produits trans, de n'importe où, des macarons jusqu'à des chocolats incroyables, mais en passant surtout par des produits comme le fromage, des saucissons qui étaient incroyables. Puis, qu'est-ce qui m'a vraiment resté en tête, c'est des saucissons, j'en ai plus la sorte, mais c'est des saucissons courbés, avec beaucoup de farine par-dessus. Des saucissons séchés à la vieille méthode, qu'on fait pendouiller auprès de plafond. des saucissons artisanales, des saucissons qui respectent les traditions, qui respectent la mentalité d'autant. C'est juste tellement une belle tradition d'avoir cette nature-là dans sa produit, de ne pas avoir une saucisse qui est broyée et qui est là-dedans. Mais un produit un peu plus grossier, un peu plus de maison, un peu plus. Encore une fois, j'ai le mot artisanal marqué. Un saucisson qui, à la fois. Pourquoi je l'ai aimé? À mes yeux, c'est pas pire. Tu fais une baguette de pain chaud, tu fais de beurre, le saucisson, même pas tranché. C'est parfait. Oh, le souvenir. Juste le fait que ça soit sèche, parce que ce saucisson séché bien sûr. En même temps humide à cause de la graisse, le montant de graisse qu'il y avait après le saucisson. Ça fait que c'est vraiment un bon produit, parce que tu te dis, ah, c'est bon parfait. Ok, j'ai jamais goûté à celui-là, mais c'est la même essence. Au regard, ça me rappelle, je sais pas si c'est la farine, je sais pas ce que c'est, autour. J'ai pensé que c'était du sel. C'est sûr que le sel, c'est un agent de préservation. L'odeur qui sort de ça, l'odeur est incroyable. Hier, à Maison de Savoie, aujourd'hui, Maison Fayard. Quelle maison il préfère? Gryffondor, bien sûr. Ah ouais. Vraiment bon. C'est pas de celui-là. Fayard. Donne la victoire. On dirait que c'est le côté parfait. La viande. La viande, soit là-dessus, la graisse. La viande est extrêmement parfumée. Avec une petite épaisse. Puis sèche. Une carapace, une peau. Vraiment robuste. Je fais une partie. Oh! Ok. Spécial. Mais, sinon, un goût qui est incroyable. Un goût qui est. À quel point c'est goûteux, à quel point le goût est prononcé. Ça envahit ta bouche. La graisse qui fond littéralement dans la bouche. La qualité du produit. C'est fantastique. Wow. C'est juste incroyable. Très cher. Mais. J'ai pas essayé ce son-là, c'est meilleur que j'ai jamais. J'ai jamais mangé quelque chose d'aussi bon que ça. Puis. En réalisation. Mon patron qui m'a montré ça. J'ai travaillé pour lui il y a 15 ans déjà. Avec le goût. Mais juste à quoi de plus. Ingrédients. Regardez comment c'est simple. Or, sucre, sel, épices, nitrite de sodium, nitrite de potassium, culture bactérienne. Wow. C'est tout. Wow. C'est un rêve. Un orgasme culinaire. Wow. Incroyable. Je dois croire maintenant. Wow. Une vraie drogue. Ouais. Wow. Don't blink, it's your boy Yink. Welcome to the Culture Show. Because I'm doing having a wonderful day on this 19 May 2025. I look tired because I am tired. Which is such a good video today. Making content and how much I want to make content and how almost this last stand energy of making content. It is extremely early in the morning. Funny story. We finished around 4:15. It is 6:35 right now. And I was like, if you wait a couple hours, you're gonna be able to see the sunset, sunrise. I think about checking the sunrise before I start. I made an effort to stay awake. We just finished having one of the most delicious snacks I've had in my freaking life. Wow, what a great little sausages from France. We're playing the tower as per usual. We're also filming nature porn as per usual. And we're watching some content. Before we even start, I want to show you something that really made me happy. This is gonna be a long video, by the way. So if you don't like long videos, but you're in for a treat. Today, once again, is the 19th May 2025. I know you guys like to know the dates because I have a tendency to not post videos the day of or the day after. So by doing this, you're still getting the unapologetic truth. So we're watching Snort again. The Traffic Channel. And I want to show you something, and I just think it's so freaking funny. Look at this. look at this. Look at the thumbnail. It just makes me happy that there's a place for this. It just makes me happy that there's a world for this. Oh, wow. It's just nuts. It's just nuts. I don't know why I'm making this video. I made a video about 2 days ago with the exact same subject and it's making content. And I don't know why, because the video is 40 minutes long and I still feel like I didn't tell anything that I want to say. Thank you, Crystal Lake. And it's a bit of rakia. Found an old bottle my friend gave me, which is a vodka. So like I said, we're working and we're playing mobile game. And we're really having fun, a lot of fun yesterday. And I was like, dude, you need to sleep. And then for some reason, and it's funny because I mentioned this yesterday. It wasn't planned. I'm not master planned this shit. But we were talking about it yesterday. We were talking about how those sausage was good. I'm sorry guys. I'm still orgasmic from these. I was talking about this fatigue and how much I miss having this fatigue. Right? The computer was too close because these they're less long. They're shorter than the one we have usually. So we keep it, but I forget that they're less long. So I put them in a place that we usually put, and then it falls all off. It's okay. As long as it doesn't fall off the balcony, it's okay. See, I made this video yesterday talking about the fatigue, and how much I miss being fatigued, and how much I miss this feeling of euphoria, this feeling of, oh, I was supposed to eat on camera because my ex hated me eating on camera. I was supposed to, so then she cringed. I was supposed to say, suck it, Naomi. But you know what? It's fine. It's completely fine. It's completely okay. We'll get her another time, no problem. So yesterday I was talking about the fatigue and how much I miss it. And this morning I had this almost death grip, and it was 4. It was more than 4, and I was like, if you wait another hour, because technically speaking, it's a long story. I miss making video, but what I miss the most was making video on the balcony. To me, this is making an effort. This is being outside. It's not touching grass per se, but we spent years in the apartment, so just doing that is just so different. I have a balcony that I never used, and I started using it for making content. So of course, this is a blessing, but it's still something different, right? And I was reading about this, and it was okay. So we have, as you can tell, we're hyperactive, which makes us sometimes have problems sleeping. So and the advice for sleeping, one of them was, do not work when you sleep. Your bedroom should be your bedroom. Your bedroom should only be where you sleep. If you want to do something else in another room, your room is reserved to sleeping. And then I was like, okay, well, this applies to everything else. This applies to only eat in the kitchen. This applies to only work in a specific room. What if our office, because people with important job or people that work a lot from home, they have this office. What if this balcony was our office? Or the shitty office, it's still an office. What if it was? Right? Even when I eat my my snacks, my meal, whenever I eat on the sofa watching TV. I don't eat at the table that I have. Why do I eat that? Why do I sit at the table? Because it somehow looks more clean. It somehow looks more professional. There's this conscious effort to present to you a landscape. Now I'm gonna tell you a secret. If you show on this camera we're good, but on this camera, if you were to look at the screen right now, oh, what did I do? What did I do? Oh, shit. We forgot to film. We lost 6 minutes of content. That's not good. That is not good at all. Fuck. We lost a bit of content. Okay. Oh, it's okay, but still. I would prefer not. I don't even know what we're missing because I'm so tired I don't even know where I am. I know I'm home, but you know what I mean, right? I don't know what we missed, but it's okay. At the end of the day, we're gonna make sure that's okay. It's all good. So going back to here, right? If you were looking at this camera, if you're looking at the recording, you would see that my screen is the whole. You can see the house is nicely, but the whole sky is white. And then when you look at the final product, you can see that you can still see the cloud, you can still see the beautiful landscape. And it's just super nice. Even last week I made it live, and I had lovely girl, Angel or Mary, a really cool friend, a good friend of mine, a really cool person. And what she said is that she told me you have a really nice landscape. I love the sky, and I was like, you're right. It's a nice landscape, And I think it's so weird. I'm gonna repeat myself, but the simple mentality of it, the simple concept of it all. When the first years I was making content, which is actually making content itself is my dream, my passion, but it's also working for myself. It is also asking myself questions and actively talking. I do talk a lot, but I do not talk alone. So if I wasn't filming videos, I wouldn't talk. I wouldn't be making this effort, right? So I go in and I would just play video games all day, and I would be as happy. So with this winter, I wasn't able to do videos outside, right? I was having videos inside, and this winter was really hard for me because we had a mouse infestation in the building. So I had some mouse in the apartment. I found some food that was eating my mouth. Found some mouse dropping, which was disgusting. We had a little problem with that, right? And I was stuck inside. I couldn't go out. I could go out myself, but see, the balcony is on one side. It's a piece of heaven because it is fresh air. It is the energy of nature. It is the sun having my back the whole morning, and then the whole morning I have the sun. Till 2 o'clock in the afternoon, I have the sun on the balcony. Actually, the sunlight will show up on the balcony. So as long as I'm like that, even if it touches me, I'm still getting the vitamin that I give, the benefit of being in the sun. I could go on the fucking balcony and tan, and I'm just so grateful for that. And what ended up happening was I got good weather right away. We were doing on balcony, but I was also depressed, so I wasn't making all the content. And for 4 days we've been doing good, right? And we have this like I said, this energy of desperation, and we're still looking to make content. And the 4 days that just passed, this day is included, I've made more content than I did in the last month. Now I'm lucky, and I mentioned this before. I'm lucky because I have content for days. I just watched. We uploaded in the last 2 months. We uploaded 600 hours of gaming content. Which is clips that I have to get rid of for Twitch. We're done, by the way. We're at 71 hours. The maximum is 100, so we're more than good. I could do this, and I would still have it for. I want to say I have. It's 4 or 5 hours per day. I have 17 hours, so it would be 9 days. Yeah, so a week, a bit more than a week. I don't have to film. We're still filming myself, and I made more content in the last 4 days. But why I made that. And then when I started making content, it's weird because I'm seeing people make content. For example, I was watching Trina Tash Tammy. And Trina Tash Tammy, although she's extremely talented, she's a comedian. When you think about it, it's just a girl that took a camera and made some video. Right? There's no production quality. There's food involved, of course, which is a cost. But there's no production quality. When you make a podcast, it's production quality. So and I just miss that. Or watching, for example, we're watching right now, Stuart Hogan. The fact of how much effort it's put in. And I was watching more content. I was watching Kid Bogue. I was watching Jimmy Yemen, which are still people that I've watched. And I mentioned this before, but as a content creator, you start watching and viewing the content in a different fashion. You start appreciating the hard work. You start to wonder of all the behind the scene. For example, we are rewatching Trailer Park Boys, and if I'm being completely honest, it's such a different experience because when I recap Trailer Park Boys, I was still pretty new to making videos, that weren't gaming content. So my way of doing video was very different, right? We evolve, and I feel as a person, I feel like there's this fear of change, but there's this fear of change that just needs for evolution. I'm afraid of what I can become, but I'm happy that I'm evolving. I'm happy that I'm moving forward. See, one of the favorite things that I heard, and it was this week too. Somebody said, "It is folly to be wise when ignorance is just when it's folly to be wise," which is when Jim Leahy, Trailer Park Boy, was drunk, but it was just beautiful, and it makes you think. ignorance is bliss, not knowing that there's so much out there. All of the videos that I did, all of the questions that I've asked, all the reflection that I had thanks to this video, all of the content that I prepared making, all of those concepts, all those movies that I wouldn't watch if, and it's super weird, it's stupid, but, all of those content that we made, all of those things that we tasted, that I would have not tasted if it wasn't for making content. Those questions that we asked because I thought it was impressive. If people thought that I had a bad day, I have an outlet, it's still something that is incredible. And I was just talking, and of course I'm more aware of my life, I'm more aware of my situation, I'm more aware of the world surrounding me than if I didn't make those videos, right? But that knowledge helped me, or that knowledge didn't help me. For example, yes, you made so much content and didn't get the result that we wanted, you know? So it was just, and whenever I thought about giving up, there's always this question of what would my life be if I wasn't making content? And I know myself, I know I would have not changed. I would have not changed. I had relationships thanks to social media. I've had, already there, it's like pretty good stuff. Pretty good fucking thing. Yeah, I'm blessed to a degree where, you know, but it is folly to be wise, but ignorance is bliss. Mind breaking. That's not what I want to say. The greatest thing that the devil did was to make us believe that he didn't exist. Or that's the craziest thing. The greatest thing the devil did was to make us believe that he existed. And it's just mesmerizing as a concept. Me making this content, me watching people make content, this is inspiring. But the fact that I'm able to watch them, and how transformative it is. Wow, it's such a cool thing they did. See, for Nature Corn, and I do love Nature Corn, right? So Nature Corn, one of my favorite examples because it is so simple. Let's talk about the tower and how simple it is. We're gonna talk about it both because they're for two channels. They're for the main channel, the gaming channel. This will be on the main channel, don't worry. The Nature Corn, it does seem simple, but it's a lot of looking outside and seeing, is it worth filming and not. But the principal idea came from Shao Baptista, one of my best friends. And Shao was like, dude, and Shao is a really good, Shao, it's nuts because Shao really likes to take a picture. He will go complete weeks, he will go exploring. Oh, what did I do again? What did I do? Oh, for fuck's sake. Okay, so you know what I do? You know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna restart the video because I'm not that far in. And I'll do time 2 to speed. Because the video is an hour and a half, which is 45 minutes, so we're good. The video will not be more than 45 minutes left. So yeah, so what was I talking about? Oh, I'm so sorry. Fuck. Okay, yeah, Nature Corn. I'm tired, but I'm not crazy. Well, I'm not crazy, but that will come later in the video. We're gonna talk about that too. So with Nature Corn, Shao would go out, and Shao really did love to take a picture. And Shao, he would say, hey, I'm going to top there with posting on Instagram. So the other went, I didn't really take pictures. And I'm like, yo, show me what you got. And he would take a couple pictures, but those couple pictures were phenomenal. And I was really interested. And then he was like, yo, you like nature? And it was more so, and that's crazy. The story that's totally phenomenal. And I don't think I gave enough credit to Shao. Now that I'm more mature, let's give credit where it's due. It was like you really like nature. And in my mind, and I just told you guys that, it wasn't so much nature. Yes, I love nature. This is such a complex story. We'll get into it. But what I liked a lot was Shao and the mentality of the artist behind the painting. Or I think painting is a picture. For me, a really good picture is like a painting. Because painting to me is Bob Ross, and Bob Ross is about landscape. So I was in love with the work of Shao because Shao was such a great mind. And without being a dick, I'm gonna regret saying this. I'm not trying to be mean, but the workplace in which I was, it was dudes with a very old school mentality. We were joking about dicks and fucking each other. But out of it, there's this guy which really thought that taking pictures. It's like, you like nature, film nature. And I was like, okay. And I started filming. And at that time, I was obsessed. Oh my god, it's so complex. I was obsessed with making content, but too shy to make content. So when I started making videos as a person, the videos that I started doing were always about food. It was about food because it was a comfort zone. It was like, everybody likes food, right? When I started making content, I would have never did a video like this, or a video of opinion, or talking about something that's interesting to me. It was about food, and I was watching my content, and I'm like, dude, you're not even reviewing the product, you're eating it and saying it's good. What the fuck are you doing? You're gonna be doing an intro that's a minute long. You're gonna eat a couple of bites and say, hey, that's good, and that's it. What are you thinking? So Nature Corn was also something I could film because I didn't have to be myself. I didn't have to be Stefan, which again, I was really uncomfortable being Stefan. I was really uncomfortable in my skin. I was really having low self-esteem. So when it came to that, it was kind of crazy, and I started filming outside, right? And then people would really like it, and it's funny because Janice and I were the same. Janice and I, we have a very similar background. Due to a certain mental issue on my part, on his part, we spent a lot of time inside because it felt like a safe place. And Janice also have back issue. So it's not because he was talking about how he knows that I have. And there's time when he said that where I felt like he was living vicariously through me by me going to nature. And for example, when I'm going to a hunter moon, when I'm going to see a specific sun or specific sunrise, not a lot of people can do that, right? And at first the nature garden was that it was taking pictures of nature for people that didn't do. Then I became crazy. I became crazy and thinking that, okay, well, I need to film this part and I need to film this part, and I cannot film because my phone is empty, so I have to charge it quickly so I can hope to find something. It would work, right? So but then nature corn, and at first I and it's so fucked up. At first I was always filming the same nature corn, which was going to work and come back to work. That was the only thing I would do. And then what I started doing was I started filming specific spots. So for example, you guys all remember this spot on the water. There's a spot on the water where there's this deck, and I film on it a lot. And you guys love this because it's a really nice landscape. And I would have never went there because I don't know. It's a beautiful landscape, but I would have never went there for more than. See, that's where it's different. That's where it's really different. This specific spot is such a good example too. This specific spot is this balcony. From the balcony, you're seeing this, right? You're seeing the landscape that I have here. Right? You can see it from inside. So from this point of view, I could see it from the top of the mountain. Because it's on top of it's at the bottom of a, it's not a mountain, it's a really small like hill. The hill is better. I would see that I want to make more and I want to showcase more. So what I would do is I would go on the deck. And to me, this specific spot was kind of crazy because I was taking a risk. What if I fell in the water? What if the camera fell in the water? I'm like, fuck, it's risky, but such a cool landscape, right? And I always had this mentality of storm chasers. So people that are following tornado and they're hunting tornado and they want to get this shot. Even my stepmom, she did something that was always troubled me. And there was a time where we were coming back from my uncle's house, my aunt's house. It's more my aunt because she's the sister of my father. And the road was dark as fuck, and it felt like there was a tornado. It felt really, really kind of weird, kind of like calm. There was a storm outside. She went out of the window to take a picture, and I'm like, what the fuck are you doing? You're gonna fall. And then I started doing it because of Strawberry Moon, of Auroras Borealis, right? And then it was also cool because of Nature Corn. I have you guys that are sending me cool nature. A guy sent me 2 fucking rainbow, and I found that before. And then the mentality became, I always have to do better. And then at Christmas, I was at my father's house, and it was so stupid. They were watching the fireplace. So, no, that's not true. They were watching the TV. There was a channel that would show 24 hours the fireplace. So, they would have footage of a fireplace, of a fire burning in a fireplace. That was on the TV. And I didn't even notice. So, I come in late, because I'm a late motherfucker. Fashionably late. Not fashionable, but still late. And I sit in front of the TV enough because I don't hear anything. Usually when you listen to TV, you would hear the TV work. And people got mad at you right away. Hey, you're blocking the TV. I'm like, oh, I'm so sorry, I didn't even know you were on. And then I'm like, then I go and sit down somewhere else. And then I'm listening to the conversation. It's not really interesting. They're talking about a fucking retirement plan. And I'm like, I'm not there yet, you know? So I'm like, whatever. I remember that they told me, you're blocking the TV. And they were watching the fireplace. And I look at the TV, I'm like, what are you watching? And then something broke inside of me. And I went to check out how many views this video had. I'm like, holy shit. There's millions of views. People are looking for something in the background. And maybe that's something cool. That is something that is peaceful. You know? Very peaceful. Like yesterday, we had a lot of rain, and people really like the video because I put a video of the night sky and the rain, and you can see, you can basically see the road, right, and a couple of cars passing. Very quiet town, so that's cool. People like that. So Nature Corn became this very passive, this very active and passive. For the gaming channel, The Tower. The Tower was a game. You guys know why I love The Tower. Long story short, because I already told the story so many times. I love the Tower. I love The Tower because it was a game where I didn't have to do much. I didn't have to talk. I could do something else in the background, but most of all, The Tower was a game that I only played because I was depressed. I was depressed, I needed to do a game, I need to make content, I wanted to post content without talking. The Tower was good. Again, I was watching Breaking Bad, I was watching Better Call Saul. And then this playthrough of The Tower got more views, and I was like, oh, wow, fuck, that's my goal. I love this game. I love this game, and you guys like it. So I started playing a lot more, and I became obsessed with The Tower. And then I got tired of The Tower, and I'm like, I'm still getting good views on the playthrough. So maybe the game, right? And now we're having The Tower. So we've been filming this video for 25 minutes. 25 minutes and 50. Let's do 26 minutes. The Tower has recorded over 78 minutes or an hour, 18 minutes of content, which is completely insane. So yeah, so these 2Ks, this content was still something I was able to do every day, even in depression. But with the mental health getting better. And also it's nuts because your whole point of view is so different. So at first, what you do is you like watching content because it's different. And it's crazy because I was watching, I think it was John Taffer Bar Rescue on YouTube, and they put in ads, and I was like, fuck those ads, and I was as addicted that if I was watching a show that I really like on TV, right? And I realized that I really like watching videos, right? And something wrong with that. So I started watching and I started watching and I started watching and I started watching and I started watching. And then I'm like, whoa, bro, this is amazing. And for the longest time, as a content creator, I didn't want to watch content because I thought it was going to be affecting my content in the way I do things. Because it could be affecting, it could be your influence on what you do. Oh, talk about this, it's a good subject to talk about it, right? Versus something that came from you. And there's nothing wrong with talking about something that somebody else talked about. However, talking about the subject that is, still, for example, right? Who else covered the tower? Look on YouTube next to nobody. There's 4 channels that cover the tower. And I'm the only one posting actual footage of the game and not just some talks or some they're gonna put highlights. I put the whole thing because I don't give a fuck, you know. So I'm the only guy. Now, if I was playing a game like Fortnite, people would be playing. I would be surprised. I would be curious as to how much footage of Fortnite is uploaded every single hours of the day. There's probably a couple videos per hour, every single day for the last 7 years. Isn't that crazy? I think it's bananas. But yeah, just as a whole, you know, just this idea. And again, I was so afraid during depression. I was so afraid. I'm still depressed, but we had 4 days that were very good. Very, very good. So I was still like, dude, you put in too much hours, right? And then even the context of giving up, I was like, you wasted so much time, right? Which is me being stubborn. I often say that one of my main motivation was people Captain Fat Finger, once again, destroying everything. We pressed the wrong button. I'm so sorry. I'm gonna be blaming it on being tired, but it's not it. So yeah, so when it came to depression, I still had to make content, right? And it's a very different thing because when I had my first depression due to as we were making content, it was a case. I'm just gonna be uploading some clips if you don't mind. It was a case of I need to work, and I really need to work. Right? Now, it was more so a case of I'm so used to doing this because we've been doing this for 4 years. I'm so used to doing it that it became a routine. But worse than that, I'm so used to doing this that when I don't do it, I don't feel comfortable. Not because it's a part of me, but because it's so ingrained in me, right? It's funny because the goal behind also making content with, yes, I'm not gonna change the story. I'm not gonna change the blueprint. I was getting bullied. I was tired of this. What I hated in my life. I wanted to become somebody else. We created the channel, right? But at the same time, if I'm being completely honest, every single job that I had, I was a shitty employee. I wasn't the guy who goes a step further. I would be a hard worker. I would do overtime. If people told me, hey, can you stay? I would always say yes. I was available. I was always there. I never missed. And when I missed, it was due to, you know. So yeah. So on that note, I was pretty freaking reliable. But I was never the guy who made the extra step, right? And now, there's nothing wrong with being that. A lot of people are gonna be just like me and gonna be working to live, not living to work, right? I think it's pretty cool. I think it's pretty normal. There's nothing wrong here. It's all part of the same system of I need to do something, and me versus want. I need to work versus I want to relax with my family, right? And I was making content, and it was just uncomfortable. And the worst part about this obsession that I have with making content is when I didn't do it, I was like, dude, what are you doing? You should have made some content. And I keep on mentioning that I have content saved up. Like, for example, we have 8,000 clips uploaded to YouTube that I have to rename and I have to publish because as of right now they're drafts. But still, the context of using video that you already have, it's so weird because again, I'm watching content, I'm watching people make content, and I get inspired because just like when Shao took picture, I was in love with the mental behind it. The picture was nice, of course, but the main focus wasn't the picture. The main focus was the fact that he was really talented. And imagine that you're coming from a family of doctor, right? And family of doctor, all of your siblings are a sort of doctor, your father's a doctor, your mom's a doctor, right? And then later on, you learn that your grandfather, because you never heard of him, he was a musician. And you're really put into music. Your first thought is gonna be like, oh, we're the same. Your first thought is gonna be like, yo, there's somebody else that's artsy in this domain or in this household. And that's pretty cool, right? That's pretty cool because you feel less alone. So Chow was in love with the context, but also in love with people that make content and people that are really on the grind, you know? When I had a depression, right? The first thing that I thought was like, oh, dude, I'm letting people down. The second thing that I thought was like, dude, what am I gonna do, right? Because I'm actually looking for work, and it's not working. The job search is harder than expected. It's a lot harder than expected. I wish I could tell you good news, but there's no good news to be talked about. So I'm like, what am I gonna do, right? And I want to mention again that making content for me it became a plan A. And I often say that it's a plan A that should have been, or should have stayed a plan B. The truth isn't that. The truth is, it's a plan A that became a plan A because we had no plan A. We had no plan A. My goal was just to find a job, just to work to pay the bills, and that's it. I didn't care what was the job. I didn't care how much I had the work. I didn't care how long I was going to work there. I was raised like that. I was raised into saying you need to work. Doesn't matter what you do, you need to work. This is such a fucked up mentality. This is such a mentality of, well, I don't really have a choice. Let's do it, right? Such a mentality of sheep, of hive mind. And there's nothing wrong with working, but you should have a purpose in life. Right? If your purpose is to become a father, awesome. If your purpose is to be the best worker you can be, then fucking go ahead. Fucking go ahead. Good for you. My purpose isn't that. My purpose right now is to make content because I get to talk, I get to be happy, I get to inspire people. See, I was making a video yesterday, and I'm gonna sound so fucking narcissistic, but I made a video yesterday because the Outdoors Boy, which is a channel that I love, the guy behind it, Luke, he's taking a break from making content, right? And realistically speaking, one of the videos that I made years ago, one of my first videos that I ever made, was about like a tourist bird, right? And how Chester died and Rich Piana died, and those two were my role model. And I'm like, I feel bad because those people will not have a role model. So not what am I supposed to do, but how can I help, right? And it was about the next generation, right? So for example, there's one of my followers, Andrew, also Michael, but more Andrew because I talk to Andrew more often. But Andrew and Michael, they're younger dudes, right? And they're all younger dudes. They're also Canadian, and it's a case of I cannot talk to them. I cannot talk to them without feeling like a big brother. A lot of people that I talk to, I know that if it wasn't for content, I wouldn't be talking to them, right? So in some cases I have friends that are outside of it, and for Andrew and Michael, I can't talk to these guys without feeling like a big brother or wanting to mentor them or wanting to help them and to show them the way because it's the right thing to do. It's the right thing to do. They're good kids. They're fucking so promising. Michael has a job. He goes to school. That's a hard worker, and it's my job almost as a bigger brother telling me, dude, there's more to life than this, right? And also, I think that's what you want to do. That's what you want to do, but right? I don't know. It's just it felt a need for that. This need that came from the fact that people that I considered role model died or left, right? And then with Outdoors Boy, he wasn't having making content anymore. And we also talk about people having a burnout, right? With YouTube and making content. Most people stop making content because they have a burnout, right? But what we're talking about it's weird because we're not talking about the people that have been there since a long time. We're always talking about new accounts, right? Like for example, I was nervous because my finish date for the unemployment was coming, and I was like, why is it not working? And I went on Reddit, and then people were constantly saying, hey, my channel was doing well. And then I started asking people for the channel, and it was always fucking edited content. There was no original content, right? And I don't think there's anything wrong with editing content, but I feel like there's still a need for original content. I feel like there's still a need for doing this. The what I'm doing right now will have no impact. It will not change anybody's life. It will not change anything in anybody. Perception of me, hopefully. Even then, when I started making content, I was depressed. At first, I was like, and I don't want to sound ungrateful. I love you guys. I really do. At first, I was like, wow, I'm so lucky my community understands, right? But then, I didn't feel like people were holding me accountable. It was take your time. I didn't lose a single follower. From not making content for like a month, for not answering comments. People didn't care, right? And I think people are understanding of my situation. At the same time, I want to be held accountable. I want to be told, dude, you're fucking up. What are you doing, dude? What's the next video? When is the next live, right? Not because I need people to care, but because I need to be told, like, yo, we're doing so much for you, and you gotta do it for much for me. You truly are, and I want people to be like, yo, we're doing so much for you. What are you doing back for us? Oh, this relationship, this friendship, isn't mutual, right? Yesterday, but it was before yesterday. We just didn't see. It was a crazy day because we saw cousin I haven't seen in more than a decade, right? And they welcomed me back with open arms, and it's like nothing ever happened. And I was grateful for it, but I was like also like, dude, I kind of fucked up. I should have made more effort to talk to you guys and be close to you guys, right? And I'm glad that they didn't. I'm glad that they didn't hold a grudge. But if they hold a grudge, I would have understood. And then you're in this limbo, this sort of limbo where you're like, well, I don't really know how I feel about it, right? I'll feel be forgiven. See, what part of maturity, as a kid, whenever I would beg for forgiveness. Whenever I was forgive, I was like, okay, cool. Even last year with my father, when we had a big fight, I was looking for forgiveness, and the reason for depression was because he said something about not forgiving you, and you want to earn that forgiveness. You don't want that forgiveness to be given. That forgiveness doesn't mean shit. How many times did you forgive somebody but you wanted nothing to do with them, right? Even then, it's always a question of if it was meant to be or not. Some friendship, I fought for some friendship that was not meant to be. Making content, maybe that was not meant to be. When people are saying, like, what do you think? Oh. Yeah, we have a pimple. And it kind of hurt, so let's pop that bitch. Do not pop your pimple at home. You can leave mark. I'm gonna get uglier, so I don't really mind. This people. I was talking about how Doing something that was not meant to be. And then people like, why do you think this is meant for you? Well, I like talking, I like being social, but it's really hard. I don't have this humongous social battery, right? And I was talking about this before yesterday. I'm like, I cannot expect my life to always be a safe place. There's always gonna be troll, right? People are jealous of success. I had a guy, and this is a true story. I had a guy, I'm not gonna say his name, but he was coming to live every single day before. And I trusted him so much I became a mod. And then I stopped doing live because of a mental health reason. Right? And then when I came back, I lost a lot of people that were coming to live on a daily. It's normal. And then he came in and he didn't say shit. He was like, oh, the fell off because I didn't get as much views as I was getting. And it hurt my feelings so much. Because I was like, dude, we're friends. Why are you saying that? We're friends. You shouldn't be saying that. But this guy had the balls, had the honesty to talk about something a lot of people talk about. See, right now what we're doing is we have drafts that we didn't post. They don't have a name. So we have to rename them. So what I do is I just take the name of the game. And it's as simple as that. So we save it, and then what we're gonna do is gonna be posting it because YouTube is stupid. When you post it multiple videos at a time, it is gonna post them. That still hurt. Fuck. As a draft, and then you have to take the draft and post them all. So that sucks. Oof, I burned myself. Computer's warm. So yeah. So with making the content is also about being open-minded as people are not gonna like you, right? And it's putting yourself out there. And that's something that also I've never done. I never put myself out there. When giving the choice, I would stay alone. When giving the choice, I would stay home, you know? But then, me stopping meant what? Because again, the subject of this video is making content. Me stopping meant what? It meant that it had a weight off my shoulder. I felt free. I felt like I could do something. I felt like I could relax. And all of these are my own volition. I want to be in a case where I don't work. I could have gone to sleep. You know what I could have done? I could have put 2 alarms. 2 alarms only. All I had to do was to put an alarm clock after 1 hour, film from the window, from the bed, film, post it, charge your phone, and that's it. That's all I had to do. Did I do it? No. Should I have done it? Possibly. Who knows? At this point, who knows? But you know what I know? I'm out here making videos. See, there's this. I have a mental sickness, and it's not ADHD. I know ADHD is the obvious one, but I have this such a toxic relationship with making content. I have an opposite personality. I get addicted. I have an addictive personality. So whenever there's a thing that I can get addicted to, I'll get addicted to really quickly. And I'm not the most cautious guy. People are gonna like, be careful with that, you know. And even when I had the animal depression a month ago, they were like, yo, take this product. And I started taking this product, and I didn't calculate how much I had. So I'm like, doc, I'm out of it. I'm out of medication. Like, okay, well, you can see me in 2 days because it was a Friday. It was even on Monday, which is again incredible. And for the weekend, I was stressing out because I didn't have a medication. I'm like, dude, these are a crutch. You don't need that crutch. I have this same mentality with making content, and I'm not playing victim. I'm not being dramatic. This is my opinion. This is, of course, my train of thought. This is what I'm thinking right now. You can ask me this question in a month. Maybe my opinion change. I don't fucking know. But it's so poetic. Whenever I complain about being so tired, there's pride in that. There's pride in the fact that we stayed up. Whenever the best possible memory that I have, and this is so selfish, and I feel bad about saying this because you guys should be the main reason why I'm happy. But my best memories of making content, and here I'll be completely honest, it's just it's having such a busy day that you're tired. You're tired, but you know that you're gonna be doing some good job. You know, you're fatigued. You're not tired. You're fatigued. Holy shit! What a day! I worked so hard, right? And when you think about it, it's not because as we talk about this right now, I'm thinking about it, right? And I've had this feeling before. I've had this feeling before when I was working out. So maybe this whole making content, this whole social media thing, it's just getting out of my comfort zone. It's just pushing myself to be a better person, a stronger person, a way better. See my cousin yesterday was weird because I saw them how they evolved. Right? And I was talking about them, and I was talking about how yes they evolved, but I still knew them so much that I could kind of tell. Like, okay, well, this is still my cousin. This is still, like, for example, with my youngest cousin Louis. Louis is a nerd, and he was still a nerd, and I fucking love that he's a nerd. Samuel, my cousin that is the closest in my mind, completely in love with working out. He hasn't in love with working out. My cousin Patricia, a woman of opinion, and it's so nuts because Patricia the one that changed the most. Patricia, she had such an issue with her emotion. She's not a bad person, but she gets impulsive, right? And then I saw her before yesterday, and she was so calm. And then there was moments where she would get mad, but she brought it on herself, and she wasn't the one that did the most work out of it. And you're seeing them evolve, right? And then you look at yourself. I don't have any brother, but if I had brother, we would have this relationship, right? That's how close we were. My father's house is a duplex. You know it's a duplex, right? So my father is the owner. He lives on the first floor. The second floor is for possible renter. The first rental that he had for 6-7 years was my uncle and my aunt. So I grew up when I was born. They were the renter for the first 6-7 years of my life. My parents got divorced. This is a crazy story. My parents got divorced. This is such a. This is so. There's so much that makes sense, and yes, I'm tired, so maybe I'm delusional. Yes, I'm tired, so maybe what I'm saying is not making sense, and maybe we wake up and I'm like, what the fuck are you talking about here, Ink? The first years of my life, I had my cousin. They were really close, and we were more so brother than cousin. I was the fourth sibling. My parents. This is nuts. My parents got divorced. I was 6 years old. My cousins left the upstairs apartment. I was 7 years old, almost 8. You know, and then we grew up, and I was seeing the chaos and how hard it was for 3 growing adults to be in the same house. My Samuel and Louis always fighting, always fighting. It was mostly Samuel starting it, but Louis was, and I was proud of Louis because Louis was defending himself, right? Patricia was going through. She was older than me, so she became a teenager way before me. And she was still a woman, so it's very different. And always fighting with her parents because they didn't understand her and they didn't look to understand her. And it's crazy because when I got older, I dealt with the same problem. When I stopped being submissive, when I stopped saying yes, the thing my parents were saying, I was like, okay, well, fuck you. It's crazy. The first time, I don't remember what it was. And this is the crazy part. My father asked me to do something. I looked at him and I said no. His mouth dropped. That was the first time I ever told him. What did he say? I was like, go to your room. And I could hear him talking because I was in my room. My room, the wall was thin. And he would say, I can't believe he said no. I don't know what to do. And I felt proud, but it was the same thing I was talking about, you know? Saying no to the parents. Which was crazy. This comparing to yourself, to your siblings, or to a close cousin, or to your friends, right? You compare yourself, and it's not so much competitive. Maybe it is competition. I don't think so. Even you're comparing yourself, and sometimes you're consoling yourself or not. But when I grew up, I was seeing the chaos of the tree, hiding 3 kids, and I was happy that I didn't have siblings. So it was the same thing. And again, this is the weirdest thing, but it was the same thing as being a grandparent. And being a grandparent mean that you get to see your kids because they're your kids' kids, and they're still kids. But when you're tired, okay, goodbye, go. It doesn't matter. So being a cousin was that, right? And at the time I was like, well, you know. It's insane. It's insane because maybe that's what I needed. Maybe I needed to compare myself to say, hey, maybe what you're doing is wrong. I told you, one of the worst things that I did in life was... Dude, I want to go sleep, but we're going to finish this and that's it. How can I even put this into word? The worst thing I did, and this is hard to admit, but was being alone because I didn't have opposing thoughts. Everything that I thought about it for so long that I thought it was the only truth, and it wasn't only truth. It was the only truth because that's the only truth that I knew. It wasn't the only truth, right? So when you put yourself out there, when you put yourself on social media, you're gonna make some close bond. Sometimes those close bonds are gonna tell you, "Fuck you, you're wrong," right? And you're looking for that, and you're not looking for yes men because what's the point of having yes men? So maybe I'm putting myself out there. Maybe I feel the need to talk about videos. Maybe I feel the need to talk about opinion. I'm telling you something, and it's gonna sound crazy, but I hate making a video or having an idea for a video. So for example, I'm gonna do a video about how hard it is to find a job, right? And I'm gonna write down the ID for not for this. I'm gonna write down the ID. It's gonna say an ID, and then a week later, after that I have this to do this, and I'm looking for new IDs for videos. Like what my nose, I see that, and my opinion completely changed. So because my opinion completely changed, what changed my mind? Did I have some information which I can say, okay, well you're wrong, or was it because the original content or the original ID wasn't good? And I think putting yourself out there is needing that, is looking for that. It's not necessarily self-harm, but it's putting yourself in the public opinion. It's like this guy, and it's gonna sound extremely narcissistic, but it's like this guy who has a thesis, right? And he's a mathematician, and he has his thesis, and he's presenting it, and he's afraid that somebody is gonna come in, right? And then there's a person who's gonna get some prizes because he's the first guy that figured it out. I don't know what he figured out, but he figured out something. And then he goes to a conference, right? And then there's this expert, and they're looking at it, and they're here to share the glory of him and say, hey, congratulations. And then we listen to this thesis, and then there's a guy who raises his hand and says, hey, you're wrong. Everybody's looking at him like he's an asshole. No, the real asshole is the person and the crowd that knew that he was wrong and didn't say shit. You know? I mean, that's what I need. And again, this would fall into the pretense of being held accountable, right? And being held accountable is so freaking important. Not important, again, in the sense of, well, this is something that I'm missing, something that I need, but more so in the sense of, well, maybe that's what maybe that's something that's missing from my life. Maybe that's something that I have to put myself through. I just said something incredible, not something that I need, and then right after I said something I need. And definitely you know that you really need something. Versus you want. It's always gonna be about want and need. I need something, but I'm so against the concept, right? nobody gonna put themselves on the public, towards the public opinion and say, hey, lynch me, fucking throw me rocks, right? But then when they do throw you rocks, like, okay, well, maybe I deserve them. And then coming back to the making content, this is really attractive, this is really addictive, right? And the other part, I was talking about being fatigued, right? I fell in love with content. So at the height of, if I'm being completely honest, I went crazy. I did go crazy. Last October, I was crazy. I went insane. I didn't go to mental asylum, of course, but I went insane. I was obsessed with making content, obsessed to a point where it wasn't healthy. Obsessed to a point where I was injuring my own health to make content. I lost friends, I lost close friends, people started judging me, people left. It was my fault because I became crazy. I became obsessed, and again, my father would call and say, hey, come take a coffee. Which is 35 minutes, and I was like, fuck you, I have to work. I didn't say fuck you, but I said I have to work. It's like, what? I had this neighbor. If she says hello and I don't answer, she'll come and knock me and say, hey, I'm talking to you. So I have to make sure that and I thought she loved me. So yeah, so that's pretty much it. That is pretty much it. It is so nonsensical when you think about it, but it is the truth. I lost friends, but those people that left, they weren't assholes. Look how close they are, guys. You see them. You see how close they are? That's insane. That is insane. That's why they're not mad at me for talking in the morning, because they're so used to having heard the person that lived here before. Small little pause. The person that was there before me was feeding pigeon. When I came into the apartment, I was being awake by pigeons beaking the window to get fed. And I'm like, wrong guy. You know? At the height of the craziness, I did a video that will always trouble me. That always trouble me. I made a video about something that Conor McGregor said. He had this whole speech about. Now what we're doing is we're watching what is Frank get Russian guy locked up in prison. Really good video. So like I was saying, I don't even know where I was. Okay, cool. I was reacting to this Conor McGregor video where he was saying, like, he was talking about Van Gogh and how he went crazy, and he was talking about how he lost his mind for the sport and that what makes him so good. And at the end, he romanticized the idea with saying that if my wife has a car for every single day of the week, if my mom never have to pay one bill again, if the kids of my grandkids, if they never have to work, then I will have went crazy for the right reason. And a lot of people are saying, yo, dude, this guy's off. And I saw poetry in there. You know? And I was like, dude, this is what I want to do. This is the way I want to go out. You know? I became, and again, this is not self-harm. This is not a cry for help, please. This is just me talking. I became in love with the idea of killing myself slowly. I found the idea of killing myself slowly to be romantic. For weeks on end, I would push myself to the brink of falling asleep to make videos, because I was like, dude. And then you become aware of that, you become used to it, and when you don't fall tired, like, dude, you haven't worked hard, so you have this very toxic relationship with making content, right? And then finally, because we've been finishing this video on that note, thank God we've been talking for what, an hour and a half. The reason why we're making this video is insane. 3 weeks ago, I made a video saying, hey, I feel better, but I'm afraid because I know what made me sick, and I was making content, and I was being obsessed with making content, and filming, and oh no, and posting, because we gotta post, and it made me insane, right? And I was feeling better in my very first thoughts, and it's funny because making content for me is a passion, it's a dream, but it's also a job. So it's like this guy who, and trust me, I got injured. I got a broken leg, I got a broken ankle, I got a broken finger, and it was the same as going to work and saying, oh, you're injured, can't work, okay, heal, take your time, you're good, we love you, right? And then, well, I'm healed, let's go back to work. It's not that for making content, but then again, for example, if you're injured yourself in a certain machine, there is this apprehension when you're working with that machine, because you still, you still have to use it, right? You're just more apprehensive. And with making content, I was way more insistent, and I was like, I'm afraid that if I do too much content, I'm gonna fall in. I'm afraid if I do, I felt, this is true, but I felt bad about making 2 live TikTok last week, because I was like, dude, what if people expect me to be live on TikTok? Fuck what people expect. And they want to see you live, that's great, that's cool for you. But nobody's expecting you, nobody will obligate you to do it. If you're doing it, you do it. If you don't, you know, that's it. There's no plot to the bomb. As simple as that. And then making content, I was really, very, very apprehensive. So like, dude, you know yourself, you know that you have an addictive personality, you know that you're gonna push yourself to the point of self-destruction. and you're gonna self-destruct, and then you're gonna have the same mental issue that you've been having. You're gonna be having the same problem, and you see, even when you think about like self-destruction, when you think about the mental health issue, I don't regret being sick. I don't regret being in depression. I don't regret having took time off to heal. What I regret, and this again, people are gonna think I'm crazy, but on the phone. What I regret is that the time that we took off, it made every single day, every single week, every single moment that I spent sweating blood and tears useless. Because if I made some little content, I would have as much content, I would have made as much videos. That's what I regret. I regret pushing myself to break up self-destruction just to be like, well, we self-destruct, we have to repair. No, there's a reason why you self-destruct, right? There's a need for consequences. There's a need for a follow-up. If the follow-up to self-destruction should be repair. The follow-up to repair, okay. The follow-up to self-destruction could be repair. That's good. But the response to repair should be self-destruction. You're like, I self-destruct, I repair, that's it. I'm not gonna fix it once. There's this whole fucking verbiage of, if it's not broken, don't fix it. You know? So why fix it? Yeah. It's just that's just the thing, right? And I'm sorry, I'm getting emotional because I forgot about the video that I did. So we're talking about my ex today, and this ex, Noemi, a really good ex, a really good girlfriend, by the way. She pushed me so much. She was trying to get me to improve, and she was being honest. It was like, hey, I saw this video, I don't agree, etc. And she was really trying, right? And then I really fell for that girl. Really had emotion for her. I fell in love, which is normal, right? And then I hurt her feelings, right? And you know, the thing with Noemi, it was up and down. But when it was up, it was delicious, it was amazing. When it was down, I felt bad. So I made this video because I heard her feeling and I was crying, right? And then she saw the video I was crying. And it's like, this is what they want to see emotions, right? And this crying was a form of art in itself because it was raw emotion, pure emotion. You don't want to go there. You don't want to push yourself to the brink of tearing up. Just like you don't want to push yourself to self-destruction. But what if self-destruction was an art, right? What if maturing was going through hardship? One of those hardship was me being fatigued, me being tired, and me knowing that no matter how tired I am today, I'll have to do the same thing tomorrow. We've been making content for 4 days now, almost nonstop. We've been making more content in the last 4 days than in the last month, right? It's nuts. It's nuts. I could be afraid. I could be really afraid that I'm gonna go back into the self-destructing mode. But the reality isn't that. The reality is, right now I feel like making content. Right now I feel like making videos. Right now I'm inspired. Right now I'm motivated. Right now I feel like I'm back on the prime. Right now I feel like I'm indestructible. And it isn't normal. It is a very scary feeling to go from wanting to self-destruct to being invincible. You almost feel like a madman. You feel in denial, you know. But then, and again, this is not planned. This is not me doing an hour and a half just to go to this. But it's the classic Icarus. So a lot of people that have made attempts to take away their own life, they get a tattoo of Icarus. So Icarus, it's mythology, Greek mythology. So what he was a kid, and him and his father was in jail. We don't know why they were in jail. They were in jail. Maybe we know why, but I don't remember. Dude, we were 94%, we were at 60% battery. What the fuck? And the father's like, I don't mind dying here, but I want you to get out of here and live your life. So Icarus is like, okay, Dad, okay, Dad, no problem. But then what the father does is, he's a brilliant writer, right? And he asks the prison guard to say, give me feather and ink. So what happened was, he took the wax on the candle, he took the feather and he made some wings, right? And then they were able to escape the prison, right? And Icarus was like, yo, I'm finally free. And then with his freedom, he went crazy. He's like, you know what? How free am I really? And he went close to the sun. And his father told him, don't go too close to the sun. Then he went too close. So then dude, what a video. I'm tired. We went from 97 to 14%. That's crazy. Oh. And then he falls to the water, right? And then people say, oh, the victim was Icarus. No, the victim was the father, because the father was willing to sacrifice his life for his son to go up, right? And then maybe we're crashing out. See, I've been watching a lot of content, right? And right now, what's popular is, last year, the popular content was Lolcow. Now it's Crash Out, so we're seeing Fusi. Yeah, Fusi shared a by the way. There's no flex. Not a flex because it's an asshole, but still. And the crashing out, it presents itself in different fashion. Maybe right now we're crashing out and I don't even know. these last 4 days, I made so much content, and there's just a certain pride to it. And I'm gonna go sleep, and the first thing I'm gonna do is make more content, right? And I'm gonna be happy because I made some content, and I feel this. There's this feeling of accomplishment. There's this feeling of you're doing something. You know, if I'm being completely honest, I hate myself because a lot of what I'm doing is asshole behavior. In a sense of I don't really want to work as hard as I'm working, but I know that I'm not the most talented, and I know that I don't have anything special. So I use working hard as an excuse, right? I use working hard as a way of saying, you know what? Even if I'm not the best, I still deserve because I work so hard, right? I put in so much time. I put in blood, sweat, and tears, blah 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 blah, all that bullshit, right? But in the end, I feel like this is a complex of inferiority, and this complex of inferiority pushes me to be this guy, right? And being this guy is being the guy that works the hardest because working the hardest is the easiest. All you need to do is go a little crazy in God, right? So me, you know, it's just insane because there's a huge part of me. A huge part of it is I want to be able to say that. I want to be able to brag. I want to be able to be proud of myself, right? And it's such a toxic mentality to be only be able to be proud of yourself than somebody else, right? That's a broken system. But it's a broken system, right? So maybe those 4 days are just me trying to get back, and me making this content definitely helped me feel better. I feel so much better. I feel like a new man. I feel reborn. I feel like I'm unstoppable. I feel so good working. To be honest, working, right? And we made a video about how I felt good about working at the government, and I felt good working in the flower shop. And I'm feeling good working right now to make content because it's a dream and it's a passion, but most of all because I'm doing something constructive. But maybe, just maybe I'm feeling great because I'm doing something that nobody else is gonna do. I can avoid to sleep. You know what's the difference? Nobody is up at 6:35 in the morning doing content. Nobody. But what's it mean? What does it mean long term? Who gives a fuck? Who gives a fuck? Does it change anything? Does it change something? Should it change something? What's the question? Should it change something? No. At the very end, we're done. I got 4% battery, so I'll finish this quickly. At the very end, I felt romanticized by the whole thought of what Conor McGregor said. If I lose my mind and I truly know that I succeeded, maybe it's been self-sabotaging since day one. Maybe I was so unhappy with myself that I became somebody else, and that somebody else had to self-destruct, right? Maybe even when I had my personality issues, where I had a problem with being Stefan, being anyone that I felt so different, and I felt like nobody gave a fuck about Stefan. Maybe. Don't blink, it's your blink. Welcome to the Show. This is doing well because I'm having a wonderful day on this 19 May 2025. Let's get the tower going. I'm excited, I'm down. Let's freaking go. I hope it's gonna work because I have a lot of videos uploading on YouTube, so the sword might be lagging a little bit, but it's okay. It's okay, Ming. Good. I hope it works. Gonna be filming some videos as always. But hey, should be pretty simple. Let's get into it. I'm a bit nervous because I lost the account for G Eternal. There you go. It's very dark outside. Good. 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 Okay, perfect. It's cold outside. Okay. What? Yeah. I died. I spawn, I die. I spawn, I die. Should I upgrade my shit before I went to get something? Okay, good. Okay, good. Good. Let's see somebody talks. I think the new mod. Schleck. Good. Schleck. Yeah, let's just do this one. That was done. Ooh, let's go. Monolith. Already monolith with the crown. Okay, so now I need my computer. I lost the account of G-Eternal, which is terrible. Terrible. Okay, it's 806. Don't blink, it's your boy, welcome to the commercial. Because doing well, because I'm having a wonderful day on this 19/25. It is cold AF. My father called me, said, hey, come over for supper. Gonna help me out with some renovation. I'll pay for lunch. So I said, okay, no problem. We woke up a little bit earlier than we're used to. So what we're gonna do is I'm gonna film this. I'm gonna be doing as much as possible. Then we're just gonna take a break and sleep a little bit, and then we'll continue making content. And at the end, it should be the same as we're doing usually. So pretty simple. Got a bag of chips. We got two plates. The tower. I got one plate of tower. I'm excited. I'm really excited. So let's get fucking going. Don't link. It's people Inc. Welcome to the show. Everything well because I'm having a wonderful day on this 19/25. There is a beautiful weather outside. It's supposed to be a sunset, so I want to film the sunset. There's no sunset, so it's not a big deal, but still. Enjoy. Sheesh. Don't blink. Yes, you're blinking. Welcome to the show. I think we're having a wonderful day on this 19/25. We're going to do something special. We're going to be doing a short review of the second movie of Trailer Park Boys. If a movie I can do short, it's this one. I've watched it the most. I had a gift card, iTunes card, and I still have my iPod. And the only movie that I bought that I could buy was Trailer Park Boy, Countdown to Liquor Day. So I know this movie in and out. From Ricky and Julian coming back from the jail, having some business. Ricky wanting to be on his own, really going forward with his schooling, and how important his family is. We also get to see a fully grown Trinity. So it's cool because you get to see how much the show changed, you know? So we're used to seeing those characters, and they're, you see those characters that are growing up, and at a certain point you have a kid that grew up with the show. So
thought it was a really nice int. The fact that there's Drew Park, one nicer part of the park, the older part of the park. This movie seemed to be more centralized around Julian, in the sense of Julian was always the main character of Trailer Park Boys. So look at season 1, they were supposed to follow him. So him dealing with failure and being the guy that's not able to, and it's really because we're also looking for work ourselves. So we're feeling a lot like Julian, like this guy who thought the world was his, but it's not his. The fact that we got a Tyrone that is getting close to the boys versus J-Rock, it was a nice change of pace because Tyrone finally got someone to shine, but it was also a, hey, the guy's really cool. And, you know, the coolest thing is this movie happened a little bit after Corey and Trevor left the show. So there's kind of like a void in the atmosphere, the universe of the show. That was really cool. The plot where it's a Leahy, Randy versus Ricky, Bubble, and Julian. Bubble having a love interest, which is, technically speaking, the only love interest he had the whole fucking series, which is great. Once again, just the fact that Randy gets so close to the boys. It's crazy because Randy gets so close to the boys. The boys could be called like a bad influence, but Randy had a bad influence with Leahy. They're two opposites, right? And the right way is the middle. And then we're seeing Ray and how often we see Ray, which is also really good. It is a great movie. It is fun. There's a lot going on. It's a lot more dramatic than Trailer Park Boys. However, the stakes feel better than feels bigger than the first movie. It feels like there's a more at stake than meets the eye. Don't blink, it's your blink. Welcome to the commentary show. We're doing well because of having one full 19th May 2025. We're a bit tired. But there's a lot of things to do, so fuck being tired. Let's get to work. Let's get to do what we need to do and be hopeful about the future. Today we're tasting Lay's Poppable sea salt. So technically speaking, this is the last one that we had. We had vegetable. We had cheddar. We had holy shit, white cheddar. We had white cheddar vegetable. We had sweet potato, and now we're having sea salt. So these looks amazing. I'm a fan of Poppable. Basically one of Lay's sub-series. It's kind of cool. Something kind of new. There's a lot of flavor. But this is more so like gimmicks. The taste isn't as important as the way the Poppable feels. It's more texture play. It's like a chocolate bar like Aero. Aero, we look at the texture versus the flavor, right? And add. So with these, I'm actually quite excited to taste them because this is the last one. They might release more, but this would be one of the only, if not the only, complete series that we've done, which is crazy. The snack you love to pop. From the unique shape and the hairy crisp to that perfect sea salt flavor, Lay's Poppable sea salt flavor snack are seasoned inside and out to light up your snack every Poppable bite. Super cool. This is one of the only times that I see Lay's trying to sell you something with a description, which is possibly them following trends that every chips have this description in the background. So this is kind of cool. It's also Lay's making an effort to sell these. You cannot get mad at a seller for trying to sell you something. You can be mad at a seller for selling you a shit product, but not mad at him trying to sell you something. That's his job. Lay's is a company made in Canada. We love that. The smell is the same as usual. Extremely fried. I know exactly, without the flavor of the sea salt, we're feeling with the sea salt flavor. I know exactly what these are going to taste without tasting them. That's a plus, that's a minus. You want to have a surprise. You want to taste something, not, well, I know it's going to be, I'm just confirming. However, like I said, that's the simplicity of the product, and that's not a bad thing per se. Really nice. Really nice. I'm tired as fuck, dude. Really nice. They're less soft than I would have expected. The Lay's, right? And they're soft, but still flavorful. Gives a taste of fries, and they're the same texture as other. Not the most original experience ever. Still very enjoyable. They're light, they're puffy, they're crunchy. The experience of Poppable doesn't get old. This is something that you, well, okay, you know. Chocolate is a really good flavor. I think if I would have to choose, I would possibly go with white cheddar for flavor and sweet potato because it's so different. No? See, it's hard because sweet potato is really a rare company that does chip with sweet potato. It's a bit harder to, logically speaking, potatoes are pretty bland. Potatoes are pretty bland. Well, when it comes to adding a flavor, this is easy. It's super easy to do. With sweet, it is a bit harder. But all in all, like I said, not the most original. Pretty enjoyable. It's not because you want them to be. It's it's not because you want it to be a bit more complex as a product. You embracing the simplicity, you're loving the simplicity, but it just feels too simple. Like after a couple, I'm already like, okay, well, this is something we already felt, it's something that we already experienced. The taste is nice, but that's pretty much it. Yeah, so that's pretty much it. I wish I could say more about it. I wish I had a better way to describe it. This product, you're gonna see, once you taste it, I mean this in a positive way, but once you're gonna be tasting one puffball, you're gonna be knowing every single other puffball. You'll be unable to understand. The flavor too, the flavor aren't anything that is crazy. For example, white cheddar, you know what white cheddar is supposed to taste like. The sweet potato, once again, is a completely different experience because the sweet potato is sweet, right? Otherwise, yeah, vegetable are nice, but I don't know. I'm disappointed for sure. Because you see the way to do it, the fries, because of the extreme thinness of this, it's really like a sponge. It really absorbs the oil in the fries. You know when you have a fry that is soggy, it's too oily. That's what it feels like, right? We just had my father invited me for supper because he had some reservation to do. We just had some fries, and those fries are crunchy and they're delicious. And those fries were 1,000 times better than those chips. And they're both fries. They're both made from potatoes. They're both salted. So yeah. Sucks, but what are you gonna do? What are you gonna do? Don't blink, it's your boy. Welcome to the Commentary Show. Let's be welcome to having a wonderful day on this 19 May 25. Today we're talking about a video for the gaming channel. As you know, we're doing some gaming videos. You're gonna see me working on a computer. So what we're doing is we have clips on YouTube. I need to post them. I need to put a name on them. So it's a lot of work, but it's more tedious than hard, you know. It's a lot of work. However, we're talking about this is the study that I talked about before. But I have an opinion, and you're seeing slowly but surely going over. And I don't know. What should I call it? Yeah. It's so tough. Because on one side, you know it's gonna happen, and you have your opinion, and the more it happens, it doesn't mean that your opinion changed. My opinion hasn't changed. Technically, this is gonna be so similar to the video we did in the past, but at the same time, it's becoming more and more of a reality. It's becoming closer and closer. If I have to give an example, we're talking about job in the workshop that'll be replaced by a robot. We know it's gonna happen. We just don't know when, but it's going on sooner than we expected. So, long story short, we're talking about mobile gaming. So, in my opinion, and it's funny that I've been doing a lot of videos about mobile gaming, about AFK, about different kind of game, and with mobile gaming, it is insane because we're getting it's so interesting but so competitive at the same time. We're getting so many video games released at the same time, and with mobile gaming, of course, there's less coding, they're less complicated. You'll never get a mobile game that is as big as like Elden Ring and shit like that, right? But there's still the limitation of constantly being pushed. We know that every single year there's a new phone, it's stronger, and we also know, and that's the crazy part. We also know that making a video game can take more than 1 year. So imagine, and this is how much of a nerd we were. We're taking to a girl, she is a nerd too, so I'm gonna flex here. I was watching a documentary on Ratchet & Clank, right? And Ratchet & Clank, and people were saying how do they do to make such an evolved game for the PS2? Well, they put code everywhere. So, and the lease agreements and the lease agreements and the credit, they put some code in there. So for the game to work, which is insane. Nobody will ever do that again. And they were able to do something that was crazy good. And with gaming on mobile, it's like that. You're saying game. Like for example, Genshin Impact. The reason why Genshin Impact was so popular was because it was so ahead of its time when it came to mobile gaming. You know, it's insane. It's insane when you realize and you even start to think about. Dude, it's insane. That is completely nuts. You're seeing the games and you're seeing them come out, and now I was talking about Genshin Impact right, and how good it was. Well, now it's constantly games that you want to play on mobile, and you want to play, and it's becoming better and better and better. Then the mobile gaming will take over like really soon. Because like I said in the previous video, it's always about you hide the phone on yourself. Everybody has a phone, everybody has a console, but now it's becoming everybody has time to game on their phone. Not everybody has time to game on a console. Imagine you're in the bus. You can't game on your console, you can game on your mobile. Imagine you're on break. You can't game on your console, but you can game on your mobile. So the games are becoming more and more. And of course there's a greed there because it's a new market, people are throwing themselves at it. But it's straight up amazing. And it's kind of the Wild West because I was playing a game 2 months ago that was called Enigma of Sepia. Now Enigma of Sepia doesn't exist anymore because it was taking from other game. I'm playing this other game which is called oops, I made a mistake. Give me a sec. Give me a sec. See, Enigma of Sepia was like that. We had this other game that was All-Star Warrior, which was again with anime characters. They were taken away. We were talking about a game called Final Fantasy Z, right? And Final Fantasy Z was one of the first that did that. And what they did was they made it on purpose to have intellectual property of other companies. Like for example, they have iPod, they have Troll. You know, it's It's risky, legally speaking, but all you have to do is take the money, go away, and say, hey, I'm broke. I can't reimburse you. So these people actively make game, even though they know that it will only last 2 or 3 years, right? And because they know that they'll make more money in 2 or 3 years, it takes them to make the game. And there's still a profit. If your profit is your cost, is the amount of cash that you pay versus your cost, minus your cost as equal profit. They're still able to have a great profit, and this makes you realize just how profitable mobile gaming is. And the more profitable it is, the more companies are going to get involved in there. I mentioned this before, and I'm going to repeat myself. Genshin Impact was a game out of 100, out of 1,000 of its quality, but now you can easily see other games that are following the trends. You're seeing Honkai Star Rail, you're seeing Wuthering Wave. Right now, and what is actually insane is the whole gaming world is looking at this. It's a collaboration. I'm playing this game called Soul Striker. They have a collaboration with Fullmetal Alchemist. Fullmetal Alchemist is not only a great piece of media, but they're also never doing collabs. And to me, this is kind of scary because I'm like, dude, this is a lot of power for mobile gaming, right? And also, my problem with mobile gaming is there's less regulation. It's a bit more predatory, right? Anybody, like when it comes to mobile game, to console gaming, we're now playing Elden Ring. Now, if you didn't know, Elden Ring is a game from software. So if Elden Ring was having, I'm out of shape. If Elden Ring was having some rules or some action that were considered to be predatory, everybody would be like, oh fuck, from software, right? But these mobile companies, they almost don't exist. And I know this is crazy. Of course they exist. Of course they're real. But it's not as, again, simply you being able to say, well, I made this game, I'm in and out, I made my money, I don't need more money, is simply crazy. See, we're offline, and that's why it sucks. It is ballistic. It is out of this realm of understanding, out of the realm of this makes sense or this doesn't make sense. I would have never thought about somebody doing something as a quick cash and grab for mobile gaming, for gaming as in general. Cash and grab. So we kind of saw this. We kind of saw this in a different way. We kind of saw this in a way of you promise something. You promise something. And the way it works is actually quite smart. The way it works is really. And it is. The journey so far. I love it. So yeah. So it's. You get false advertisements. You say this game has amazing graphic and look about this choppy, it doesn't look good. Now with mobile gaming, all you need to do, and it's actually quite smart, what you do is you take intellectual property, so you take games like Soul Leveling, you take games like Naruto, you take games like One Piece. Now these games, they don't really have, so in Naruto, except for Ninja Storm, they don't really have a great app. One Piece, you don't have a great application. When they do, they'll just do that, they'll just use those property, right? And then they'll come up with it, they'll come, and they'll use that. And the same way, there's 3 very specific things you can do. You don't want to play the game because the game is shitty. We're giving you the characters you love, and we're giving you a good game. You don't want to pay characters. So for example, a game like Diablo, right, who have a skin for Berserk, and the skin is 160. I could do a game that is similar to Diablo, that costs way less to produce. I would put the game at I would put the skin at $9, right? And then Blizzard would actively go against me financially. So what I would do, I think all the one that I would do is launder it or even spend it, or I don't know. Laundering is pretty much the best way to do it. And I would say, oh, well, I'm out of money, I'm sorry. I would bankrupt, create another company, and then say, hey, I'm a different company, I'm not making this game. It's amazing. Practically speaking, right now we're playing a game called Final Fantasy. Now, Final Fantasy is actually quite special. It's really special. Because, like I said, what it did was and this is the first time I saw it, and I think it's the first time people saw that. So they did this game, and they knew from the get-go that they would have legal problems. So they did a game, and they never mentioned that this game was going to go out of service. So we had this game for 3 years, and then they said, unfortunately, we're not making enough money. We prefer closing the server because it's costing too much in upkeep. But now I have this game downloaded, and it's another company, so they bought the rights for Final Fantasy. They bought the rights. Now, technically speaking, that is not true. It could have been the same company. It could have been Nani, which is the person that created the game. And now, what they did, which is fucking phenomenal. And I'm telling you, there's no way that you don't think that this is incredible. You can't watch ad on the game. You can't connect to the server on the game because the server doesn't exist anymore. However, you can buy some skin. You can buy some skin and they'll cash their money out. And this is incredible. This is incredible. Just thinking about it, it makes your blood boil because there's no legal aspect to it, right? You're thinking about Sujin make a game, like Sony make a game. We're gonna go against Sony. I'm talking about Nathan Drake. We're gonna go against Naughty Dog. It's insane. It's insane to think that a big studio would do it. They're a small studio, there's no risk. So there's a very predatory. And again, I'm gonna repeat myself, but predatory equal money. And a lot of companies are saying there's a lot of like gaming on mobile. We're already seeing it. We're already seeing this as, again, there's so many great games that are coming out on mobile. I'm gonna be completely honest. So whenever I have like a depression, or whenever I have a amount of week or amount of months that I don't want to stream, what I'll do, I'll do some mobile gaming because I don't have to do some clips. It's easier for me, right? And it happened a couple of times. I was in depression, I was playing the tower. I went to another depression, I was playing the tower. I went to a third depression, I was playing mobile game, X, Y, Z. And it doesn't matter which one. Like, for example, when I was 22, I had a depression. I was playing Final Fantasy. And for the first time ever, which is completely insane to say, I'm able to say I have enough mobile game of quality to only focus on mobile gaming. And being a content creator, mobile gaming is such almost a miracle because, for example, I make content and I want people to watch a video, right? So what would be a easy way for you guys to get you guys to watch a video? Well, I would take a video that is a video game that is very accessible. So I'll take a mobile game. Now, technically speaking, the problem we have is Xbox versus PlayStation. It's been a generational now problem. There's people that prefer Xbox, so they don't care about the PlayStation game. And people that play PlayStation that don't care about the Xbox game, right? Mobile game, everybody has a mobile. And most companies, they'll do like a game for exclusively for Android, exclusively for Android, exclusively for iPhone. Both of them works really well, and both of them are in a case of, well, there's enough user to make money. There's still enough user. And then what they'll do, which is even better, they'll do cross-platform. So this would be the perfect game. So I'm able to play on my phone, I'm able to play on the PS4, I'm able to play on the computer. I always have an excuse to play, right? So they do a lot of content, but they also get a lot of money. The game gets bigger. So mobile gaming is actually kind of scary because of how fast it's evolving. And I think it's always been evolving, but I think people are noticing now because of the quality of the game. It is super easy. And I just want you guys to think, okay? And we're gonna go far. I don't like my hair today. If I play with it a lot. Since Amazon, and I'm not pointing fingers at Amazon, but I'm just saying, since Amazon exists, how much more have you bought? Because all you have to do is go on Google, look at that product, oh, it's on Amazon, is buy it. You're playing video games, and usually you'll do microtransaction, but then you won't, because you're at work, you won't do microtransaction, right? So what you'll do, which is as crazy, is you'll go and have this itch to buy something. And then you're at work, and you're like, okay, no problem. If you had it with your phone, all you have to do is click, click, click. There's more when I bought something in the game. I had instant regrets. I never had this on Fortnite. I had never had this on XYZ. I had this on mobile gaming, right? So it's very dangerous. And I'm telling you right now, in 5 to 10 years, you're seeing already. You're seeing already the Huawei. It's embarrassing. But the Huawei Treefall that just came out, I better think than my laptop. Better think than this, right? Now there's games that would be able to run on this. I'm talking about Marvel Rival. I'm talking about Warcraft 3. They would work so well on the Trifold. So they're powerful enough to run games. See, I thought about this before. Mobile gaming, in my opinion, in 2012 was so great because all you had to do was download an emulator and play games that already existed, that had little to no requirements when it comes to the CPU and shit like that, right? Now, the craziest thing is there's a game I'm playing on a computer that I'm not able to play on this tablet. Now, this tablet is 2021. So yes, it's old, but at the same time, it's not that old. And it's a tablet, it's not a phone. So it's going fast. It's going really, really, really fast. And it's tough. It's tough. It's really tough. Because, and I think as a content creator, it's tougher because you want to cover a lot of things. So, for example, right? I was hearing about Pathfinder Out 2. So I went in to check it out at the price because it looks like a really cool game. I thought Pathfinder Out 1 was free. So I said, okay, let's download it. And I've been playing. It's an amazing game, and it's really, really good. So, yeah, I'm having a lot of fun with mobile games. And I delete them. I re-download them. Diablo Immortals, we deleted it and replayed it for 4 times. Because it's such a good game and it's so addictive. At the same time, you're seeing the way they're doing it and like, oh, that's great story. Yeah. With mobile gaming, you're gonna see, I'm all this to say, mobile gaming will take the lead very soon. I'm telling you. And it's nuts because there's also timing in there. So, for example, look at TikTok. Why did TikTok blow up? Because TikTok was the right thing at the right time. But there's more than that. So during the PS5, when it came out, there was so many problems. It was too expensive. There was not a lot of it. So those people that were playing PlayStation were keeping the PlayStation 4. Some of them, they didn't have PlayStation 4 anymore because they sold it to buy the PS5. So those people turned to mobile gaming because they weren't going to buy a PS4 again. They took mobile gaming and made them happier. And to me, that's insane. That is insane. Just like a game like we're playing right now, Arknight. Arknight is 7 years old. A game that is 7 years old. Now, just to put you in the space, Fortnite is 9 years old. I think, I'm not sure. So just there, that's crazy. And Fortnite has took such a place in the culture. At the same time, Arknight made enough money to be after 7 years and still be like, yo, we're profitable, let's continue, right? And to me, that's insane. To me, that's beautiful. It's not like I'm complaining, but there's actually quite a lot of advantages for the mobile game. I think at the end of the day, it doesn't really matter where you play. It doesn't really matter how you play. It doesn't really matter how you play. I think customer satisfaction is achievable on every single platform and every single time, every single place, right? As long as the customer is happy, who gives a shit? Who gives a shit? But then I'm seeing people promote a lot of games that are gambling games, and when you look at those games, they're where? they're on the phone because there's regulation. So that's why I have a little bit more problem. But that's the far west. There's gonna be more rule and regulation for the phone mobile game, and the games are gonna be less fun. I don't know. It's tougher. It's tougher. We'll see how it goes. I'm excited. So you're already empty. Let's go, baby. Let's go. Don't blink, it's your boy. Welcome to the third show. Doing well because I'm having a wonderful day on this 19 May 2025. We're about to be making some new videos, and it's pretty dark outside, but there's 2 videos left. So let's just do them and have a good time and just enjoy life a little bit, right? Today we're talking about the job search. So you guys know that I've been looking for work. You know that I've been with an agency for a couple of months, but the agency's not working. It is really, really bad. I haven't talked about it because I didn't want to complain about it, but since we're on the subject of being truthful and open about what's going on in my professional life, let's abort the subject, let's talk about it, right? The agency, when I was younger, was the shit. Because what I could do is I could just leave. There's no consequences. I could come in. If I needed to work, they were there. If I didn't need to work, I wanted to relax, no problem, right? The agency was also... No, I was a different person. I was a very different person. I was a person that didn't have a lot of self-love, didn't have a lot of self-confidence, right? So when the agency came in and they were like, well, you're not working, there's actively a period when I was going hungry because the agency wasn't calling, right? And now I'm starting to see the agency in a different sense, and I started to see the agency in a different way for about a month now. The agency feels like they know they have leverage. The agency feel like they have, and for the agency, my past experience was different because my past experience was extremely unique. I was at an agency, yes, and I was with one agent. And that agent was a friend of mine. He was a really good dude. So I didn't really deal with the agency. I dealt with this person, and they dealt with the agency, and he would hook me up all the time. But on this period of time, it does feel bad. It does feel horrible. It does feel awful because it feels like they have leverage, and it feels like they're using the leverage. They're talking to me about, hey, I don't have anything this week. Oh, good luck for next week. And I'm like, dude, you're the person that I'm trusting to find me a job, and your answer to I need to work is good luck for next week. But it's not the most reassuring. And it's about speech. It's all about the way you're talking, the way you think things. But it's not reassuring. Now, technically speaking, is it their job to reassure me? No, my job is to find me a job, right? But I feel pushy. I feel pushy, but I feel like I have to push. Versus something that is organic, something that is organic in the sense of hook me up and I'll hook you up. They're not for free. When I'm working, they make a salary, right? So I'm like, dude, don't you want to make money? Get me a job. You can take a cut, I don't care. But get me a job. And it's just like, no. And I don't like this relationship of power. I don't like this relationship of power. I think that if I was in a position of power, I would feel uncomfortable, and I don't feel like they're feeling uncomfortable. I feel like in their eyes it's just common thing. And the agency are very often talking to and working with people that are desperate. Now I am desperate, but at the same time, like, dude, I had work experience, right? They work a lot with people that just arrived to Canada. They work a lot with people that are newly arrived immigrants, and I'm like, they don't really have a choice. But with me, I know the governmental project. I know there's actual things that are put in place for income. I'm not desperate, but I would rather work, right? You're not allowing me to work because you're not finding me a job. And when you just see working, even if I wasn't a good worker, there's another company. For them, it's not so much about, okay, well, there is this mentality of agency worker that they're kind of shitty, right? They're kind of shitty. So there is. I don't like my hair today, so my apologies for that. There is a understanding that agency worker aren't the best worker, right? They're temporary, they're seasonal. They'll work for a couple of months and then we'll get rid of them. They're not employees, right? So even if I'm not the best worker, and it's kind of not necessarily understood, but it's kind of expected. Like with PCT, when I got hired, like, you've been with us for a year, you're loyal as fuck. So we like you. I hate my hair today, but I have to be able to do so. I'm not gonna, yeah, you know, I'm not gonna complain about it too much. But yeah, it feels bad, dude. It feels really bad. It feels really bad that I'm in a position where I'm depending on people that I don't feel are dependable, right? There's also the whole showcase of, there's a three men. There's me, the worker, there's the employer, and then there's a middleman, and that middleman needs to be cut, right? But that middleman is a resource for the employer, and it's a resource for the employee. So although it's a middleman, it is one of the most, if not the most important person of the triple relationship. I feel bad, so I kind of step back from agency. So the plan of agency, there's 2 things. It's either temporary work, or they're sending you a place and they'll find you a good job. And then if you do a good enough job, that job will hire you. And then you got the agency will say, hey, you have a contract with us. So you're allowed to be hired after 800 hours. So you have to give 800 hours before they even think about hiring you, which is kind of the norm. So yeah, so this is anything what I'm seeing with the agency. So for work, now work has been very complex. I've been applying, and it's weird because, and I mentioned this before in the video, you're kind of selling yourself. You're selling yourself and you're saying, hey, this is what I can offer you. It's like a relationship also. You're saying, well, I can offer this, I can offer this, I can offer this, I can offer this. And I got this other guy in mind, but I can offer this. He cannot offer you. You're putting yourself out there. You're putting yourself in a vulnerable spot. And even the fact that I'm going to repeat myself, but the fact that you're looking for a job, you're still somewhat in a bad position because you have leverage. You need a job. There's 10 people. There's 10 people that are offering me their CV for this job. What makes you special? Then you're like, oh, I can do this, I can do that. And in reality, it should be both. Like, you need the worker, I need the job, right? However, it is logic that there's more employee, there's employment, or jobs, or position, or position is actually good, right? There's people that are going to be. I feel like I'm in corner. I feel like I'm in a prey. I feel like I'm in a survival mode, and it shouldn't be a survival. I get that it's hard to find a job, but I forgot how hard it was. You know, I don't think you guys understand. I haven't been looking for work since, and that's a true story. I haven't been looking for work since. We're saying Crystal Atlanta. I just did a video on mobile gaming. What we're doing right now is we're listening to Honest Prank, but we're also posting videos on the internet. So yeah, we're working hard. So what happened is I was in the apartment. I was looking for a job. I became desperate. I found the agency. Now the agency was actually pretty good. I was like, okay, well they serve a pretty good purpose. I trust them. Then I worked with them. I think it was from I want to say 2014 to 2018, and then they sent me to PCT, and PCT hired me for 7 years, which brings us to 2025, which is this year. Yeah, it's tough. It's really tough. It's tough. You're putting yourself in a position. I hate being dependable. See, there's pride in there also. You're seeing yourself as this capable employee, and you're putting yourself as, hey, this is my CV. I'm available to start tomorrow, and then you wait, and then the company, they probably found somebody else. And then you've got a second one, and then you've got a third one, you've got a fourth one, you've got a fifth one. And then you stop counting because there's so many, but all of these people are no. It's like being single, and to me it's really a relationship. It is really, 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 really a relationship. It's like putting yourself on Tinder, on a dating website, right? And you're single, and you're like, you know what, I'm okay being single. And I don't need anybody. And like, you know what, I feel a bit lonely. So you put yourself on social media to find a girlfriend, to find someone, and then you're not having success, right? You didn't have more success when you were single. You just weren't aware of how unsuccessful you are. You think yourself like a good worker. You see, I see myself as a guy that works hard, and I'm able to say I work as hard as anybody on the platform. And you kind of feel entitled. Maybe I deserve a job because I'm a hard worker. You need to prove yourself. You need to give you a chance for that, right? And I feel like with the social economy right now, they have so many offers for job. It's really hard. It's not going as well as planned. Last year, I could have done more effort to find a job, which is the truth. But never in my entire life, I would have thought myself not able to get a job. I thought it was going to be like that. Because again, I got an 8 years job. Most people, they have diploma. You see, in my mind, I think experience in the field is more than a diploma. Right? I was seeing this job on Indeed right now, today. I'm at my father's house, and I found a job in the Shein. Like, you know what, that could be cool. So I found this job on the Shein, right? And I apply. And at the end, they wouldn't even let me they wouldn't even give out my resume because I didn't have the requirement needed. They needed 4 years using a specific program, and I didn't have that. I didn't have 1 year. I didn't have a day. But they wouldn't even allow me. And I'm like, holy shit. And then I was looking at it with my father, and my father's like, hey, what the fuck are you talking about? There's jobs. And there's job everywhere. And I'm like, but look where it's located. Valleyfield, Shadowgate, really far places. And you're like, fuck, dude, this is Anjou, which is really far, right? So there's an illusion that's going on of there's a lot of work that's available when there's a lot of work where, yeah, there's an illusion of a lot of job available when the illusion is how many of those jobs are realistic for you? How many of those jobs are close enough for you to go to work to? How many of those jobs do you have the required for? How many of those jobs give you enough to survive? How many of those jobs can you do long term? How many of those jobs are currently hiring? How many of those jobs do you see yourself at long term because you need to work? Absolutely. But if you give me the choice between a job that I will do for 1 year and a job that I will do for 5 years, I will do for 5 years. People don't understand and people don't value security of job. The PCT job, although I wasn't always happy, I wasn't miserable. I would have never thought it was going to be closing. It was going to get by, but when it closed, I was like, holy shit, let's go with the content. And then my father kept repeating, if it didn't close, you would still be there, right? And he was right, there was a security of work, and knowing that I can come back on Monday, there's a job. Knowing I come back in 1 month and there's a job. There's a security, and you fall into this safety net, and you're like, well, I'm good. And now the safety net is out, you're putting yourself, I feel like a prey versus predator. And I'm like, please take my CV, please give me a job, kind sir. I talked about pride before, but this is not where pride hurts. I don't mind asking for a job. I don't mind begging for a job. If I need to beg to pay my bills, I will. What I had a problem with, what I have a really big problem with is you
I have a problem with begging in the sense that I'll come to a boss and I'm like, please, sir, I need a job, I need to survive, I really need a job. And I think once again, I think that's natural, but in another way, I feel like I'm not asking you for a handout. I'll work for it. Give me a job. I'll work for it. I'll work harder than you are. I'm not asking for favors. I'm not asking for a handout. I'm asking for a chance. And that's really tough. It affects the moral. It affects your self-confidence. You think you're this okay worker, but you're not this okay worker. You're not even close to being an okay worker. Yeah, that's tough. That's tough. It's tough to admit that it's tough to envision, that it's tough to accept. We'll see how it goes, but for now, it's not looking good. Anyway, love you guys. Take it easy. Peace.
Un peu le Catane qui est loin, je pense. Ouais, on dans une minute. Il y a quelques moments qui ont commencé dans chercher nos 10 000 likes le plus rapidement. Merci, salut pour les likes. What's up, mon cerveau, tu vas répéter ton étoile d'abonnement, mon frère. C'est ça ton étoile d'abonnement.
Comment tu t'appelles?
Don't blink, it's your boy Ink. Welcome to the show. Guys, doing well because I'm having a wonderful day on this 20th May 2025. It goes fast. It is insane how fast it goes. So they're gonna be making some videos. But before, let's play the tower. Huh? You said it was gonna be a normal video? No, it's a tower video. Okay, good. Okay, under this we have. Next on the list is 6. There you go. Easy peasy, easy peasy. Then today we're going to be playing more of the tower because we have to figure out how to do the kick. So we'll see. There you go. So, ooh la la. Good. See the noise? Crazy, huh? Good. Range enemy, okay. Range enemy, no problem. Because I do have a lot of range. So we're good. How many did I have 3 here. Okay, let's go. Oh shit. Let's do one video. Schnitzel, Schnitzel. Don't link, it's Wink. Welcome to the show. Welcome to having a wonderful day on this. Oops, I forgot something. On this. See, this is what happens when you start streaming, start filming on an impulse. You haven't done anything. There you go. You see, we didn't even click one of them. So don't link, it's Wink. Welcome to the show. Welcome to having a wonderful day. I'll be filming a couple of videos. We can see that we have this. We'll do one set of videos, and that's what we'll do another set of video. So we'll see how it goes. I'm extremely excited to start with that. The weather is completely shitty. I didn't see the sun in legit 3 days. Okay. Excellent. It's alright. Good. Moving on. Salut, c'est Franchellin, j'espère que tu vas bien. J'espère que tu vas bien en ce 20 mai 2025. Aujourd'hui, on fait une petite partie de vidéo. Là, je vais voir quelque chose qui est assez terrible. On va voir comment ça va marcher, mais c'est sûr que ça va être plus difficile. Mon ordi a pété hier parce qu'il n'y avait pas d'électricité. Aujourd'hui, on fait une petite dégustation. On fait des petits saucissons français. On parle de la région. On parle des saucissons de Lyonnais, des mini Lyonnais. Instant apéritif. La Maison Fayard, on a goûté les Maison Fayard hier. Était délicieuse, mais vraiment bonne. Fait que j'ai acheté combien de bouteilles à feu là. On va voir qu'est-ce qu'il y en est. On va voir qu'est-ce qu'il y en donne. J'ai goûté la maison de Fayard, puis j'ai goûté la maison de Savoie. La maison de Savoie est un petit peu meilleure, mais pas beaucoup. Et d'habitude, j'ai tout que chez moi, je t'ai goûté. déjà regardé l'histoire 3 fois. Mais on va rajouter à ça. Qu'est-ce qu'on a goûté? On a goûté Savoie normale, Savoie courbée, Fayard en boule. J'avais un de mes patrons. Là, c'est une boulangerie. Le patron, lui, il était français de France. Le patron terrible, avec une connaissance culinaire incroyable. Puis c'est une boulangerie, mais elle a des produits de qualité. On parle de vraiment bon fromage, de vraiment bonne saucisse, de l'huile de trèfle, là, qui était, de ma foi, divine. Puis souvent, qu'est-ce qu'il faisait? C'est que le produit était, il était proche de portage. J'ai mis une c'était froid dehors. Ça prend juste toute la journée. Lui, qu'est-ce qu'il faisait? C'est qu'il disait, bon, mais regardez, ces produits-là, on va les temps bientôt. C'est que si vous les voulez, c'est à vous. C'est que c'est là que je commence à goûter des saucissons comme ça. On est des bons saucissons au Québec, mais rien comme ça. Pourquoi? C'est vraiment des saucissons traditionnels. C'est vraiment des saucissons d'une certaine date, d'une certaine époque. On fait plus ça. Comme, admettons ici. C'est quoi la date? C'est quoi la date? Il peut dire, mais ça va depuis 1930. C'est que vraiment, puis c'est alors que c'est quand même un peu perdu. C'est que oui, les saucissons sont très bons. Il y a beaucoup de saucissons qui sont incroyables. On parle de Calbessa, on parle de beaucoup en fait. Je sais même pas où commencer dans le canal. C'est qu'aujourd'hui, je l'ai goûté à ça. J'ai acheté une coupe, j'ai acheté encore une fois les trois que j'ai planifiés plus tôt. On les goûter. Maintenant, les mini lyonnais, qu'est-ce que j'aime beaucoup ici, c'est que Maison de Savoie, c'est vraiment la compagnie. La Maison Fayard, après, c'est ça. Les mini lyonnais, c'est les premiers qu'on a une espèce de. On a une espèce de classification. On a la saucisse en tant que de saucisson, qui est petit. Et ça fait plusieurs, tu fais un sandwich. Un peu de beurre, c'est tout. L'odeur est incroyable. Mais vraiment incroyable. La petite poudre, je sais pas encore si c'est de la farine ou du sel. Maison lyonnais. On va. C'est vraiment bon. Mais vraiment bon. Wow. C'est divin. Qu'est-ce que j'aime, c'est à chaque fois c'est similaire que j'ai déjà mangé. Et c'est différent. Le goût est très très proche. Il y a besoin de manger dans la Savoie, mais très très proche. Je voudrais que la différence, c'est vraiment la grosseur. Les produits comme ça va avoir une carapace, une peau qui est très sèche, que le dent cassé, moelleux, crémeux. Moelleux, on a moins de céréales. En comparaison, beaucoup plus mou. Le gras, qui est crémeux. Avec celui-là, c'est beaucoup plus de sensation de l'extérieur. Une partie séchée. Mais en même temps, c'est meilleur. On parle de. On se rend complètement. Pourquoi? Parce que. Il y a une belle harmonie entre les deux textures. On dirait que c'est 50-50. Et vraiment, il met vraiment un or là-dedans. Comme je l'ai dit plusieurs fois. Croque. Viande, la graisse coule dans la bouche. Ça n'est pas trop salé. Le gars, c'est meilleur. En fait, elle était délicieux. Mais ça, mais vraiment beaucoup. Incroyable. Mais vraiment. C'est la folie. La folie. Je sais même pas. J'ai même pas mangé. J'ai mangé quelque chose aussi bon que ça. Mais sincèrement, j'ai mangé quelque chose aussi bon que ça. La perfection. Les autres, j'ai vraiment l'impression que un sandwich, juste avec du beurre, avec le pain, croustillant. C'est divin ceux-là. C'est une création, mais. Wow. 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 J'en reviens pas. On a aussi pouvoir dire que on a pas de au Québec. Je sais pas. Vous voulez chauffer ça? Wow. Wow. Link, it's your boy Ink. Welcome to the show. Let me just get this ad. Hope everything well, because I'm having a wonderful day, morning, evening, whatever you want to call it. I hope you have a good one. Today we're doing a specific review. We're doing a really cool review. We're tasting a new energy drink. We're tasting a new Rang. Rang, as you guys know, for the longest of time, I thought it was a subcategory of Monster. I want to take a little break because I just had these, and the taste is lingering in my mouth, and they were so good. I never had something that good. So I wish I didn't have to wash it all the way. Not because this is not going to be good. I never had these, to be honest. But still. So with Rang, which is really cool, it's not actually that it's its own company. Saw something that was really surprising. I was seeing a combination of Strongman with Eddie Hall, and one of the sponsors was Rang. I was like, okay, wow, okay, something big. Rang is a newer company. I think they have like 8 or 9, or even maybe 10 flavor. So when you are tasting a flavor of Rang, it's a new one. It's a bit more. So Monster, although it's being the energy that I drank the most, I will never be able to drink them all or to taste them all. Rang, I might be able to. And order my favorites are possibly Rang Sherbet, Gummy Worm, Cherry Lemonade, which is really good, Fizzy Peach, and today we have Sour Gum Meat Worm. It's funny because we're watching Two Car Boys, and Bubble, that's his favorite candy, so almost a godsend, almost a fate. Rang, you see, Rang, they're just very specific company. I don't know if it's a good thing or a bad thing, but yeah, when I tasted them, I was like, this is really similar to the blend of Monster, which is why I thought it was Monster. So the fact that they're very similar to my favorite brand is actually pretty good. The fact that they're so similar that I can't differentiate them. If somebody didn't told me in comments, hey, Rang is something new, something different, I would have never guessed it. So yeah, without further ado, let's taste it. Smell? It smells really nice. It smells really nice. It smells gummy wormish. I don't know if it would smell sour, but it does smell gummish. Holy explosion of flavor. Today it's really cold outside, so usually when there's a warm weather, a cold drink is very soothing. But with this one, sorry, I'm having so many things playing in the background. I don't even know where it is. Posse TSB. Okay, good. So for example, right now we're having a you play in the background, but there's 6 things that are playing at the same time. I don't know where it is. Anyway, Posse is that it? There you go, found you. Okay, perfect. So like I was saying, when it's really warm outside, something that's cold is really refreshing, and you tend to give a bit more point because of the general feeling to it. Now that it's cold outside and you don't really need the cold, it's like it doesn't feel as good. It's still really delicious. I gotta give points out here for the flavor. The flavor is mesmerizing. The blend is already sour, so although I would prefer something that's a bit more sweet, a bit more salty. I had a salty actually yesterday, it was delicious. It's a bit more salty. There's a little bit of an argument. The sour on sour, because it is sour gummy worm, is really nice. Oh yeah. There's some drink weight. There's a bit of negativity. And negativity, why? Because I'm tasting out the sour. But it takes so much flavor, I'm not really tasting the gummy worm flavor. Now, because I know it's gummy worm, my brain can reproduce the effect of having gummy worm in my mouth. I can be like, yeah, I know how it's supposed to feel, I can recreate that feeling. But I'm tasting a lot more sour. And it's sweet, it's not too sour, but it's really sour. In a sense, of course, not aggressive. If I had to pinpoint the feeling in the simplest of ways, I would possibly say something that is plain spicy, flavorful versus spicy. This is sour flavor, so flavorful versus just sour for the sake of being sour. Again, really nice. It's weird. I really like it, but it feels like I'm missing a oomph. They're really nice. I want to shout out the design team, because in my mind, sour gummy worms are pink and blue. So the fact that they did this here is actually quite nice. So great drink, great takes. Would have preferred a more gummy, warm, flavor. It didn't happen. It's a big deal. I'm not gonna complain hours upon hours with it. It is what it is. Flavor profile is really nice. I would buy this again for sure. I would buy this again 100%. Really refreshing. The flavor in itself. See, it's insane because I was saying that it was more so Monster, but this one I'm getting kind of a Celsius vibe from it. I think that's Rang's problem. I think they don't have this identity. They're really new, right? To finish on a positive note, to finish this on a high note, I think it's a really good drink. I would buy this again. I would recommend it. Now, if I was to play saw The Wolf of Wall Street, if I had to sell you with one sentence, I would say this is something that you'll like, whether you like sour or not. It's really approachable. And this is nice. Anyway, love you guys, take it easy. Peace. Link, it's your boy Ink. Welcome to the show. We're having a wonderful day on this 19 May 2025. We are outside. We're outside. It is kind of cold outside. Right now, what is going on is I'm going to be tasting some chips, and then I'm going to go back in, just better. Because my battery's kind of low, so I want to go in. today we are tasting another chip. We are tasting Ruffle, cheddar and sour cream. Now with this one, I realized just how much there is to say about Ruffle. So the cheddar sour cream, I could tell you the first part, which is basically that for some reason Ruffle kind of was my top chip. Well, simply put, Ruffle was my top chip, right? And if I was to go with why it is my top chip, there would be two reasons. When I went to the apartment, Ruffle was my favorite. I would eat chips every day. So there's a couple of years of eating Ruffle every single day. Second, Ruffle really had some really good flavor that they took away. Like the hamburger was really good. They had the fried pickle flavor, which was really good, and now they took it away. Right? But lately, Ruffle, I don't know, they've been taking risks with some flavor, sweet and spicy, poutine, and now cheddar sour cream. Now, cheddar sour cream, there's a bit of a special thing. I did taste it before. However, I don't remember if it's Ruffle. I don't remember if it's this because Ruffle changed their design shortly after I tasted it. So by changing their design, a lot of their flavor, like, did I taste it or did I not taste it? Which is super cool because they did change it very slow, very lightly. Still does something. So I'm actually excited to taste it. And by the way, you guys say, yeah, dude, you just said it wasn't your favorite. We tasted in the last week 4 different flavors of Ruffle. I think it's safe to say that we forgave Ruffle and we're willing to give it another chance in there. The fact that we tasted so many of them is a testament. So cheddar sour cream, you guys know my favorite flavor in the world is onion and sour cream. So this is kind of similar. What I'm looking for is a very cheesy flavor, but still reminiscent of cream. Now, it smells really nice. It smells really nice. On paper, this is quite simple. In reality, it's actually quite difficult. Sour cream contains the word cream. Cheese is made with what? Milk. Cream is what? Milk. Cream is a part of milk, the froth of the milk that they put into cream. The two of them will be very different. You see, the odd thing with cream is its texture-wise, but it's also for calming the flavor. So, for example, with sour cream and onion, the onion being very, very tasty, sour cream is going to become and allow it to be a bit less powerful, then a bit of sourness to it. So with these, however, the cheddar is a bit more similar to the sour cream. So I'm quite excited to see two products that are so similar fight for the top place and the flavor of on a chip. Design-wise, the bag is fun, right? There's no description. I'm not gonna be mad about it, right? Because again, description is nice to have, but the description on a bag of chip or something like that, right, is nice, but it's not nice. If you're tasting a product for the first time, or if you're tasting product in general, you have a YouTube channel or whatever, it's nice because you get something to, make it different. If you're not, if you're eating the same chip 2 or 3, 4 times, you only read the description once. There you go. That why is a bit disappointed. We have all of these of chip versus all of this of air. So I feel a bit betrayed, but you know what? Y'all can say this with flavor. So without further ado, let's get it on. I'm not sure about these. I am not sure they're good. Wow. Very nice. I think I know what I did there. I made the biggest mistake. Once again. What's that mistake? We assumed. So we're assuming something very bad happened. We were wrong. That's the worst thing that can happen. The Ruffle chip. How much is the potato? When you forget what it is, it doesn't taste great. Try it. When you're used to it, it tastes great. When you discover it, it is crunchy, very thin, very crispy. I think I would prefer a more potato-y chip. It does the job. Really nice. Very nice. Flavor now. I thought that cheddar was going to be the main source of flavor here. It isn't. It is complete opposite. So the sour cream is like a brick, and the cheddar comes alleviates the taste. So very strong, very potent. The sour cream. Oh, it works. Why? It's almost as if your chip was taking sour cream, and then when like holy shit, the sour creamy. Then you really taste with the cheddar. The reason why I'm not sure about this one is I don't think that sour cream is the nicest of flavor for a chip or in general. I don't think that. That being said, there's a little bit of cherry taste is really good, and cheddar would be really easy to overpower. It would really be easy to say what I taste is cheddar. So I think this is actually quite nice. That's pretty much it. They're good, not great. been complaining a lot about chips. Here's why. You guys know my story. When I was younger, no chips allowed. Went to the apartment, all the chips. Chip became colorful. Chips contain MSG, which is something that chemically enhances the taste. It can stimulate your taste bud. My apologies. So I became quite addicted to chips because my apologies. Everything else didn't taste a lot. And took a break. Now we're re-tasting chips, and I'm like, okay, well, in my brain there was so much more than that. They're still good, they're still enjoyable, but it just doesn't feel the same. That's fine. Anyway, love you guys. Take it easy. Peace. Don't think it's rain. Welcome to the show. This is Walker having a wonderful day on this 20th May 2025. Today we're doing a review of Season 3 of Trailer Park Boys. Shout out to my Canadian, shout out to my fellow Canadian, shout out to Barry Butter, one of my good friends, a sort of Dread Pop-ish figure, who's also a big fan of Trailer Park Boys, so shout out to Barry Butter on YouTube. Today we're reviewing Season 3. Now, as we usually do with Trailer Park Boys, I'm going to give you my general, opinion about the season. We're going to go in and out, and it's going to be fun, Season 3, however, I always remember it to be very good. However, to be completely honest, Season 2 felt better. So now what exactly is going on is we're binge watching Trailer Park Boys. So usually what we do is we're doing a review per episode. Now we're doing a review per season. So there's a more global aspect of it. Season 3 had great moments, don't get me wrong. Season 2, as a group, as a one unit, felt a lot better. And I think this is the part I want to focus on. So now let's start with the first episode, with Kiss of Freedom. So the boys, they go out of jail, they have a lot of cash. By the way, you see this disparity of Julian wanting to invest it and Ricky wanting to spend it. Now, technically speaking, it's kind of crazy because even though it's a mockumentary, it makes sense. Ricky never had it, so when he has money, doesn't want to do it. And Julian, who usually doesn't like to invest, starts to invest. Julian, who usually used to invest, starts to invest. Which is basically people that are used to money or not used to money. It's funny, actually. We're doing a review of chips. Now, it's like I love the episode eating chips, and they're so salty. Kiss of Freedom. There's a lot of great moments in the Kiss of Freedom. The Kiss of Freedom is a great episode, but it's a bad episode. So Kiss of Freedom is a great episode because there's so much being implemented. It's a bad episode because this is an episode that you would put anywhere else in the season. Episode number 2, episode number 3, and it wouldn't work. So, for example, they come out, they have a lot of new things. I love that they have the Bubble go-kart. I love that Bubble has a new shed because last season we have and it's funny because to me this makes so much sense, but this makes so much sense as a veteran viewer. So you all know what I'm trying to say. Surprisingly, I was looking at marketing stuff for the season, and they put Bubbles in the forefront of season 1 when he didn't have that much of an importance in the story. So I felt a bit weird. But hey, now that being said, Bubble was more introduced as a character in season 2, which I love. Season 2, however, took a risky risk, which I also love. In the fact that this is really in depth. Wow, really in depth. So season 2, what they did with Bubbles was they said, okay, well, we want to have this what should I call it? This third character, there's always a different dynamic. With Julian and Ricky, you're gonna have polar opposites, right? With Bubble, it's like, okay, well, Bubble sometimes agreeing more with Ricky. There's a lot of moments in season 2 where Bubble is applauding what Ricky does, the role Ricky takes. However, when they're talking, you can see that he's more agreeing with Julian. That's why the season 3 is so complex. Season 2 as a whole felt so fucking great. But season 3 has some golden nuggets in there. Like Kiss of Freedom, they're giving Bubble its own shed because they rented last season. There's a continuity here, but there's also, yo, this is how important he was. Ricky buying a fucking go-kart for Bubbles. And that's a crazy thing. In a fucked up sense, Ricky lives in his car, so he gave a mode of transportation to Bubbles. Julie lived in a trailer. He gave a house to Bubble, but they both gave their version of a house. You know what I mean? So Kiss of Freedom, the really good thing about the Kiss of Freedom is, again, is Ricky is treating the park, and you can see the park is so not, it's so used to Ricky and Julian that when they fight everybody, when they talk about it, Julian's trying to have to applaud that. Julian invested in the park. So for example, he gives ice cream bicycle to Chloe and Trevor. He also gives the cash flow to start a hair salon for Lucy and Sarah. So he invests in the trailer park
I gotta say, I'm gonna be annoying. I'm gonna be super annoying, but holy shit. This is why I love Trailer Park Boy. We made a trailer this video last week. This is why. Trailer Park Boy gets better the more time you view it. I'm a veteran viewer. I've watched the series over 10 plus times. And the precision I have, and again, I have to mention that before we did review Trailer Park Boys, but we reviewed it when we were not used to reviewing shit. You know what I mean? So special but not special. That's the problem. Kiss of Freedom, my MVP moment, I feel like my MVP moment has to be, I fucking hate Kiss of Freedom. Because it is one of those episodes that ages so badly. For example, there's a moment where for a minute and a half, Ricky was saying drunk as fuck. The first time you watch it, it's funny. The second time you watch it, it's annoying. There's so many good moments. For example, he's supposed to give the money to Leahy. And it's fun because Leahy says, I want a collateral. And he said, I'll kiss your ass. And the kissing the ass isn't a good moment, but it's the perception that you have. Ricky hates it. And Leahy's like, yo, I relish in it. And Leahy, for a very weird sense of points, is an authoritative figure for the boys. Kind of like an uncle that you don't like. And the same as Ray. Both Ray and Leahy knew that Ricky was gonna fuck up. Ray chose to support his son. Leahy chose to push his son, to push Ricky, and to be like, yo, you fucked up. Wake up, right? What I love is at the end, it sucks because Trinity is like, yo, you're done, why don't you always go to jail? And then Ricky feels bad about that and buys her encyclopedia. Then he has the money to buy either encyclopedia or a trailer, and he chooses encyclopedia, which makes him a great father. Long story short, it makes him a great father. There's a ton of new, they're acting with like dicks, they're both acting different with money. Now, in most cases, Ricky starts the problem. But I want to take the defense of Ricky because I understand why Ricky is acting the way he is. There's like this, okay, so we'll put it in the most simple way possible, and let's hope that it makes sense. It possibly won't give a shit. Ricky is the classic, lottery winner. So for example, you watch the news and they say, hey, this person won the lottery, and you know that this person lives in your neighborhood. You don't expect them to give money back to the neighborhood, but when they do, like, okay, well, I know he wants someone, that's the right thing to do. Versus someone that can't help. They don't have the possibility or capacity to help. And you're telling them, why the fuck aren't you helping? Because I can't. Versus, why the fuck aren't you helping when you can? You know? So, really, really appreciate that. And Ricky has a right to be mad. He has a right to be mad in the sense of, my apologies, give me a sec. Because I need my notes. It's not really notes. It's so fucking funny. I'm sure I'm using. So with this, we have the season, the episode. Let's just see the name. By having the name, with having the name, I can do it. So for example, right, Never Trust a Man with No Shirt Off, which was in season 2 last week. I forgot to add something. I forgot to add that this was the first episode where we see Officer George Green. But I know by heart. Because of Freedom, great episode. H. Poorly is annoying the second time you watch it, the third time you watch it. Unwatchable the 10th time. However, it is picture perfect season number 3. Because it's the picture perfect of everything that's wrong with season 3, but also everything that's right with season 3. Okay, I'm trying to forget. I like watching something in the background. And right now we're looking for it. The truth. I found it. There's ads that are lasting so long. Okay, episode number 2. Episode number 2 is what? Assistant, Trailer Park Supervisor Assistant, which I personally want to take it as a end to Dwight, with the assistant manager. One of the best episodes ever made. One of my favorite. And again, when I say that season 3 feels a little bit worse than season 2, we have some great moments. I'm talking about episode number 2. So, the way they're putting it, is so beautiful. The writing for this season has really, really, really improved. These are the episode which Katie, Bubbles who lost his Katie. Now, technically speaking, you would have a character that you, and this is why the writing is so good. You would have a character that you don't know, and it would be, you would have the Phil Collins that we saw a couple times, but it wouldn't matter. You would have Ricky, who doesn't like Leahy, and you would see like, oh, it's Ricky trying to get some trouble to Leahy. You would have Julian, and you would say, well, Julian should take care of himself, what's going on? But Bubbles is crazy good. He lost his kitty in the gutter, Mr. Melstein, which is a great name, and then he complained, and then because he complained, Barbara, which is the ex-wife of Leahy, and also the Trailer Park Boy owner, Trailer Park owner, she gives shit to Randy, and Randy says frig off. And this is one of the best things about Randy. This is why I love Randy. So Randy saying frig off when Ricky and Julian constantly say fuck you, fuck off, dickweed, Sam Swanch, when it constantly insulting. See, Randy frig off might be more polite, but it's still fuck you, go fuck off, right? It's the intent behind it. So then you're looking for a Trailer Park Boy, a Trailer Park Supervisor Assistant. They do a test. Ricky ends up being the winner, and it's kind of cool because Ricky is open-minded, and this is what's great about Ricky. Ricky will go above and beyond to be a good father. In the first episode, we see Ricky having to kiss Leahy ass in all the ways that he does it because he sacrificed everything for his daughter. So him not liking Leahy and willing to work with Leahy is beautiful. What I really, 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 really like about the episode number 2 is the exam for the Trailer Park Assistant. Why? Because you're choosing characters you already have. So there's Jacob, which is not a big part of the Trailer Park Boys yet, but will become. And there's season and will become an integral part of the show. Around season 8, season 9. Jacob, you have Trevor and Corey, you have Bubs, and you have Ricky. And there's a hierarchy because Jacob, nobody gives a shit about Jacob. Then it's Trevor and Corey. Trevor gets kicked out, so Corey leaves. And it's Bubble, and that's Ricky. You see the importance of characters. And then Ricky goes in, and Ricky is like, yo, Ricky is like, yo, I'll put a job. And season 3 episode number 2, which is insane because season 3 is where we start to see how fucked Leahy is. We knew before he was fucked, we didn't know that bad. And Leahy started really being a fuckhard and being a drunk bastard, as Bubba would say. So in season 3, we're seeing Leahy establish himself as the antagonist. And the reason why it's good is because in season 2, yes, Leahy's an asshole, but Leahy is doing everything he's doing to protect the trailer park. And season 3, it feels like a vendetta. Vendetta. You know what I mean? So yeah, so number 3, season 2. Season 3, episode number 2, there's a great moment with picture perfect the mentality of Trailer Park Boys. And that's Leahy that says, it is folly to be wise, ignorance is bliss, or it is folly to be wise. That's actually pretty good psychology stuff, which kind of established Leahy as a dude that knows his shit. And established Leahy as a guy who kind of have some brains, right? Which is always cool. The video is amazing. It's basically Leahy teaming up with Ricky, and Ricky having to protect Julian because Julian has some vodka that is bootleg. What is cool is when you ask where the vodka came from, it's J-Rock and his corn connection from Russia. Which, if you guys remember, this season 1, we have from Russia with the Love Bone. So it does have some Russian connection, which is why it gets the vodka cheap. So then, also, it's a really cool episode because this episode in itself is a masterpiece. It shows the mentality of Trailer Park Boys. For example, when Trevor and Corey they sell the vodka, Julian said, "Hey, this is your front." He tells them all of what he's going to balance to make sure it's short, to loan, to pay back. He said, "Okay, well, I'll front you the money to buy it, but you have to reimburse me." And it's really cool because if you're a businessman, you understand all those terms. If you don't, if you're a businessman, you probably won't understand. So it does show once again, Leahy with the way he's talking, he's showing that he's smart. Julian, by the way he's talking, he's smart, right? There's also the fact that they're emptying the pond and they're finding bikes. And once again, it's like Ricky's like, yo, there's a lot of bikes that's sold for Trinity. There's a lot of good memories in here, which is really fucking cool. And yeah, I absolutely love this episode. My favorite part, my MVP moment, is simply, I fucking love this. I fucking love this. Ricky takes off his shirt because he has fun with an Ivy, and then Bubble, and he's kind of close to Leahy. And then Bubble's like, we can trust Ricky, can we? And then Julian says, never trust a man with no shirt off, which is a reference to Randy from season 2. I fucking love this. Episode number 3. If I don't have the right to smoke, I'm fucked. So this is such an important episode, but this is mentality of Trailer Park Boys. This is the duty of Trailer Park Boys. Let's talk about the plots, about what's going on. So for example, one of the first scene that we see is Julian lost all his money in the vodka. So you see the first part of the episode is showing that he doesn't have any alcohol. Now Julian is an alcoholic, so not having alcohol is for him a sign of, okay, well, shit's about to hit the fan. The introduction of the cruise, which is the motivation, which established once again Julian as kind of the boss. I'll take care of you guys, we'll have a cruise. It's really smart because they give motivation. And then even Bubbles, it's such a good episode because even Bubbles will help Ricky and Julian because he loves them, but he won't help them because he wants to help. So then when you put them on cruise, Bubble is interesting, right? And he's like, I gotta let the boys down. So what they do is, Julian doesn't have money, doesn't know what to do, and then it's Ricky that has a idea. And you see this happening a lot. So for example, we just saw the movie, Trailer Park Boys movie, the big movie, it was Ricky's idea. Julian took it. So Julian, because he's able to utilize the idea better than Ricky, he'll come up with a longer plan. And I love this scene because Ricky is a boss, he'll find the idea. He's like, okay, well, you know what, this is actually pretty smart. Diesel propane. Again, you got the best moment, which is Trevor and Corey sitting gas, and then Trevor fucking goes into a football mode and avoids some guard. I was like, holy shit, you go. And we also see Trinity and how hard it is to be a father. At first, I didn't understand how hard it is to be a father. At first, I didn't understand why they put it, but it makes sense. Trinity being such a fuck up of a daughter, and I love Trin, one of my favorite characters. But it's a direct result of Ricky being in jail, you know? And it's a perfect result of life in general. For example, we did yesterday, saying I love that we're making that much content, but I'm a bit depressed. And the amount of work we do doesn't make any difference if we spend weeks being depressed and not doing anything. So Ricky it doesn't matter how good he is a dad, as long as he doesn't take care of Trinity, right? He doesn't take care of Trinity because he believes in Lucy and he wants to get money, right? So it's like, I'll take care of everything, just be a good mom. Because Lucy, you see her with the salon, but she really doesn't do much. I love that everybody comes to Julian, but there's an evolution in characters, and at time, the trailer park itself becomes characters. For example, we get season 1, when everybody's like, Julian, help me, Julian, help me, Julian, help me. Now we have Julian, I have this business idea, I'll help you out. And that I love, because again, Julian isn't the end all be all of the trailer park, and he shouldn't be. So be like, yo, we'll do a code, how much you trust him, and how much you can sell them. So they go to a Veto, which is basically, it's like a bouncer saying, hey, are you cool or not? To do that. The best part about it is there's a ticket, and they're saying, well, perm is $40, you're allowed to get $40 of stolen gas. The favorite part about that is you see the ticket, right? And then Leahy's like, they're operating a prostitution ring, which would be a really good business, right? And it's funny because season 4, we have a rub TV dog, which is basically a prostitution ring. So Leahy, it's also cool because it does, listen, I'm not a criminal, but it does showcase how Leahy sees the boys. In my opinion, stealing gas is less of crime than selling actual human beings. But then they go to see Sarah and Lucy and they take out their pants. Like, the fuck are you doing? Keep your pants on. And then they get firms. I really like that. Yeah, so at the end, they made Corey and Trevor, and then Corey and Trevor get into, I thought it was the most interesting stuff because it would be the most interesting stuff, but they do it so often it becomes uninteresting. Then Corey and Trevor. However, there's a really, really golden nugget. The process, not interesting. Also, the process why it's not interesting is Ricky saying basically, oh, well, if I can't swear, I'm fucked. I need to be able to swear to express myself. So this would be cool if he didn't do it in the movie, and the movie did the same. Copying or redoing something. which would be cool if we hadn't already established that Ricky is a master bullshitter. He bullshit the police into getting out tickets. So it's not a skill that he learned, it's a skill that he has. And then it's lessened the whole thing. You understand? Cool. Next on the list we have, why is this so cool? Because they're interviewing, for example, J-Rock, and they're saying, Elisa does a little rap, which is, if I remember correctly, is, I spends more rhyme than a lazy Susan, and I'm innocent until my guilt is proven. Peace represents Sunny Doll, shut the fuck up. And I love that, because this is how badass the trailer park is. We got Ricky and Julian that are coming in from the camera. And there's a beauty in there, because back in the day, Smoke Victory wasn't really popular. You had The Office and Trailer Park Boys, then you had Park and Rec, and then you had Brooklyn Nine-Nine, which are great shows. Nine-Nine. And then it's kind of funny because they're guilty. It's kind of funny because we're basically filming the life of these people pretending it's a documentary, and we're filming them being filmed and interviewed. And using Inception is more cool than that, so I really enjoy that. Number 4, Who's a Microphone Assassin? Who's a Microphone Assassin is one of my favorite episodes. Okay, season 2 is awesome, I'm sorry. Who's a Microphone Assassin, which is really good, is basically we're getting more of J-Rock. Now, the crazy thing about this episode is we're 3 seasons in. No, by the way, 3 season, episode number 4, is next to the halfway of the show. Since season 1, we established J-Rock being very important. You could talk about how From Russia with the Love Bone is a J-Rock episode. I would agree. I would say it's more so a Ricky episode because he needs to catch the same sound. This is the first episode where we really see J-Rock. It starts with a video clip. It starts with that. Then the flea market. The flea market is once again such an important part because it's a park coming together for a location. And then they're selling tickets and then they're doing a show. So the show is also cool. Now J-Rock says, okay, well, I'll promote my music. And I'll use other people, right? And technically, yes, technically it's illegal. But think about this. A baby content creator who's reacting to much more popular content creator because he needs to get attention. That's what he did, right? So we understand why J-Rock did it. Then we got Velvet Smooth, which is kind of a complex character because we established him in season 3 as a big ass rapper, this very famous rapper. But then in season 4 he becomes part of the park, which is a bit odd. We got Jamie who believes he's black, J-Rock, and this is a part of the show. It's actually really funny because that's the way it is. And J-Rock believing he's black is a B-grade plot at best. It's okay, it's cool, it's funny. Let's move on. What really is cool, and again, this is the mentality of why Trailer Park Boys is so popular, is how does other characters react to him being black? For example, it says, Velvet Smooth asks J-Rock, are you black? And then J-Rock's like, yeah. And then everybody's like, even as a watcher, like, what the fuck, dude? But then you see Sarah and Lucy come in and do like an interview, and there's like, yeah, you really think that he's black, right? And he kind of adds a character because, okay, these are characters, but they're building it up, which I love. My MVP moment isn't J-Rock, my MVP moment isn't Julian, my MVP moment isn't Ricky, my MVP moment is Bubble rapping. And what I love is because J-Rock gets bullied off stage by Velvet, and then Julian's like, yo, Bubble, I need to rap. And Bubble, why is it that he's rapping? Is because Bubble's a musician. So him doing that is kind of, it's kind of funny. But what is even funnier is that when he's rapping, people love Bubble in the park. Once again, you know what I'm talking about, Sarah and what I'm saying? Sarah and Lucy defending J-Rock on his belief of being black. Well, people like Bubbles, and right away they're like, oh, go Bubbles, go Bubbles. And it's such a great time. We'll give an example of another crazy cool moment, and it's J-Rock getting caught masturbating, right? And it's supposed to be super funny. And it would be my if it was made to be humiliating, it would be my MVP moment. Not because I don't like J-Rock, although later season J-Rock is a fucking joke. I do like J-Rock, but it's more so my favorite moment because the boys are like, yo, it's cool. I jerk off too. There's no shame in there, and it should be a moment where we make you embarrassed. It's a moment actually where we're bonding over something that happens, right? And another point, very simple, very simple. They go in, right? Sorry, I'm looking for a song so I can get more focused, which doesn't make sense. I know this song. You go in and they go to see Bubble. They go to see J-Rock, and then J-Rock's mom says to Bubble, "Want a pancake?" Because she knows he likes pancakes. Why is it important? Because you're technically establishing an existing relationship between two characters that otherwise don't have a relationship. That's why it's important. Okay, cool. That's established. That is established. Season 3, episode 5. You know what's crazy? I don't even need to know. What's the name of the episode because this is one of my favorite episodes. Closer to the Art is the very first episode I saw of Trailer Park Boys. It is the very first episode I saw of Trailer Park Boys. It is why Trailer Park Boys work so well and why it works so. It doesn't work. So I watched this episode and I didn't know who the character was. I didn't speak English. They kidnapped Alex Lifeson, which is from the group Rush. I didn't know who Rush was. But it was the first episode, and I first about the concert, it's not about music, it's about the boys being together, and it was really sweet. So Bubble comes in and says, hey, Ricky, June, please buy me a ticket. I need to see Rush, my favorite band. And he said, this is the only thing I have in the world, so it implies that it's really important for him. So I really like that. I really like that. We're establishing with those simple words, those simple plots, we establish that they should mean something to Bubbles. Then he wants to sell dope, he's going to make money, because again, it's about the money. But then, it's so funny because it's about the music for Bubbles, and it should be about music for everybody else. What I love is we establish that Leahy and Randy hates Ricky and Julian, but we establish once again because the park is disgusting and there's filth everywhere, so they blame Ricky and Julian because there's filth everywhere. Barbara says, don't take care of this weekend. No camping trip for you. So you ruin your camping trip, we'll ruin your concert. So then becomes a battle of Leahy buying every single ticket, which is a big move. It becomes a battle of Randy becoming the assistant of Alex Lifeson,
and the toothbrush, which was supposed to be Bubble because Bubble had the answer. So they're calling it a radio. And again, you're doing something so good because you know what they call it Steve Roger, which is the celebrity entered our voice, the lore. He's the biggest celebrity. Yeah, we're watching Funny. So you see. So with that being said, just a quick episode. You see Randy who takes place Bubble, you see Leahy buys tickets, and immediately the Bubble. And it's like, I never asked you for one thing, I'm always helping you, I asked you for one thing, you fucked it up. And it's also about them not getting Bubble right, because in the second season we had them burn the shed, and they sometimes forget that Bubble is a bit more sensitive, Bubble is a bit more childlike than them, not really, but still. And at the end, there's some crazy moments with Ricky kidnapping someone, calling them a male prostitute, and Bubble said, yeah, I heard it called a lot of people male prostitute. It uses that a lot. So that was actually really funny. I actually really enjoyed that because, once again, establishing that this happened before. You don't need to show that it happened. You can imply that it happened, and people will believe it. Because people will believe it, it's more funny. The kidnapping, Julian situation, I think there's a really touching moment where Bubble will have on the scene. And of course it's not, but it's supposed to be super emotional. Because you see that Bubble is a bit weird, and he gives the guitar to Alex, and Alex like, thank you, Bubbles. And at the end, they have this really cool moment where he shows them close to the art. Alex Lifeson showed him close to the art from a limousine. There's a lot of information about this episode. Alex Lifeson approached the Shrimp Boy because he was like, yo, finally a show that's Canadian that I can get behind, I can be proud to call one of my shows because I'm Canadian too. And he approaches them, and that was the first celebrity that came with the Shrimp Boys. Like, I fucking love your show. I love your show. That was really cool. That was really nice. Now we don't have enough battery, so I'm gonna have to leave. Which sucks, but yeah, I'm gonna have time to do it. Fuck. I don't like. Yeah. Anyway, we'll come back in about an hour. Ugh. Give me a quick second. I'm gonna get everything ready. Sorry about this, guys. And we're back. I wanted to wait for the hair to Matthew. I wanted to wait for sunset, but I guess there's not gonna be a sunset. So let's make some content. Battery was able to charge till 76, which is good, and that's pretty much it. So here it is. I wait as much as possible, and now we're supposed to do. Meow. My apologies. And with you, suppose. Ink. Open this. good. Yes. Darkness of days. Don't blink, it's your boy Ink. Welcome to the Computer Show. Guys are doing well, guys are having a wonderful day on this 19th, 20th, May 2025 today. I'm doing a bad video that I would prefer not doing. But again, I promise you guys to be completely, whatchamacallit? Promise you guys to be completely transparent, completely honest, and 100% myself. The hairs are a mess, but hey, we got what it takes, we got what it takes, right? So yeah, so yesterday, morning, we did a couple of episodes saying I was doing better. I had a couple of days that I was doing better. Yesterday we had another episode of depression. It was a pretty bad episode, it was a pretty bad amount of time. Now, when I'm making this video, I always feel the need to do a trigger warning, first of all, to do a disclaimer. This is not me victimizing myself, this is me observing what's going on. So as you guys know, I'm talking to a social worker. It's actually really hard to only see the person once a week, or you're showing once a month, because you're having those emotions and you're like, well, this happened, how did you feel? Well, it was 2 weeks ago, how do I feel? I don't remember. So I wanted to do this video today as for multiple reasons. I have this friend, Samuel, and she's dealing with depression, she's dealing with mental health issues, and she thanked me for being honest. And I was like, maybe people are still trying it taboo. Without victimizing myself again, I do believe that I'm picture perfect for difference. I got ADHD, I'm quite out there, I have these fucked up IDs, I'm quite weird. I'm a nerd that doesn't accept himself as a nerd. So yes, I have a lot of, I'm a weird dude. So subjects that are taboo. See, in my mind, I have this very good platform to talk to, because you guys know me, you guys know that I'm a bit weird. So for something to be taboo, it's not as this perfect family, this perfect Christian family that we talk about abortion. You know what I just said, Christian family talk about abortion. This doesn't make sense, because one of the religious belief is all life matter. You know what I mean? So, but you understand what I mean. And with me, we talk about depression, and it's not like, oh yeah, I've been hiding from you guys that I had depression. I have been actually pretty open and pretty honest about it. So me talking about this today serves purposes, which is being honest, which is being acknowledging my symptoms, right? There's also this part of me that believes that, give me a sec, there you go, that believe that talking about this is very freeing. You know, I want to create this place that is safe to talk about mental health, right? And the best thing about it is so different than doing a TikTok live. Because if when you talk about mental health, people get uncomfortable. I'm doing a video about it, so if you don't want to hear the mental health talk, and if you don't want to talk about this in particular, you can just skip the video, right? However, I'm doing it for myself. One of the few plus of having a very small channel. Having a very small channel will allow you to be quite yourself and quite open. Without too many people watching it, and the more people watch it, the more people tend to judge. But this is basically my fucked up intro. So the episode I had yesterday was a very weird episode, because I was able to exactly pinpoint what happened. So yesterday we made the videos in the morning. I wake up and make videos. I go to my father's house. I come back. I have to make a bit of videos, which is great. However, I got a power outage. Now the problem with power outage is if you don't know when it's gonna come back, right? You don't know when you're gonna have your power back. So it's not a big deal usually. But with this, because I have made so much content, I've been working on the phone. You guys know that the phone is my main source of content. It's my main tool for work. The computer when it's not plugged to the internet is completely useless. I could watch it. I could read a book. Maybe what light it was at night. I feel that the power shortage was really bad. I had a battery pack. However, the battery pack is empty, because I went to my father's house and I wanted to keep the phone fully charged so I could make videos after. So it was empty. And we sat in the dark for a couple hours. And I'm not gonna lie to you guys, I'm pretty well aware, and that's what I was talking about yesterday when I was making the video about my love for making content, right? And then this love for being obsessed and wanting to give up and being obsessed, right? This almost Icarus ascent of, I'm out of jail, I'm flying too close to the sun, I'm falling down, I was safe in jail, now I'm dead. I don't have wish for dying, we don't have suicidal thoughts, which is great. However, there's a part of me that understands that I'm self-destructing slowly. Now, I did mention self-destructing yesterday in the video, making content, but I didn't, I didn't mention it in a sense of SH, yeah. I mentioned in a way of keeping myself busy, keeping myself so busy that I don't have time or energy to think about anything else. I've been purposefully obsessed about something. Now, in a great way, I have again, this is so crazy because right now we're talking about depression and we're being quite negative. Yesterday I was talking about depression, but in this talk of depression yesterday, I avoided a lot of subjects. I talked about a lot of subjects that I'm talking about today. So was this video yesterday a subconscious video about depression? I don't know because yesterday I was talking about making content and how I feel and how I felt. You guys know that right now the only thing that matters in my life is making content. Even with the job search, I did another video about job search and not saying how it went because it's not going well. Even my mom today said, "Hey, I got a great news." I'm like, "What's up, ma?" And she's like, "Hey, I gave your CV out for the commission board because she works at the commission board." And I'm like, "Oh, that's super nice, mom." And then she said, "I'm gonna find you a job as a janitor." I'm like, "Oh," and there's nothing wrong with being a janitor, but you know, you romanticize your life a lot. See, the principle out of it is such a complex yet meaningful path. I was talking about love yesterday and how it was better not to know love than to know love and not have it, right? And with this job, I had an amazing job lately, and I think out of life, you are always you're always aiming for further. You're always aiming to better yourself. Do I think that being a janitor is now great? I think it's an amazing job. I think that people that do it are pretty selfless. It takes a better person, it takes a big man or a big woman to be able to say, you know what, those kids, and because I would work in a high school, are disgusting. I'm going to clean them up to make sure that they have a safe and healthy and clean place to learn, to prepare for the future, right? In my mind, see, my motivation for work would be money. It would be money. So I'm becoming pretty. In this first step of finding a job, I figured that I wanted. In the second step, I went with a job that I'm okay working at. And this third step, I'm becoming desperate. And I talked about this in the making and finding a job or the job search video yesterday on this 19th May 2025. I talked about it, and I was like, I already have a hard time with spending my whole life building the dream of somebody else. Now, there's nothing wrong with that. There's nothing wrong with, for example, you want to be a father, right? But your son or your daughter, they need clothes because they're growing like what is it? They're growing like movizab. What's movizab in English? Like bad weed, or something along the lines of you know the plants that you don't want in your garden, but they're growing and growing and growing. Yeah, I'm gonna say they're growing like tall grass. That sounds better. Yeah. So with the janitor work, I would be down to do it. But in a perfect world, I'm starting to see. I would have called you crazy if you told me the last job that I had, which was PCT, would be long term. I would have called you crazy. If it was, and I was happy it was. I have a hard time going for something that wouldn't be permanent. It's like I used to do one night. Now I had a healthy, working, self-accomplishing relationship, and I'm going back to the one night that I just don't feel as fulfilling. I think being a janitor would be so fulfilling, but you know what I mean. Emotionally speaking, I don't know how fulfilling it would be. It would be. I have this really hard thing with work that I'll know it if I'm doing something for cash. And I told you guys 100 times, 1,000 times that I don't care about money. I don't care about money. I want to work for sure, but I don't want to. I'm in such a complex situation. I want to work, but I don't have this motivation for money. I want to find purpose. Yet it has to be a psychological, emotional purpose. I want to work. I don't want to live to work. I want to work to live. Yet money isn't. So basically, you got the classical, like a starving artist syndrome, which is I don't care what I do as long as I get enough to survive. My main focus is art, right? Now, that's crazy to say because again, we're going for content creation, which is probably one of the most lucrative job out there. But you're looking at somebody like, this is insane because this is a video that we did. I don't know if it was yesterday or the day before. We're making so many of them, but we did a video on the Outdoors Boy, and you found that the father, which is the patriarch of the channel, and the person in charge said, "I don't want to do YouTube anymore. I wanted my kids want to do YouTube. I'll help them with me on that." You know, and he was making banks. He was making banks. There's still this freedom. I would still call it artsy. I mentioned before, my mom, she said, "Oh, be a janitor, you're gonna get good money." I don't mind being a janitor. I mind doing it for money. That's what I'm trying to say. So, now I know what you're asking. You have ink. Every single order that you're gonna do it for money. Not necessarily. So if I was to find a job that would still give me a sense of fulfillment, emotionally, mentally, I would be in a place where I'm like, you know what? Yes, there's salary, but there's something. So you know, when I left PCT, I still miss the boys. I still miss the family. We give me a paycheck, but I still miss the family. And it's so fucking funny because I've had countless jobs since the apartment. I've had 30 plus jobs, right? But some of them, I'm like, okay, well, that could have been a good opportunity. And most of them, it wasn't about the money, it was about condition, it was about they're about a job, which is a really good job, but there's high insurance, which could be, you know, even when I started at PCT, I told you this story a million times. When I started at PCT, the first thing I noticed was a locker weren't locked. So everybody could come in and steal some things. They didn't lock it. Like, okay, well, that means that people trust each other. That means that's a good team. There's not a black sheep. I'm probably the black sheep, right? And if I'm the black sheep, I don't have to worry about myself, so we're good. And it's a complex story. It's a great story though. So most people that came in, fuck. Okay. Let's put it that way. Okay. I was desperate too. So what happened is I'm having this unemployment, right? And this is a true story. This is completely true. I wish it wasn't, but it is. So we're going back in 2015. I have this job, and the job forced me to quit. It was the structured job. So long story short, what happened is I used to be a simple employee. The boss liked me. He protected me while we were cutting off a lot of employees. He cut a lot of employees that were doing a better job than me. If I was the boss, I would have not kept me because I'm the smallest, I'm the most talkative, I'm not the hardest worker. A, B. He kept me, but he had he had expectation. For example, I'm gonna keep you, but you're gonna be a assistant manager. You're gonna be my right arm. I'm gonna need you later on. So I'm keeping you right now. I'm giving you a gift right now, but later on I'll collect. Mafioso, you know? I'm not mafioso, you know what I mean? So then I have responsibility. I'm getting hated by the boss because the boys aren't working harder. But the second I'm telling the boys to work harder, I'm getting hated by the boys. So no matter what I do, I'm hated, and I don't like being hated. So then I decide to do nothing, and because I do nothing, then both parties are mad at me. It's like I left. So yeah, I don't have this job, and since it's a sick leave and I got depressed, they gave me unemployment. So okay, well, it wasn't your fault that you quit. We'll give you unemployment, and then you can just enjoy it. So this is a true story. For 8 to 9 months, which is the period limit of unemployment and getting money, I was getting checks every single 2 weeks. I was getting a good check. The problem with that is I didn't calculate the amount of time that I had. And then I calculate the amount of money that I have. I swear to God. We are in July. We are in July, and the worst fucking thing happened. I go to the store to pay for junk food because I was eating only junk food. I was spending $20 a day on junk food. Card declined, insufficient funds. Holy shit! I go to fill up a form for my next 2 weeks. That way, I'm seeing. Okay, I'll get it before. For example, I fill out the form on Thursday. I'll get it for Monday, as long as it's filled up. I'm seeing that I've used up all my weeks. The last week, they didn't tell me that I didn't have any weeks. So now I'm too broke to pay for this. I'm too broke for that for this. Now we have another issue. The rent is in 2 weeks, but I haven't paid the first month because I'm a dumbass and I like to pay 2 months in a row. So now I got $22 in my bank account. I got $500 plus in debt for the rent. I don't have a job and I don't have an income. Holy shit! So I called Michael. Michael being one of my good friends. Michael also being the agent that took care of me. So I went to the agency in 2013. Very late, November 2013. I'm meeting this guy. This guy. I met a guy. I don't remember his name. And he said, "Oh, I got somebody for you." And then he led me to Michael. Michael right away. We click. Tattoo guy, stretch guy. I have tattoos. I have stretch. We talk. We have a good rapport. He gave me a job. Then it's in the morning, and I'm constantly being late. And he gave me shit like, "Dude, why are you always late?" And I'm like, "I don't have a choice. This is the first bus." He said, "Don't you drive?" I said, "No." I said, "Where do you live?" The Sheen. Turns out I live on the 28th. He lives on the 19th Avenue. So he picked me up every day, single day from work. He said, "I can bring you to the metro. I can do more than that." I said, "Okay, thank you so much, bro." And then we have a good report. So he find me every single day that I have. He finds me. I called him back in July for PCT. He's like, "Dude, I don't work there anymore. I'm not working for Bedard. This is the company I work for." So I go for Bedard, and Bedard, they're like, they find me this job on the Sheen, right? And it's a PCT job, and it's a great job. And the first day, I don't know why, but I was very definite. I was like, okay, well, you don't have the lock on the door. So they seem really nice. I talked to someone, and I'm lucky because they're Romanian. Romanian speaks French. A lot of guys speak French. And I say this, and without being, it's a bit of a hard thing, but a lot of the people from agency aren't from the country. Most of the people from an agency are from agency. And a lot of the companies, you think that they would speak French, but they don't. I'm like, holy fuck. And then the first thing I hear, I'm hearing them speaking Romanian. Oh, okay. So then we talk, and I present myself to one guy, and he's talking to me, and he's super nice. And then I think I was over friendly. And when I say I think, I was over friendly. Because I was over friendly, it made the guy laugh. So the guy, let's say I was working on the balcony. The guy went back in, and he talked to the other guy. It's like, "Yo, this guy's fucking friendly, go check it out." And then the guy, they came one by one, and they came to me, and they were being super, super kind. They were talking to me, and at the very end, I was pretty alive, right? And that's a funny thing because we were 4 agency workers. I was the only one, and you start finding other people. And I said to the boss, "Thank you for keeping me." He's like, "Oh, this wasn't my choice. It wasn't my choice. It was the boy's choice." Like, okay, well, fuck. But you see, it's still at this point, if you had told me that this was going to be long term, I would have not believed you. And it's not because I didn't like PCT. It was because it wasn't because I didn't like PCT. It was because when you work for agency, you learn really quickly that it's temporary, right? So the agency, they'll lie to you. They'll be like, "Yo, if you work well, we'll find you a job." It's bullshit. It's bullshit. Most of the a large majority of employees from the agency worker would have been, they're not gonna find a job. So holy shit, what a side tangent. I'm so sorry. So then what happened is I go in, and after a year they hire me, and just to show you the mentality of the guys at work. I love this place, but there was some toxicity. The guy says, "Hey, we're gonna hire you because I thought Mihai was such a good dude. I fucking love Mihai. It was like, well, the Bedach is costing you too much. We're not gonna work with them anymore. Like, oh, okay, well, thank you so much for the job. He said, no, I want to hire you. Now, what he said, and I want to believe him because I like the guy. I love Mihai like an uncle. What he told me, which I don't know if it was true, he told me the salary that they were paying Bedach was $34, and he asked me how much I was making, and I was making $12.50. They were taking half the salary. But then he paid me right away to $18, which was a huge boost for me, but less for him. So the both party were winning, and then I came back to the board and said, "Do you really want to work here?" And I was like, "Yeah." But still, at this point, I was a year out of the 7 I did there. A year out of the 7 I did there. 7 years. I would have never said I was gonna work 7 years there. I never thought that. I never thought. And sure, sometimes it was a hard job. It was hard mentally, physically, emotionally. But I wasn't sure. And then now I'm put back in the market of work, and I'm being told that maybe I'm gonna have to do a couple of temp jobs. And I'm like, dude, I went from a place that I could have worked my whole life there to a place where, you know. And PCT was so cool because it was close enough for me to go there. By skateboard, by bicycle, it was close enough. It was really fucking nice. And then also what happened was, it was just a good place. It was just a place where I felt like home. You go. I was always working in the same departments. I would, after a little bit, I would say I want to say like 2 or 3 years, or 3 years. I would go in the departments. I would look around, and I would feel at home, you know. And I never had that in a company. Then my mom, when she tells me I want to be a janitor, there's nothing wrong with that. But you're thinking about long term, right? It's tougher. It's like, and again, I hate saying this, but it's like a relationship. Work for me is a relationship. It's like going out with a girl, and you like her. You really like her. You really like her. She's an amazing woman. You're not in love with her. And then you fuck, and then you fuck some more, and then you fuck, and then the condom break, and then you have a kid with that woman. And you like her, she makes you happy. But this wasn't what you wanted. What I'm going on here. I'd have a job that I like. I'd have a salary that comes in every single week. Would I be happy? And what you're saying, if you don't try, you'll never know. Well, usually I will know. Because I've been a janitor before, and I hated it. I've had a job that I hated before, and I hated it. I'm a fucking quitter guy. I'm a quitter. See, I talk about this so often. I talk about the wage slavery. And I made I want to say I made over 10 videos on the subject of wage slavery and having to work till they have your needs versus your want. And if you look at all of those videos, pretty much all of them, I don't include myself. Think about a certain group of people. And this group of people are the faceless. They don't have a face, they don't have a voice. They're just workers for a company that they won't let. They don't have a choice. I never include myself in there. And now, I'm afraid of, isn't the job. I'm not afraid of the job, I'm afraid of, I don't know, I'm one of the voiceless, you know? I don't have no voice. Just today, it was rough because today I was making a lot of content, but then we ended up procrastinating, and I was like, oh fuck, you know? Today I was playing a video game, and yesterday I had to factory reset my phone, and now we're gonna get back into the game, so I don't know what I'm gonna do. It's a game that I really enjoyed, so I don't want to restart from zero, because there's 3 weeks out there, but still, so yeah, it sucks, for sure it sucks. For sure it sucks, but at the same time, it kind of is what it is, right? It kind of is what it is, and I have to admit that it is what it is in the sense of, I'm pretty proud of this situation. I've been talking to my mom about me applying to job, because I get excited, you know me. I'll have an interview, and I'll be like, hey man, I got an interview. Well, she's like, oh, that's great. But then I'll have 2 or 3 interviews, and she'll be like, what are you doing wrong, you know? And I don't share because I don't want you to know that I fuck up, because again, I want her to be proud of me, not ashamed. So yeah, then today when she told me of this last week, and she'll say, hey, I possibly have a job for you, and it's gonna be janitor. And I kind of tell her, ma, fucking, I don't want to do that, because she knows how bad my financial situation for her. I have to fight her every single month, not for her not to help out. And now she helps out without helping out by finding a job. And I say no, you know. And then there's another part of me that could take the job for being a janitor. And behind the back of the employer, I could be looking for a job. But then I would have to work in 8 hours. I would have to work in 8 hours. I would have to film content. I would have to look for work. All of this by a hand that's feeding me, and I wasn't really like that. It was a pretty bad thing yesterday. So to come back, I'm like, fuck. And I bring out some CVs yesterday, and I do that job. There's a place I really want to work, but like, no, we're not looking for everybody. And then I noticed. And I never really asked, are you looking for people? So I go in and I talk to people, and I'm like, nope, not interested. I'm like, fuck, you know? Fuck. So yeah. So then, guys have noticed. And with mental health, now we're gonna get into the mental health subject. I'm gonna get into something that's a lot more interesting. But before I'm gonna take a little break. I'm gonna go in. I'm gonna get my phone. I'm gonna get my computer, and I'm gonna get my audio. I'll be right back. I hope you choke on your sleep. Choke on your sleep while you're thinking of me. Suffocate in your sleep. I'll be the last thing you'd see. Yeah. I'm finding clarity in kerosene. Naked scene. I haven't felt like an accessory. There's love and hate, but this was in between. Let's go YouTube. And let's go with Nothing Nowhere, which is a song I was singing. Which the song is Clarity in Kerosene. Suffocate in your sleep. I'll be the last thing you'll say, yeah. Clarity. We're gonna do Clarity in Kerosene. We're gonna do the one take, which is the acoustic version, which in my opinion is better. Clarity in Kerosene, one take. See? It's all about knowing your what you like and what you dislike, and how quick they are. We're a couple seconds in, and I'm already finding what I'm looking for. So now we take a second break, and we're playing the tower. We're gonna go in and click a couple buttons. Why? Because I want to make sure that we're surviving to get some progress. This song, guys, this song. Clarity in Kerosene. This is such a good song. Holy shit. Oh, you know what? Now I'm thinking about another song and so much better. Finding clarity in kerosene. On another celery. And he said to me, I was saying naked scene. Body looking that we're in. Oliver Francis, No Angel, so fucking good. This song is a mindfuck. This song's a mindfuck, and you're gonna get into music later on how it's saying yesterday, and that's beautiful. Same shit. You know. This song, Oliver Francis, No Angel. This song is one of my favorites. Feed Oliver Francis, of course. Love. Love. Another hope. Another big bar. It's so fucked up. No. Which man? Oliver Tree, No Angel. No, better fake shit. I'm your replacement. Fake shit. I cry. I say like almost every night. Don't you know? I'm no angel when I die. I'm so right. You know. No angel. Oh, okay. That's such a good song. Come on. We're gonna go with Mr. Kitty. After Dark. That's a great song too. For some reason the S1 doesn't work. Yes. Yes, queen. Like I was saying, we don't have yesterday. Of course, I knew this self-destruction wise. I knew self-harm wise. I was making content a lot lately to focus on it, right? So yesterday we had this power outage. My phones are both empty. You see me. And again, there's this fucking tower that I love, that I have this love and hate relationship where all my tree phone needs to be working to film a video because otherwise I have this Blake shoot where I play more. And just maybe, if you think about it properly, right? If every single playthrough is the same amount of time, that's the same size, they take the exact same amount of time to upload. Maybe. So yesterday I got this, it was crazy, guys, it was crazy. I'm lucky as fuck because I take care of my shit. So my phone's at 40%. There's a power outage. The problem with power outage, like I said in the beginning of the video, which was 5 minutes ago, you don't know when it's gonna come back, right? But all I have to do is survive 4 hours. Because at 4 hours I'm gonna be sleeping, And then by the time I wake up, either my 3 phones are fucking dead, or everything is fine. So then, I put in music. When I put in music, I started to cry. There was nothing nowhere. I started to cry because I feel so shitty. I'm stuck in this place. I'm stuck in this mentality of everything's gonna be finished. I thought about it, you know? Not never in the sense of doing it, but I thought about it, right? And I was facing my own demon. Not because they came up, not because they appeared, but because I wasn't able to push them away this time. If you know me, you know that I always have something in my ears. I'm always having some music. I'm on the spectrum for sure. But yeah, it's tough. So yesterday I go in, and the power comes out at 9:15, and I go to sleep at 2:30, 3 o'clock in the morning. So it's about 4 hours and a half, 5 hours. At 1 o'clock in the AM, and this is the first time I fucking felt that. And it was just bad. It was just really bad. It was just really bad. I started listening to music, and when I'm listening to music, I'm able to stop the voices in my head, and I'm just able to enjoy silence. Silence in music. It's always been like that. Even as a kid, I was doing my homework, and my father and his girlfriend were talking when I'm doing my homework. I'm like, how the fuck am I supposed to focus? Like, oh, you don't mind when you have music? Yeah, but the music doesn't. It's not real. And it isn't real. There's another person talking to you. There's another person expecting an answer. They're not in the same room as you. I can close my eyes, and guess what? I'm still listening to a fucking band, but guess what? I know that if I open my eyes, there's no band. Isn't that crazy? So I'm able to shut the voice in my head and I'll complete silence and listen to music. And then the expected to happen. And it was one of the worst that I had. I'm on the sofa. And on the sofa I'm paralyzed. Because my phone is out dead and I don't have music. And I'm thinking about bad stuff. And I don't even know if that's gonna make sense. This is really fucked up shit. I am fully awake. I am fully aware. I am in a position where I cannot move. I'm literally paralyzed. And it is the weirdest feeling because I know my limbs are working. And all I have to do is think. That's it. I cannot do it. That's what I'm thinking about people. People that hurt me. People with whom I had unfinished drama or unfinished beef. And that's something that's amazing. You know why? Because the people that I've been thinking about are people with whom I had beef years ago. And you see, that's what I was talking about yesterday. About this isolation and this feeling of being alone, but not really being alone, right? You're just in a spot where you're comfortable. Look at the picture, I'm coming with you, dear Maria, come in. There's a story at the bottom of this bottle. Namaste. It's not a face, mom. Not my choice, but still a good song. What am I gonna be listening to? Oh, Monument. Monument's really good. Let's get the intro. Monday morning, and I would kill for a chance to try to far away from here with you, my dear. I'll never leave your side. It's insane how I'm able to hear it first. And like, I'm good. And I was thinking about those people that hurt me when I was years ago. And that's a good thing because we don't have beef. That's a bad thing because we hate ourselves, you know. I was thinking about a girl who I had a crush on, and I caught on live another dude, and I never confronted her. Because I'm like, dude, fuck you. Just fuck you, right? You're a piece of shit. Because you know I had emotion for you. You said I have this emotion back for you. You're making sex joke with me. And the next day I'm seeing you live another dude. Right? So in my head I'm just like, fuck you. You're a piece of shit. But then yesterday, another thing. This for the last time since you be gone. That song, dude. And when you're doing better, you have this mental clarity, right? When you have this mental clarity, and everything becomes clear. But when you're in a in depression, everything is foggy. That's the dangerous part. That is the dangerous part, where you're half lucid, half not lucid. You're lucid enough to know what's going on, but not lucid enough to do something about it. You're in a constant state of high. You're just gonna get into it. So with the girl, I know that what she did wasn't cool, but then I started being lucid enough to know that I did something wrong also. I was like every single day. I was talking to her every single day, and I just disappeared because I was fucked up. Did I make the extra effort to talk to her? No. I wasn't there, and she needed somebody to be there, and there was another guy to be there. I can't even mad at her, I can mad at the dude. It's a shit situation. Things weren't handled the way they should have been handled. But at the end of the day, life is life. Game is game. The strong survive, the weak dies. Will you hit me up, or will you bring me down? Or this other girl who were being extremely sexual. And I'd like to say that's her job, but let's say 50-50. Then she mentioned that she's looking for a boyfriend. And I'm like, nah. And then she posts this thirst trap as a story, right? And she posts this thirst trap, and she posts a thirst trap where she's half naked, right? She'll lure people in, right? The way you break, bumping on the face, the way you touch, the way you break. More the curtain close the die, no they all come out alive. It wasn't hard to realize. Love's the death of peace of mind. I made nothing awake. I see Lucid. And then instead of she's supposed to shop, of course I come running because she's fucking hot. And because we shared some pretty steamy moments. I don't have a hot dog cart, but those moments would be enough to power up the cart for a day. If you can tell me what song is this, just by the video clip. Fucking love you. Fucking love you. Yeah, a little bit too much of fights. It's a possible eclectic attack, I'm sorry. So I had these moments and then I closed my eyes. Because don't ask me why. I was looking in my apartment and I felt afraid. I felt paralyzed. I felt uncomfortable is more of a word, but well afraid, but it's uncomfortable. You know? Cut me open and tell me what's inside. Diagnose me, cause I can't keep wondering why. I know it's not a phase, cause it happens all the time. Nobody think again, don't tell me what's this sign. I'm on and on, I'll chase what I see. And then anyone respond. Avalanche. I feel myself go under, and the weight of it's around and around. But if to the chance. I used to be in love. This is Like a Spirits. Dead Spirits. One of my favorite albums ever. Yeah. And then this morning, the craziest part isn't that. The craziest part isn't that. That's not the scary part. The scary part is today. Now we're good. We're good. I'm listening to music. I'm good. The scary part isn't yesterday. Yesterday was scary. Fuck. But somehow, we went to sleep. Then somehow we fell asleep. So today when I wake up at like 12 in the morning because I couldn't sleep, I wake up completely normal. Like the night never happened. I'm in a good mood. I'm in a mood to destroy everything and anything. In a good way, I'm motivated to break the world and make the world my bitch. You know? Respectfully, of course. I'm a respectful pimp. I pay you equal hour. Chase you well. You have a vacation week out of the year. And when I hit you, it's because you really, really deserve it, you know? A respectful pimp. So why am I complaining if I woke up and I was feeling good? Well, there was this one little thing that I said. Lucid enough to realize what's going on. Not lucid enough to do anything about it. You think you're doing better. And you think you're this amazing person. And you're doing so much better. And you're inspiring because, yes, you hit rock bottom, but you got back up from it. Right? And then, it hits you. That you've been, maybe yesterday, maybe you've always been a power outage away from suicidal thoughts. And your brain is so fucked up that you don't know how to fix it. So you're left here praying. Not for world peace, not to end world hunger. You're out here praying that you don't miss power. I think that's where we're going to end this video, right? Can you agree? Yes? Good. As they say in Spanish, buenos tardes, buenas noches. As they say in Romanian, salibun. As they say in Italian, ciao bella, ciao bello. As they say in French, bonsoir. As they say in English, a good evening. As they say in Chinese, I don't know. As they say in Japanese, I don't know. So why mention that? Because in 2 weeks, I'll be able to tell you how you say it. Ishikaku ramen one day, every day. Love you guys. Peace. Don't blink, kiss you blink. If you look up their show, because doing up that, I have one thing. One down, till my head stops spinning. So with life, I'm gonna leave my voice down. Now that we established that we're not a nerd, let's talk about nerdy shit. Let's talk about the mobile game that I'm playing. So yesterday we've been talking about mobile game, and I was like, you know what? Let's talk about the game that you're playing, the game that caught your attention, and the game that you're enjoying. Now, I would like to give a special shout out to Crystal of ASEAN, a game that I'm really excited to try. So right now we're playing a couple of games. We're playing G Eternal, we're playing Final Fantasy, we're playing The Tower, we're playing Arknight, we're playing The Tower. Yeah, we're playing those 4 games. The Tower, Arknight, G Eternal. Holy shit, Final Fantasy. So out of these two games, out of these 4 games, sorry, I'm tired. I'm not video today, so please bear with me. Now the other all now these are words unspoken. See? Almost to agree where I would have felt bad. So let's go out with classes. Let's go out with the AFK game, which is the tower, and Audacity. So I'm going to be talking to you guys about how I feel about them, what it is, a simple plot, a simple description of the game, and why we like it, and why we're playing it. So the first one is the tower. The tower is a game that I've been playing for a year. The tower is this super cool, super friendly, beginner-friendly approach to tower defense. The fun part is, it's not towers, it's a tower. So you build a tower and you have, every single time, you have very small changes. The more changes you have, the more you resist, the further you go, the more you unlock stuff. The more you unlock stuff, the more you're able to go further, right? Which is cool about the tower is every single 2 weeks you have an event, which is new skin, new power up. They're completely free. You can have the premium version of it, but it's not completely paid for. You don't completely have to pay for it. There's a free part of it. It's fun. It's a great game. It's a game that you can play AFK. The greatest thing about AFK, the tower, is it's extremely friendly for AFK. So I can stop playing for 1 month and just play when I sleep and still do a good job. Or if I'm even luckier, what I'll do is I feel like playing, so I'll take it 1 week and I'll really pay attention. So for example, we're going challenge higher tier. And I cannot go as far. So the plan of the game is the higher you go, the more it's difficult, the more rewarding it is. But you're still able, for example, there's a cap. So for example, right here at tier 9, my cap is 2,000. I could go in tier 1 and go 6,000, and I would make more out of 6,000. The problem with 6,000, the game will take me 12 hours. Versus 9, it will take me 3 or 4 hours. And the 9 give me a lot more. So what you could do is you could go see the 10. Okay, I'm ready. But what I'm trying to say is you can play 2 hours, you can play 8 hours, you can play very involved, or you can play AFK. So it's actually quite fun. Pick another song. Let's go with let's go with this one. So this one, my favorite part of the song. But then the Amber something in the nail. I didn't remember. And here we go. Oh, I was wrong. Maybe I know the song by heart. Or maybe I do know it in all of it, which is such a foolish look with your mind. Maybe. I have my right to feel uncomfortable, reserve my right to be afraid. I make mistakes and I am humble every step of the way. I want to be a better person, want to know the master plan. Cast your stone, cast your judgment, you don't make me who I am. Reserve my right to feel, oh, this song good. But we're gonna change, we're gonna go for a bubble. Liquor and a horse. Bubble. Step of the way. I want to be a better perfect. Wanna know the master plan. Cast your stone, cast your. That's my dude. That's bubbles. That is bubbles. Turn with bubbles. Okay, good. I used to listen to this while working out. I know I'm insane. Liquor and horse. Cigarettes and dope and mustard and bologna. Liquor and horse. When I was down, was at the Legion. I met a girl, she was not, it was sitting against the sun. Now they said, hey boy, we shouldn't do so, but again. So yeah, so tower, once again, super cool. What I like about the tower mod is we're at a level where we can have 3 playthrough. It's not harder. It's a bit more micromanagement, but barely. The game will ask you to play for 20 minutes every single day. Just so you can take care of your shit. 10 minutes, I'm talking 10 minutes because I got 3 playthrough, so it's possibly 10 minutes. Great game. The cons of the tower is extremely grindy and it's becoming a bit more pay to win. So the events now have a paywall where you can have the free version of the artifact or the paid version of the artifact. So instead of having 4 relics, you got 2 if you don't pay. The next game, Power Fantasy, super cool game, super enjoyable. Shoot little story. You're basically doing the same thing. You're going as far as possible. You're dying. You get some treasure. You get some item that increase your passive stats. Right? There's a system of rogue, which is rebirth, which is your allies say as strong, your skills say as strong, your weapon becomes 0. So the trick is upgrading your weapon, upgrading your allies, upgrading your skills. Going as far as possible, rebirthing, and then the pros, super cool game, super simple. You can learn it in a couple minutes. You got Shreefing, weapon skin pieces, Awakening Stone, and Diamond. You're gonna have these, and these will stay. These will stay. It doesn't matter how much time you rebirth, you'll do it. You'll buy skins, you'll buy ally skins, and they'll make you more powerful. Super simple. Cons, the story is a bit boring. So it's the same story over and over and over again. So basically speaking, you're doing from 1 to 10. You'll have a story. Once you're doing this, you're doing the same thing, the exact same story, from 11 to 20. It's just different princess. What is really good about this game is you can do one-hand gameplay. So you're doing one hand. So I can play Arknight, I can play G Eternal. It doesn't really matter. I'm playing with one hand. So I'm doing 2 gameplay instead of 1. And I love that. Arknight, probably one of the greatest, if not the greatest, tower defense game on mobile. The Arknight is a very complete game. We're talking about almost 900 hours of gameplay. And I said 900 hours, and I meant 922 hours of... That's what they said, right? I don't know what they said. And the time to beat. Arknight is really fun because you're an operator. Arknight is extremely fun in the sense that you're an operator and a personality. You can build a team that value on each other. It's really fun. There's a lot of grinding, but the grinding is fun because I can do like one full day of 3 hours per week, and I still manage to accomplish a lot. I think it's very grindy, but with Operator are sweet. They have personality, and it's really fun. I'll be completely honest, the story is good, but not great. The story is good, but the levels are so hard that you'll get stopped. So what you have to do is you have to do capture by chapters. So do full chapters, but for that you'll have to wait like a week or 2 weeks in between. It's a bit harder. The pros of Arknight is, once again, the Operator, the long line of Operator. It's a game that's been open for 7 years. So in 7 years we had people introduced, which is great. There's a lot of things that are being introduced, which is also great. One of the a bit more of a negative thing is the game feels a bit empty. At times it feels a bit empty. So you'll try a lot. The base is completely useless. The base, when you start, is really helpful. The base, you'll be able to produce energy, you'll be able to produce cash, you'll be able to produce credit point shop. But very quickly, all you can do with the base, all you can buy with the base is off. I'm 4 chapter out of 25, my base is completely built. Right? One bit more negative. The events are kind of hard. The biggest negative point in Arknight, which is the killer of the game, is I'm going to have a team that is really, really strong. Right? But then, because there's an event and they have new type of enemies who are more, like for example, I'm more of a melee guy, they'll have an enemy that explodes on impact. So my melee guys are dying. Or they'll have some, they'll have a bunch of guys that have a high defense, my archer won't do shit. That I don't like. Another part that is kind of boring is the story is long. So you'll have an event with story of 40-50 minutes. It's a bit too much. Finally, we have G Eternal, the best out of 4, the newest. So it's all the goddamn series. It's really fun. I'm having a lot of fun. I'm gonna stop playing. I'm gonna stop playing because I had to do a factory reset on my phone and we lost the playthrough. G Eternal is a way to get a lot of the fuck. We lost that count. Why is it so cool? A very good rendering of the series. But then a series resumed in 13 hours. There's more than 20 series. It's a cool game. It's a fun game. It's fun. You have all the direct Gundam. It's a tactic game, so you place your Gundam. Some of them have better speed. Some of them have a better range of motion. And some of them are stronger. So you have to have your team. The coolest thing you can do is have a guy that doesn't move a lot, that has long range. He's able to get them, and you kind of lure them. The positive, once again, the story is amazing. The positive, there's so much Gundam. The positive, you can build your own Gundam. The positive, you can choose to put in weapon. You can choose who you're upgrading. It's still a gacha game with ultra rare, rare, super rare, and super rare, rare. It's cool. The negative point is it's a bit long. Like for example, the first series we didn't like it, so we didn't like the first series. It was long. Now we're reading Seed. We're going through Seed, and Seed is really fucking good. Now we're 1 out of 1. I don't know Gundam. I don't know if I'm gonna be liking most of it or barely it. And that's pretty much it. This is the game I'm playing. I'm going to be adding Tower of God, and I'm going to be adding Shin Megami Tensei. And soon, we're going to be adding Phantom X of Persona. So I'm really, really excited for that. Anyway, love you guys, take it easy. Peace. Don't blink, it's your boy Ink. Welcome to part 2 of our Final Fantasy talk. So we're doing a very quick, very special, very cool little talk for the strategy. So Fantasy, we're going further, we're way further, and that's how we talked about it, 10,000. We're now at 74, 3 weeks in. We're aiming to 250. The game finished at 250. The game finished at 250, so we're more than 25% of the game already finished. It's kind of fun because we're getting more and more diamond. Strategy-wise, we're not doing so well because they added Princess. So by the time they added Princess, I had pretty much all diamond. But so now we have to spend more diamonds in more places. You could just buy the skin before it gets further, but you have to add the princess, and the princesses will give you more coin. The more coin will be better long term, but they don't upgrade your character. So we're in a place like that. I'm really excited because soon we'll be able to do the awakening system, which is a way to get way stronger skin, but way stronger skill. So that's good. Now you have more diamond, and the problem with the diamond is you'll be able to unlock some skills, some better part of the skills. That is so far. So for right now, we're focusing on getting as far as possible. We're doing super strong. We're going super aggressive. We're upgrading our heroes. We're upgrading our weapon until we get to the maximum. Then we're rebirthing, and we're doing so. And that's pretty much it. So we're advancing at a nice pace. Once again, we bought a couple of skins that are really cool. We bought a couple of items out of the tower, the princess escape. That's pretty good. Anyway, love you guys. Take it easy. I wish it was more stuff, but it's such a simple game. We're having a lot of fun because, technically speaking, the Final Fantasy, I'm able to play one playthrough and I'm able to do another playthrough of another game. That's really, really fun. And that's pretty much it. Love you guys. Take it easy. Peace. Cigarettes and dope and... Okay, so now, I have a lot to do. 14%. God damn. Ugh. 13. Ugh. 15. Liquor and horror. Cigarettes and mustard and bologna. And the liquor and horse. All cheap phones, batteries are almost dead. Shit.
What's going on over there? You did fine. I think you broke your computer. Hello? Why you know?
Yeesh, 5% everywhere. And the liquor and horse. Mustard and bologna and the liquor and horse.
Dress like shit. I'm high as fuck on drugs all the time. I got 2 fucking boyfriends. One of them. Good. Okay. Ooh. The resting number. What are we supposed to say here? Okay, good. We're very slowly but surely charging. Come on, just connect yourself. Mom, send this.
Okay, good. No, dude. surrender yourself to me. She read a book from across the street. Never meet. Talk over coffee for an hour or two. Wonder why I'm always in a good mood. Killing time before she struts her stuff. She needs support and I become the crutch. She'll never know how much she means to me. Snatched. Who got you looking so snatched? I was there for you in your darkest time, but I wonder where'd you go when I was at my worst on my knees. Choo choo doo choo doo doo, choo choo doo choo. I couldn't wait for you at the bottom. I couldn't wait for you. Wait for you. Stand by, Sharona. Oh, fuck.
Lorsque vous décidez de vous lancer dans ce genre de jeu, ce genre de plaisir, ce genre d'expérience. Hey, regardez comme c'était dans le bullpen. Que les jeux commencent. Nintendo Switch 2, tous ensemble, n'importe où, n'importe quand. Bye, what's up? Welcome back to another video. I hope you guys are having a great day today. We got breaking news today because Rosemary Big to launch an OnlyFans and Big Ed subscribed. Why? Because she's his best view.
You're my best view.
Big Ed and Rose are one of the most popular couples to on 90 Day Fiancé, and the reason why is because he was a little cringe lord, and a lot of fans felt bad for Rose because of her situation, especially financially, to even speaks for itself. She was down.
Oh my god, okay, it's happening. Everybody stay calm. Everybody stay calm. What's the procedure?
This right here is a video that Rose posted on Instagram showing that Big Ed subscribed to her OnlyFans. Let me know in the comments what you think about this. I know you can block customers on OnlyFans, so I am surprised that she chose to out him instead of just blocking him. Makes me question whether they use each other for the promotion of her OnlyFans, because Big Ed's not a person where, even if it's negative publicity, he still wants the publicity. So that's
This is that very important. You're supposed to be taking this serious. And mayonnaise makes it smoother and less dry. She booked her flight and left me the next morning all by myself.
Santos commented on this video, haven't you got like all your recognition because of him in that show? But you want to clown on him to this day. Interesting. Oh wow, this Rupert Rose, you guys, she responded, are you sure about this, man? There's nothing wrong with what Santos said. There's actually a lot of truth there. And here's the problem. When you handle criticism in this kind of way, it tells the audience that you care more than you really should. Because it's true that you and Ed both had a lot to gain from going on the show 90 Day Fiancé. Now, it's also true, and I mentioned this in my long video about Ed and Rose on my channel, it's impressive that she was able to capitalize on the 90 Day watchers and redirect a lot of that traffic towards her own YouTube channel. Rose's first couple videos were her best in my opinion because it was wholesome content that answered a lot of questions that fans had from her season with Ed. For example, uploading a video about life and what it's like living with her dad on a piggy farm. That was a fascinating video for the 90 Day audience because we got to see what it's really like living on a piggy farm in the Philippines without TLC there to instigate drama or whatever else. There are countless 90 Day Fiancé fans that watch this show to see a whole bunch of different travel destinations that we can never travel to. You know, it's interesting to watch an American enter a relationship with a foreigner and then go over there right next to America and try to work things out despite the cultural differences. As we all know, our first impressions matter, and it's not very passionate or romantic to appear like melted ice cream on your date with your international baddie and smell like a Yu-Gi-Oh tournament at GameStop. And fun fact, this month I've been trying to level up my upset points with the help of Stepford. My favorite cologne that I've received from them is My Name by Mentor. Let me get to the phrase real quick. Gotta get the wrist. My other favorite cologne that I received from Stepford is Europe 20 by Versace. Stepford is a fragrance subscription service that helps you discover luxury designer their fragrances without committing to a full bottle right away. They have hundreds of scents from top brands, so you can customize your fragrance journey every single month. Each trial is a generous 30-day supply, so you have plenty of time to see if it matches your vibe. So if you're interested in exploring new scents and elevating your fragrance game, you can get 55% off your first month with Scentbird by using the code YourWetSock2 or scanning the QR code on screen. How dope is this, you guys? You get to try your first fragrance from Scentbird for only $8, and your next month it will only be $16.95. That's over half off. Remember, it's Your Wet Sock 2 for 55% off. Discover how the right fragrance can make a lasting impression, unlike these dog water creatures on this TV show. Now let's get back to our review. You guys have been broken up for a long time. It's been a lot of years since. She could have just as easily blocked Ed and not said anything about this publicly, but she used this in order to promote her OnlyFans. And then the next video is her using the sound clip, "I like the view, you're my best view." That is a famous sound clip from their season together.
Really? Can you feel the tension in the air right now? I know I can.
The responses to Spanso's comment from angry fans is hilarious because they're saying a bunch of irrelevant things like, Ed dates women that are his daughter's age, he deserves to be clowned on, he's a creep. We all know that Ed is a creep, buddy. The reason why Rose got a comment like this in the first place is because she didn't need to speak about it publicly. We have zero confirmation this was actually Ed. Rose didn't show the ad. Customers on OnlyFans can go by any name they want. It's very possible this could not be the real Big Ed. Now, it is worth mentioning today, I did half-ass stalk Big Ed on his Instagram account, and from what I've seen, he didn't post anything about the subscribing to Rose's OnlyFans debacle. I need to see evidence. Either way, though, Rose and Ed were on 90 Day Fiance before the 90 Day Season 4, which came out back in year 2020. 5 years later, and she's outing her ex to promote her OnlyFans? In what universe is that a good look?
Got your ass. You want to be Big Ed's best view? It's pretty easy. You just need a chicken head. No. You need to call my buddy Sash. Okay, he's at the Whale's Tail. Or don't call, just go in. They're hiring the Whale's Tail in the Hamptons. And I'm going to be out there for the grand opening, so I'll see everybody there with my shirt off. I mean on. Take care.
Big Ed's entire brand is being a cringe lord, and it doesn't mean that Rose has to stoop to his level to get views, and if fans point that out, it doesn't make them haters. Just because Rose is a likable cast member, it doesn't mean that she needs to be protected from brutal honesty. It's actually the opposite. She needs people to tell her the truth and show up. Since the show aired, Rose has become a public figure known around the world, and you have to consider the negative consequences her launching this OnlyFans will have on her son, Prince. You guys, come on. Rose Vega After Dark, can we talk about how uncomfortable she looks in this photo? It looks like she's getting trafficked. I hate to go there, but if those are the kind of photos that she's selling on her OnlyFans for $24.99, I don't think that's the route to go. I noticed, especially after watching The Last Resort Season 2, TLC has become really political. It seems like the network wants to do these TLC shows to be morbidly abuse themselves without morals that go out of their way to defend every immoral life choice the cast member makes. It's actually to the point where I've received a lot of DMs from a couple stocks thanking me for posting the videos I did about the tell-all, even though it was emotionally draining to watch at times. I see comments like, Rose can do whatever she wants with her body, she's an adult, earn your money however you want, sis, get your bag. Which I get that perspective. I used to have that same opinion when I was around 12 or 13 years old, but here's the thing, her life decisions don't just involve her, they involve her family, they involve her reputation, they involve her son. And that's what's important about it, because the real victims of these NPC's life decisions are the children.
Dito na nga, dito na mami, babalik na daw, ganun ko ta. Ay, babalik mami, ang ganun. Ika lang si mami, ha?
Bye, Prince. Come here,
Papi ko daddy, si papi ko daddy.
Okay.
Okay.
I know you miss your mommy.
For years, OnlyFans has been launching campaign after campaign, trying to shift the public opinion with regards to the kind of content that's posted on the platform. But the fact of the matter is, when you hear someone is an OnlyFans creator, at first it's natural to assume they are posting new pictures or videos. 11-year-old me was playing Halo, watching the Boondocks, making people tilt on a daily basis. Luckily, OnlyFans wasn't around back then, because off-rip, my take would be, dude, your mom's a slut. Hopefully they find a cure for that or whatever. Does she sell feet pics or full-on bubble? Not to mention, how many women have we heard about that have started OnlyFans under this disguise of, I'm only going to be posting some lingerie photos? It's very similar to me in a bikini. Yeah, once the horny customers start requesting more and more lewd, provocative shit, a lot of them hate. So I would hate to see it get to the point where Rose is showing everything, and then her kid has to deal with that at school. Next thing you know, you got some shithead teenagers talking after school saying things like, hey Ben, you want to see a picture of Philip's mom's butthole? I copped that flip yesterday for $1.50.
Dude, what the frick? The last time I checked, her butthole pics were $3.
Facts, but she's running a promotion this month, actually. Everything's half off. Some of you might find what I just said to be extreme. However, no one knows where the OnlyFans rabbit hole can lead you when you are financially down bad and desperate for cash.
Girl, don't do it. It's not worth it. I'm not gonna do it, girl. I was just thinking about it. I'm not gonna do it. I did it.
From what I'm reading, these kinds of scenarios are what Rose's fans are fearful of, and it doesn't make them haters to be concerned about a content creator that they care about. If anything, from my perspective, the casuals that are telling Rose to get her coin and disregard what fans think are her biggest ops. Some people want to feel better about their piss-poor life decisions by advising others to also make terrible life decisions, and you know what? That's really selfish, especially because Rose has already proven her talent multiple times on YouTube.
When locked in a stare-down with Mighty Mother Nature, some willed, but others refuse to yield to her extraordinary power. They are the ones who will step up and do the thing, when everyone else would really rather not. They are the real ones, and they drink a real good beer. Sleeman. real ones know.
She doesn't need to go this route. It's like bad news after bad news. I just speed read this article stating that Rose is currently not in an optimal place financially. In addition, she posted a very odd promotional video on her Instagram and mentioned that she is currently single, meaning her and Greg broke up, which is really sad. Clearly, she's feeling financial pressure from the way she's moving, and my advice is don't act in an uncharacteristic way when people originally rocked with you because you held yourself to a high standard. Because honestly, if Rose just sat down and explained her situation in a YouTube video, I guarantee her audience would show up for her. This seems very rushed on Rose's part, and I'm sure she's feeling that pressure. She's broken up about the breakup. I'm hopeful that she takes a step back and weighs the pros and cons of this decision before diving deeper down the rabbit hole. She can easily make a lot more on YouTube if she just put more effort in the content creation process. Look at the difference in thumbnails from when she started creating on YouTube to present day. The title of this video is My First Boyfriend, and the thumbnail is a picture of her forehead. Rose, you're better than this. I'm gonna go on the record here and say if Rose uploaded a vlog over 20 minutes long, trying street food in Manila with a decent thumbnail, that video would perform really well. Hey love, you like the view? I want to personally thank you for joining me on this crazy and exciting journey. As you know, I've been on TV, I've been on social media for the past several years, but I have never done anything like this. Honestly, I feel more confident and more sexy than ever, and I want to share that side with you. I can't with the emojis. I'll be posting daily spicy content to my feed here to chat with you personally whenever you are bored or feeling adventurous, and sending out exclusive content that might surprise you. Drop me a comment or a message. I'd love to get to know you better and show you the real side of me. I might also send a picture to make sure I'm your best view today. Kissy emoji. XOXO Rose Vega kissy emoji. Rose's bio on OnlyFans reads, Rose Vega, reality TV alum, island daydreamer, confidence coach, running every post, pic, and DM myself, no agencies, no assistants. This is where filters drop and real combo begins. Dive into daily diaries, lingerie pulls, and spur of the moment lives. Have a question? Slide in. I answer every message. Ready to discover me in ways Instagram could never show. Let's chat kissy emoji. I could definitely see Big Ed throwing $24.99 Rose's way out of curiosity. Plus, he's always been insanely attracted to her. Hell, I mean, he was even reaching out to Rose while he was in a committed relationship with Liz. Now that Rose and Greg broke up, who knows? Maybe he sees this as a chance to slide. I'm not sure if IRL evil Mike Wazowski is capable of feeling guilt, but if it is, he could also be trying to right the wrongs that he committed in the past. Like I said earlier in the video, I'm just waiting to see confirmation that was actually Ed that subscribed to her OnlyFans. Could I see this horny little guy simping on OnlyFans? Absolutely. But would he use his TLC stage name? I don't know. I get he's narcissistic, but even that might be too bold to play for Edward. And a big thanks again to Setford for sponsoring today's video. Remember to use your wet sock tube or scan my QR code to get 55% off your first month. Wow, what a riveting read that was. Socks, let me know in the comments what you think about this Big Ed and Rose Vega cringe. I hope you enjoyed today's video. Comment below, subscribe. Laser friends, laser friends.
Oh, yeah.
Joshua Faye Saunders, aka King Cobra JFS, was born to parents Clint and Laura. Clinton Dean Saunders was born on the 15th of September 1969 in Casper, Wyoming, to parents Alan and Sandy. Josh's biological mother's name is Laura Debbie Ann Goodrow, born February 1971, and is believed to be from Cheyenne. She graduated from Wheatland High School in Wyoming. Clint was diagnosed with ADHD, and his parents were very strict with him. According to Josh, they were strict with him because they thought it was their fault that Clint had ADHD. Clint went to Natrona High School in Casper, Wyoming, and had a passion for gymnastics. Clint was named the top male gymnast in high school before graduating in 1987. Clint said he'd always wanted to be an artist since he was in grade school, but didn't display any particular talent at the time. Clint remembers a time when he drew a picture of a man playing by a pool and called it his masterpiece. In junior and senior high, Clint got D's in his art classes and became very frustrated, but didn't give up. He ended up going to college, getting low grades again, but said his main interest was gymnastics. Sadly, Clint got injured and couldn't compete professionally. According to Josh, one of Clint's first jobs was a vacuum cleaner salesman, and he even attended a class that taught him how to vacuum properly so he could be a better salesman. Clint went back to college at the age of 21 and took night classes at Casper College in photography. He knew when he first held a camera that it was his destiny to become a photographer. He said he became interested in photo montage after seeing a poster by artist Jerry Ulsman in his instructor's office. Clint asked his instructor how to create photo montage art, but his instructor said it was too advanced for his course, Introduction to Photography. Clint ignored his tutor and began spending 20 to 30 hours a week trying to develop photo montage skills. However, he would end up quitting the photography course, feeling that art and photography were just better as hobbies and not career paths. Josh's parents met in Casper, Wyoming, and got married between December 14th and the 21st, 1990. As you can see from this newspaper article, Josh's mother was mistakenly named Laurel. Joshua Faye Saunders was born March 26, 1991, in Casper, Wyoming, at the Wyoming Medical Center. Josh was born with underdeveloped lungs and was placed in an incubator. Josh's parents were very young, only 20 and 21 years old at the time. When Josh was a child, apparently Laura did not breastfeed him and instead opted to feed him formula. Josh claimed that he had a bad reaction to this formula and it allegedly made him bleed from his rectum. At this time, Clint was working at a convenience store and later claimed he was only earning $3 an hour. Clint shared a small apartment with Laura and Josh. Clint owned a '66 Mustang since the age of 15 that he had restored. Unfortunately, he totaled his car by crashing it into a deer, but ended up selling it to help pay for Josh's medical bills. Josh's parents ended up getting divorced in 1992 or 93. Josh described his biological mother as being crazy, possibly suffering from a mental illness, and said that Clint had to fight for custody of Josh. Josh often spoke about the custody battle between his parents and said that his mum would take him to church every time he had visitation with her. Josh said that his biological mother's family were tight-knit Christians. Sometime after their divorce, Clint was forced to move to Miles City, Montana, to share custody of Josh because Laura's parents lived in Billings, Montana. Josh recalled a time when his dad took him to see some family members around Christmas, but the trip was cut short when Laura fraudulently called the police on Clint. Laura attempted to maintain a relationship with Josh throughout his life by sending him clothes and candy, but Josh hated it and developed a deep-seated contempt for her as the years passed. Around this time, Clint started his own gymnastics training business and claimed to have several branches in Montana for around 7 years. While in Miles City, Montana, Clint coached in a club called Rhino Gymnastics for Kids in Miles City and Glendive, Montana. The club was apparently named after Clint's favorite animal, a rhino. Clint and one of his gymnastics teams went on to compete in the United States of America Gymnastics Junior Olympics. Clint rented a space for his gymnastics class in a church, which boasted a bell tower that Josh became enamored with. This could possibly be the origin of what would become a lifelong obsession for Josh. Josh said that he was always obsessed with bell towers, and said that he grew up watching Disney films like The Hunchback of Notre Dame, and studied Big Ben, the famous clock tower in London, England. Around 1993, Josh began kindergarten. When Josh was 3 years old, he said he became fascinated with tobacco pipes after seeing the cartoon character Roger smoke one in the 1961 children's cartoon animation, 101 Dalmatians. Josh also claimed that his passion for music started around this age. One of Josh's fondest memories of kindergarten was going to a park in Miles City, Montana, called the Triangle Park, and looking at the church bells of Sacred Heart Catholic Church. Josh claimed he was speaking at a 5th grade level at this point, and said he didn't fit in socially with the other students, because they were just learning their ABCs, and he felt he was intellectually superior. However, Josh was held back a year due to a lack of social skills required to complete kindergarten. Josh said that this made him feel stupid for a long time, until his dad later assured him that it was his Asperger's syndrome that held him back in kindergarten. Sometime before 1995, Clint gained sole custody of Josh. Throughout his childhood, Josh's family knew something was off with him and said that he was different from other children. Clint took him from doctor to doctor, and Josh was put on several medications including Strattera and ADHD, and Zoloft, an antidepressant, to try and improve his behavior before he was diagnosed with Asperger's syndrome in 2004 when he was 13 years old, and he was also sent to counsellors. To better understand Josh's mental health, Clint ended up going...
Perfect, Bubbles. Come on, wrestle. I'll fucking wrestle. Or, get over here. You two dicks, hang door to door.
Don't blink, Ishy Wink. So freaking tired. I played on the tower, but I'll be sleeping, so enjoy. And yeah. Ages. We're watching Strip Our Boys. Oh, there you go. Whew. Nice. Good. Okay. Come on. Okay, let's go. I need to work.
Position this footage.
So you found me in the shadows. Trying to keep up then.
I'll stand firm against the enemies before us. This scene feels oddly familiar.
Solo ta concentration. Second fest.
Shit. Golly, I'm so sorry, guys. I'm taking a shower. Okay, what time is it? 55. Shit. Shit, not bad. This is how cold it is. It's crazy cold. Cold. Okay, let's go. Stop complaining and actually do something. Oh, it's so fucking cold. Okay, good. Okay, good. No? Okay, good. No. Too early. What okay, good. Okay. Dominic, it's your Wayne, welcome to the show. Nothing wrong because I'm having a wonderful day on this 21st May 2025. As you can see, pretty tired. As you can see, pretty shitty outside, but I'm gonna do what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna do what I have to do, and there's no but or if and success, I guess. There's I guess and I success, which doesn't make a lot of sense, but hey. Without further ado, I present to you a nature corn to be forgotten. Look at this. Not the greatest, but not the worst. Oh, we had worse. Barely, but we did. I'm in a good mood. What? I am so sorry, people. We lost some storage. However, we lost some storage because of the storage. However, it's good because the storage that you lost is storage that was a full screen, so it's not a big deal. A full screen of retry or continue. Don't think it's winning quote unquote show. Meanwhile, on this 21st May 2025, it is absolutely shitty outside. I wish I was anywhere else with a nicer weather. Mexico seemed like a good place to be. So why don't we try the new flavor of Pringle, new flavor, and about this, Mexican street corn. They look amazing. Pringle has been doing once again a lot of new flavor, which we love. But what we love even more is that they've been putting effort into making it. So what I really enjoy is if you look here, there's a pizza, which is what it's supposed to look like. There's the pizza, and then there's ketchup. And if you look here, what it's supposed to be, the chip, the corn would have lemon, onion, and red sauce. I'm actually quite excited. It's supposed to look like this. So let's hope it looks like this. Now, if they're smart, instead of the regular potato chip, we put a corn chip to simulate the flavor of corn. That'll save them a lot of problem. This is what it looks like. Smells pretty nice. Quite flavorful. I love ranch. I love lemon. I love lemon. We have onion, but the onion that's there is actually quite nice. So it seems to be more out of the vegetable than in the chip one. Really nice flavor. Very nice army. I'm really tasty what they're promoting. Does it really taste like corn? No. But enough with sweetness. However, I think that rotating onion and lime wrench, pretty flavorful, pretty enjoyable. Man, yum. Normally, if you're welcome to the show. Because we're having a good day, because we're having a wonderful morning on this very cloudy, very disgusting 21st May 2025. People told me you're a simple guy. I think they mean simple-minded, but I hope that that's what they mean. And as a simple thing, I've been enjoying for years. We're talking about burgers, we're talking about chicken wings now. In the town of Lishi, the place where I live, has been growing steadily, and they've been having more pizzeria. So I wanted to try something that had to do with something with flavor. With pizza flavors, we're going to be tasting the Pringle pizza flavor. First of all, shout out to the Design team. I love what we have here. The Pringle guy, Pringles. We have a pizza, we have a pizza box. They put the effort to do the pizza box. I didn't know the Pringle pizza box. That I'm a fan of. Never had these. Because I'm not a big fan of pizza, but I'm open-minded. So hopefully, that's our purpose. Here we are. Nice little color on it. Nice little red flavor on it. We love that. Actual good pizza taste. I'm tasting the pizza, I'm tasting the acidity of the tomato. I'm almost got to the thing. The pepperoni, the sauce, the dough. Really nice pizza ingredients. A bit too much shots pizza. Like, whoa, get that back. Okay, the time when I asked for, they're delicious. I'm gonna go back in there, addictive. What they do Pringle is they recreate a bit of the flavor, and your brain does all the work. You'll be like, oh, I can easily tell that this is a pizza. Is it really supposed to be pizza? No. Is it supposed to be a pizza? Yes. You're getting good chip, you're getting a pizza taste. You ask for a good chip and you ask for pizza flavor. The way it tastes, this is the best chip I've ever had? No. But it's pretty good. And it's pretty on point what I expected. If I have an itch for a pizza, I now have a pizza chip. And that's, I'm gonna tell you something, is something. Anyway, let me guys take it easy. Peace. Don't think easy waiting. Welcome to the show. Because we are together having a wonderful day on this shitty May 21st, May 2021. We love Green Anatomy. We do not love Grey Butter. You can tell I'm eating something. We're eating Pringle with street corn and mixed Pringle pizza flavor chips. Today we're going to be special. We're talking about a gaming video about G-Eternal. I had a terrible news, but I also have a great news. So with G-Eternal, what happened is sometimes I haven't too much. We're deleting games and we're reinstalling games. So we've been deleting Arknight and G-Eternal. Same thing happened. So I love the data, and I watched the playthrough, and I realized that I never binded the application. So usually what will happen is you can delete an app, it'll log you back in as the same user, always. Now, for some reason, they haven't logged me back in. So all my progress on G-Eternal is over. Now, in the perfect world, what I'm doing is I'm waiting a couple of years, and I'm like, you know what, let's play it again. However, the game is starting, and they're very generous with the rewards, so I'm going to be restarting. Since I am restarting, I'm going to give you guys a deal of a lifetime. I will be doing the same playthrough, right? However, there is an however that's quite important here. The however is, I will only be doing till where I was. Now, the difference is I will not be reading. Usually I like to read. This time I will not be reading. However, when we're finished with this, we'll start reading, we'll start doing everything and do it's a game that I really enjoy. I don't mind. And once again, it's 2 weeks, it's 21 days. They say I play 2 hours per day. That's 42 hours, it's not that long. It is a long time and it fucking sucks, but there's worse things in life. Plus, it's a game that I get to play with Final Fantasy, so even though I miss playing that game, we're going to play through them. So we'll be starting once again. Get to the point where we're going to be reading, and because we're not going to be reading, people are not going to be happy, but if you want me to read, you just have to see the first version of the playthrough. So that's pretty much it. Anyway, I love you guys. Let's play some G-Eternal. Take it easy. Peace. Don't link, it's your boy, welcome to the show. Today we're having a wonderful day on this 21st May 2025. Today is a beautiful day. Just lied, right? But it's a beautiful day because we're thinking, we're productive. I'm thinking about a lot of videos to do. So with that being said, I have a new concept to tell you. So about 3 weeks ago, I'm gonna get myself some water. Show that this first, but again, your boy, probably not really a bladder in life. Yeah, people will say, hey, you should plan more. And I will tell them, who the fuck are you to tell me what to do? I think it's going to be clean government. I think that's why I feel so productive and so constructive. Oof, these pants, I must be losing weight because they feel loose. So the principle that I was wanting to do, the idea that I was wanting to do is, 3 weeks ago, I was like, you know what? Apparently all those videos, there's two similar ideas and they're saying no. Today I'm saying scratch that and say, consider, so for example, today is the first. We can have two little plans. To tell you something. I rather be ignorant of the whole idea thing will be in from yesterday from Triple Boys. That was crazy, but it's true. When they said it. Oh my god. Oh my god. When Lady said, it is funny to be wise. Penis is listening, it's supposed to be wise. And I'm like, oh wow. That really meant something to me, you know? So, what do you think? Because, and even then, when I grew up, I was watching like Devil Advocate. And in my life, I've been constantly fighting to search for balance. Balance of good versus balance versus evil. And I was so focused on this balance, and I never asked myself, do I prefer positive ID, do I prefer good ID, or do I don't mind? Is it just the duality that I'm looking for? Is it just the balance of two complete opposites? And if I found them, what would I do, right? And I never asked myself the question. And, okay, I got drunk yesterday, I was bored. I was arguing with someone, right? And then this person was kind of, I'm not going to say it, but kind of dumb. Respect that person, if you're watching this, my apologies, I was drunk. And then we were talking, and then I was fighting, arguing for the sake of arguing, which was an asshole, whoopsie daddy. But then, something magical happened, and this drunken stupor, I had a moment of clarity, right? And this moment of clarity, I said one thing. If you're saying, oh, you're only looking to be right, then I'm not looking to be right. We simply have a yes or no situation if we don't have the question, right? And with opposing possible. You have a yes and a no, right? And all you have to do is ask the question. For example, today, man with a plan or man with a camera? What's the question? Do you prefer to be one of them? Which one is right? Which one is the most prepared to face situation? Right? Then people will say man with a plan, but man with a plan can improvise. I would say man with a tool because in that situation, he's equipped to face the situation. But if he doesn't want to face the situation, all his equipment go to waste, right? The perfect thing would be a team of both of them. We're also watching Trigger Boys. I don't know if I mentioned this. I think I did. Just like Ricky and Julian, right? So anyway, let's see how that goes. And let's start this right away. Love you guys. Take it easy, please. Don't blink, it's your blink. Welcome to the Content Show. We're doing Walkers are having a wonderful day on this 21st May 2025. Today we are extremely motivated with content. It is 9:18 on the clock. I'm going to be waiting another 40 minutes and then I'm going to go give out some CDs because your boy is motivated today. I feel like a $100 bill, which is not a lot, but hey, I guess my standards are pretty low and that $100 bill is all it takes to make me look like a hero. Didn't mean to rhyme, but I guess we got the time. Today we're doing a new kind of video. We're doing a duality. So think about Devil Advocate, think about the search of truth, a yes or no. Look at it as the same coin, but different side of the same coin. So the very first thing I'm going to do is, what is the most important part? A man with a plan or a man with tools, right? So the idea came from a very important part of life. A man with a tool. I feel like in life, a lot of time I didn't have the tool I needed. And then when it comes to content, I always romanticized and I always felt to be critical, acclaimed. This simple fact of saying, hey, I have a camera, I'm a man with a camera. I don't have a plan, but I have a camera, right? Even when you look at the Dark Knight movie, one of my favorite movies, right? Think about the Joker. The Joker is really smart, but there's a place in the movie where he says, I'm just a dog chasing a car. I don't even know what I'm going to do if I catch it. That to me, that was very poetic. That to me, that was very senseless. It made a lot of sense. It made a lot of sense in the sense of, dude, how many things are we doing just because we can do it? Even at work, right now we're job searching. We have a tool that takes with 2 arms, 2 legs, a functioning brain. For a lot of people, this is the tool needed to be a success. And company XYZ right? So I think, okay, you know what, let's do it. But then with the man with a plan, the man with a plan has more sort of a leadership role. The man with a plan might be able to do something in that situation, right? There's no need for tools if you don't know what to do. The man with a plan is a kind of like a genius when it comes to how we're doing things. Kind of like a genius when it comes to assessing the situation, right? They kind of do shit. Now, we are using Jennifer Boyce because I'm watching Jennifer Boyce. And yesterday we were watching an episode with Jim Leahy, who's a drug supervisor, but somebody that's super smart in real life. John Dosworth, rest in peace. And he was saying it is ignorance is bliss when it's thought to be wise. And that hit me like a fucking ton of brick. I was like, wow, that is so meaningful. But again, when you look at it, it is a play on duality. It is ignorance is bliss. Being dumb is amazing when everybody that's smart is crazy. And to me that hit because, literally speaking, you want to be smart, right? But what if being smart was more harmful than being dumb? I mean, you want to be dumb, right? What are you choosing? You're choosing the way of wisdom, or you're choosing the way of no pain, the painless way. Duality is extreme. So part one, we're going to be talking about a man with some tools, which I'm really happy about because this is where I'm aiming myself. So a man with tools. See, in my case, a man with tool would be camera. Why? Because this is my passion, this is my hobby, this is a dream, is to make content and a professional situation. And i.e., I make enough money to feed my family, and then I got a couple of bucks to go to the strippers because they deserve some love too, right? Did I just say that out loud? Yeah, we'll take a sip. Come back here. And a lot of people have always told me, hey, Ink, you have so many ideas. We're sitting at 29,000 videos on the channel. But where do you get all of them? So the truth is, I'll see a movie, I want to do it. All of them, I think about 700 videos or 400 videos, which I'm making content, I'm tasting something, so might as well use it. All of them are reviews, I'm watching the show, I want to talk about it. I mean, people talk on the radio, I think the idea, even my algorithm pushes content that I want to talk about. For example, talk about AI, talk about the nature core, right? And to me, this is interesting because I don't even need to come up with an idea. It just happens. Now, in my case, it's a weird thing because I love the idea of a man with the tools because as an underdog, that's a guy you do want to win, right? It's not the leadership position, it's more of a follower. But with my ADHD and me thinking out of the box and me being inspired and me being very opinionated, right? I technically have a plan, and that plan is just to follow my fucked up brain, right? A lot of people are inside the box, right? And we're going outside the box, because we're going outside the box. There's a much bigger world out there than just the box, and it's because there's a much bigger world out there than just the box. Then all you're thinking about is, okay, well, what am I looking at outside the box versus what are they seeing inside the box, right? Because I drain the subject of outside the box. All I need to do is verbalize it for people that are inside the box, and then it looks like an idea that came from the box. If it came from an idea, it looks like it came from the box. People are willing to acknowledge this concept or this idea, no matter what it is. And to me, that's beautiful. Because I'm presenting you an alien subject. Like, yeah, it makes sense. I'm gonna dig it. So, with content, in my case, I feel like I'm more so a man with a tool, but I feel like I'm more so a man like a tool because being a man with a plan comes naturally. So I.e., I'm gonna go out, right, and I'm gonna have a camera, like, oh, this is super cool. Or, hey, I could eat this, and then we'll make a video, right? Now, because planning is so easy for me, the tool is important because the camera. And even then, it's more than my, I don't want to say career because to me that sounds a little bit obnoxious, but there's been moments where I saw some beautiful landscape and I had a shitty camera. My only good camera is this one, to be honest, right? And I was like, dude, you should have so brought the good camera. I didn't think about it. I didn't think about it, and that's on me. That's completely on me. I'm the one to blame. Shame on H, right? At the same time, if I had a tool, then those tools were meaningless because those were instances I could have filmed. Look at a nice sunrise. I didn't make a sunrise. I just filmed it, right? And I can have a tool. There's nothing to film. There's nothing to film. For example, look at this display. This is not if I have a tool, right? There's nothing to film. If I had a plan and I could do nothing, even then I could find a thing to do, right? So, in my opinion, the man with a tool, it's always about being equipped, right? Situation. My issue with being a man with a tool, as if for positive, being prepared is amazing. Being equipped to deal with a situation is amazing. It doesn't matter what happened. If you're equipped for it, you'll be able to, that's the point of life. Learning lesson. That way, when it happens again, you're able to face it, right? Having a tool is so much better than having no tool because you're like, whoa, I'm equipped. I think I'm repeating myself, but the main plot is you're equipped. XYZ happened, you're equipped, and XYZ that never happened, and there's a beauty in that. There's beauty in that. I've seen people put so much money in their retirement funds, and then they die of a heart attack, die of an accident, and then they're like, what? So the retirement funds, what happened with it, right? You had a plan, it didn't work. A tool, it will work no matter what. Right? Have you ever heard of a hammer that didn't hammer? Have you ever heard of a nail that didn't nail? That doesn't happen often, right? But then there's cons to that. There's cons to the fact that you have tools. If you don't know how to use a tool, if you don't know in which situation to use a tool, if you could have used a tool but you didn't use it, then it becomes completely useless, right? The man with a plan will find a solution, and will find multiple solutions in any single case. There's a situation, here's my plan, right? Okay, well, it doesn't work. Okay, well, I got another plan. The man with a tool will say, well, you know what? I'm gonna crack in your door. I have a drill. This drill is screw in there, right? And then you realize that the door itself is fucked up, or it's crooked because you screwed the nail. What you're gonna do is you're gonna take out the nail. You still have the same problem, right? The man with a plan would be like, okay, well, let's look at the door. Let's look at the door and let's see how it's broken. But it's such a complex thing because you're basically saying the idea versus material. My capacity to act out the situation versus my my I'm sorry, I'm tired. My capacity to acknowledge and understand a situation versus my problem. My capacity to solve a problem or situation with what I have. I saw some people do some beautiful thing with a screwdriver. I saw people do some beautiful thing with a sandpaper. I saw some beautiful thing being done with freaking mud that became clay, and people made it, to get me the tool. And the tool itself isn't necessarily, and I keep talking about the tools being a hammer and a drill and everything else. What is the tool itself with your hands, your feet? What is the tool itself with your body? Right? Once again, we're talking about the brain versus the body. And that is a complicated subject. So this is what I think about a man with tools, right? Now, I was going to do a man with a plan, but I think a man with a plan video, I think they're so short, both of them, that I can do a mega video. So let's go with a man with a plan. Now, a man with a plan is actually quite simple. A man with a plan is, once again, is the idea behind it. There's a situation, there it is. The biggest pros of a man with a plan is capacity, once again, repeating myself, but I think it's important to acknowledge a situation and plan towards a situation, right? A man with a plan will have a better leadership situation. Hey, listen to me, I have this idea, right? Versus somebody that says, well, I can do it. Truthfully, there's more people that are able to do something than people that are able to solve solutions. That's why there's more bosses, that's why there's less bosses, there's less manager, there's less leadership position. I think a man with a plan is the role nobody wants, a role that demands a lot more. People were looking at you for excuses. When you have leadership, people will look for you for leadership. Hey, what do they do with this boss, right? If you don't have a plan, you're not able to. And I think that because this is a hard situation, this is a more rare ability, I think there's also a lot of credit to be had when you have a plan. There's I've talked about before about being able to do a situation, for example, just an amazing landscape, right? In the amazing landscape, you weren't able to switch your phone because you didn't have your phone. But it wasn't only the phone. Did you plan the battery? Do you have a good place to have a fridge? Did you know that if you go, I live next to the lakeshore. Did you know that if you go a little bit further to the north, you'll have a much better view, a much closer view to the ocean, right? And depending on the phone that you have, you possibly have a zoom to make it look really well. So it's not about the footage. It's all about the footing of the footage from where I take the things. For example, there's right now we're filming the nature one, right? So you're seeing this. I live on the 4th floor, which means that I kind of have access to the sky view. I could have the same footage from the 1st floor, and all I would see is a wall. But because I'm living here, I acknowledge the fact that I'm able to have a great view. Now, there's 3 things with that. You would say the tool is, it's not a plan, the tool is the view. The view is a tool. You're able to see something cool, so you see something cool. But it is because I spent years staying in the house and enjoying the sky view, right? If I had a better plan, I would be like, you know what? There's a beautiful sunrise, you're having a shitty day, enjoy the sunrise. There's days where I had depression. All I could do was to go out. I had agoraphobia, which means the fear of leaving the apartment. Technically speaking, for whatever reason, the balcony is more so a place of the apartment than outside. So I could have went from the balcony and slowly heal my agoraphobia because I'm more so a man that do that thing. I didn't think about it. I'm with a plan. What is the situation that arrives? Who find a solution? For example, the man with a tool, my problem with that is there's a person with a plan, there's a leadership person, and this person is wrong. You're not able to say, hey, you're wrong to the person because they didn't plan ahead. I find myself in a position where I'm impulsive a lot. I'm going to be doing things out of automatism versus, well, I wanted to do this. And because I'm doing things out of automatism, a lot of the time when I'm doing something, it's a case of, were you really supposed to do that? What gives? Why did you do something? Do you think about people hurting, right? So for example, I go to my father's house, I think it was 2 days ago, and we're doing a job search, right? And with job search, my stepmom, she's like, when you go to give out a CV, you go to human resources. And I'm like, no, I trust people. If I give my CV to the cashier, my first thought is that I'm going to put the paper in the garbage. Then she said something that bothered me. She said, what if she did? And I'm like, holy shit, you're right. And then the idea that came from it, right, the idea that came from it would have been like, hey, a lot of the cashier and the people that you give your CV to will be honest people and give out your CV. And some of them just don't give a fuck. There's time where at work you didn't give a fuck. And if somebody gave you a CV, there is a crazy situation. There was this guy, who came in, right? We're looking at TV, and the guy came in, and we're looking for work, right? The guy smelled really like alcohol, right? And I told him we're not really looking for people, right? But the real thing that I should have done is take a CV and bring it to the boss. Stop what you think, you're not the boss. You made the decision, you're the one that said no, right? I said no, it wasn't my place to be. Then I judged him on something like alcohol, right? If it was a man with a plan, I'm like, dude, if the guy's a fuck up, the boss is gonna see it. Neither the guy just had to step back. That's I felt bad, I felt really bad because I'm like, dude, you shouldn't have done that to the guy. And that is pretty much it. So, running back to what we were talking about, man with tool versus man with plan. It's kind of a situation, but most of the time, then again, if we're talking about, it depends on the situation, and we're automatically talking about, well, some situation are going to be better for a man with a tool, some situation will be better for a man with a plan, okay? So now, the question is, in most cases, if we think about school, right, when we think about school, one of the most important subjects in my mind, in my opinion, would be mathematics. Now, why mathematics per se? Because on a day-to-day basis, I ended up using more mathematics, right? But for some people that were using more geography, when it comes to geography, I suck. When it comes to science, I suck, right? I suck. I'm good at math because it's factual. It's the same thing. You know that 5 times 5 is 25. No matter what happened, it will never change, right? Now you know that 5 squared times 5 is 125. When you understand that, it's easy. It's easy. You know that when you're doing time 5 and a third times 5, it is 650. You know that because automatically, right? But these are more so learned pattern or learned to behavior versus critical thinking. Mathematics is a case of I'm putting this and this, and I know that this is it, right? It's just quick, right? But if I was placed with a problem, for example, there's a power outage. What am I supposed to do? Like, you're supposed to leave the apartment, right? That's critical thinking. You don't have that. It's enabled by the fact that you know your shit by heart. It doesn't allow you to think. One of my favorite radio stations when I grew up in the apartments was Puzzle X, and the reason as to why was they were asking a question. You were being critical of the government, right? They were asking a question. Now, these questions didn't matter to you at the very least. It didn't matter at all. They only mattered because people were asking questions. You take away the question, you really need an answer, right? For example, like if I ask you, why is the sky blue? There's no reason why the sky is blue. You end up realizing that it's melatonin. It is the waves of the water reflecting on it. The plant is more so than not water. Because the water is blue, the sky is reflection. Now, how does it help you? How does it help you from your day to day? Well, if somebody asks me why the sky is blue, I'll be able to answer. Yeah, but who's gonna ask you that? Huh? A man with a tool will always be able to use them. A man with a child will always be able to plan. What's more important? That's the question. There's no answer. There's no answer. Factual people with a more of a leadership ability, people that are more so planning things. My mom, she's more so a planner. She'll want to plan things. She'll say, hey, what should we do for this? And I'm like, we'll get there when we get there. My father's the same way. My father's like, okay, well, you know, John, for example, the taxi guy, they come next week. I don't have the paper. What are we gonna do? I'm like, well, I didn't receive it. So my father's like, what are we gonna do if we don't have it next week? I'm like, let's wait until next week and then even think about finding a solution. Well, planners, I'm more so about the tool being the paper. I don't care where the paper came from. I don't care when it goes in. As long as I have it when I need it. Right? Once again, I don't know that's the right thing. I'll never know. Here's the beauty of doing a video. Doing a video that's supposed to be it's supposed to be something that's thinking. I was watching Children from Boys. Again, I'm obsessed with this right now. And season 1 Bubble says Plato, one of the great thinker of olden time, one of the father of psychology, was saying such a thing about life. If a lie doesn't hurt anybody, then better the life is okay to lie. Right? Some people will stretch that. Some people will stretch it and say, God bless you. Some people will stretch that and say, hey, I didn't mean to hurt you, but I still hurt you. No, it's an accident, bless you. Well, an accident. When we go back in because I have to go out, give out some CDs. Take it easy. Peace. We'll be fine. Very darkness. We'll get lost in paradise. Just one more hit, and we'll be fine. Swear to God, this the one last beyond. In a crooked little town, they were lost and never found. Falling leaf, falling leaf, falling leaf on the ground. Run away before you drown. Don't blink as you blink. Okay, welcome to the show. Welcome to having a wonderful day on this 21st May 2025. And it's shitty outside. What I apologize, this is part 2 of our season 3 of Underground Boys. What happened? Well, it is cold outside. Right now it's like 8 degrees. So the battery drains faster, and you know me. When I start filming, I do a lot of videos. So I didn't have time to finish. So this is part 2 of season 3. We're kind of in a rush because I have to go. I do have to go give out some CDs in about 20 minutes. So let's finish this. Not quickly, but you know, properly and in an orderly fashion. My yank, what a pleasant thing to say. We're going season 3. We finished on episode number 5, which is close to the arc. So we have 3. We have 6, 7, and 8 to do. Episode number 6. Oh, whoa, that's not it. Season 4. Episode number 6. Where is Randy fucking Barbecue? The simple fact that you're swearing in your title is a picture perfect identity of the boys. This is actually really cool because this is such an important episode. There's so much going on in there. One of my favorite episodes. I'm realizing how good season 3 is. And I've realized every single episode. Why it is? Well, there's really thin. It's more so like a filler episode, but there's so much going on. For example, we constantly talk about how Ricky is a good dad. I did this video this morning talking about how what was more important, having the tools or having the ability to plan, Ricky or Julian, right? So Ricky also has the potential to be a good dad. He teaches the kid to still barbecue, right? And it's horrible because the bubble gets out of him. It's like, yo, you're a dickhead. You're gonna teach them to be criminals, then you're gonna end up in jail because they don't know better. That's all because you don't get enjoyment money, right? And at the same time, Ricky actually thinks that he actually thinks something good. He's teaching them something, right? And then, ultimately speaking, what happened is Ricky goes in and his daughter's like, my father's gonna teach you his job, right? So Ricky does it for free. He doesn't do it professionally. He doesn't do it for cash. And he sees cash. And with Ricky, you kind of forgive that because Ricky always had this complex of inferiority because of Julian. Julian's smarter. Julian is better with words. Julian is better in every shape. So because Ricky thinks that he sees this Ricky money and like fuck Julian. And that's my brain. It's a horrible idea. It's 19, right? With the fucking Randy barbecue. The craziest thing about this episode is how good it is. For example, Leahy and Randy goes after Ricky and Julian for the barbecue. And you're like, we've been stealing barbecues for years. What's up right now? And you realize that it was a gift from Leahy. And underneath, I like you, Randy. It is also the first where we meet Erica, which is Julian's girlfriend. Erica does play an important role in season 3 and season 4, but not that much. You'll see her in Men Gotta Eat, which is season 4 episode 2, 420. where's Randy fucking barbecue? Am I forgetting something, huh? For sure. There's so much more than that. The episode. We get to, at the end, Leahy and Randy come out, which is kind of good. Because again, we used in season 1, but the show in itself was kind of like in a fun offense, which is normal for the time. We have a gay couple, but we don't want to have a gay couple. And yeah, it's a pretty good episode. There's some really sweet moments with Bubbles saying, "This is my job, this is my passion." Bubbles is taking 16 covers, also doing barbecue, and a double-decker barbecue, which is really cool. Really good episode, really good episode. And for once, you got freaking Julian who said, "Hey, this is not cool, man. This is a bunch of money." So that was kind of crazy. But the delusion of Jim Leahy. The delusion of Jim Leahy is a direct follow-up of season 3, episode 6. It is actually quite cool because season 3, episode 6, which is where Randy fucking barbecue, ends up with the boys going in the trailer of Jim Leahy with a car and breaking it down. So Jim Leahy, because that becomes drunk, and the boys are playing hockey, which is, again, you're supposed to take for the boys because they're the boys and they're playing hockey. You're not taking for Jim Leahy, John Stonsford, rest in peace, and Barry Potter. Why? Because it's straight as fucked up. It's like she just came out and he did it as a way of being clean and being honest, but then nobody gives a shit. It's like, why do I even bother? Then that's the day that you got fired from the force. And even Randy says, whatever you do, please, today fucking the fuck up. And this is a beautiful episode. Not so much for what's going on. Not so much for that. More so for the fact that Leahy is pushing, and he's finally pushing back. So what happened when you push him to this extent? There's some gold mine in this one. For example, Leahy, what happened is he shoots a hockey puck on his window, and then he has a copy uniform, so he starts to wear it. And then he goes for it. And then Randy gets in love. He's like, okay, well, let's go for it. I trust you. But then Leahy goes in and goes further. And that's why you see that Randy is a main character. Randy is Leahy if Leahy wasn't fucked with. So Leahy is a result of a dude who was pushed. Randy wasn't that pushed yet. He still has some good in him. He's still not biased by the world. If his situation is unjust, he's going to be opting for justice, which we love. There's a fantastic scene where he has a gun, which is an old gun. He's like, yo, and he said Ricky and Julian. And then he tell Bubbles, please, tell us. And then Ricky and Bubbles imitate Ricky and Julian. And the funniest thing is, you see there's a scene, it's a couple seconds long, that's amazing, where you see Bubble in the window talking, you can hear him. So that's beautiful. Once again, Ricky and Julian are in jail. This is a really meaningful thing. It does show that even when Leahy is completely almost blackout drunk, he still sees Bubbles as this good person. But it doesn't put Bubble in jail. Bubble goes in to save them. We have Lucy, she's calling a lawyer. And her lawyer, which is cool because it's the same lawyer that we had from season 3, episode 1, which went to child support. Which was a she knew that she's doing something right. Then it goes to say, and it always will go to say, Sugar Park Boys Make a Strength. It's not the number of characters they introduce, it's how you use them. Sugar Park is a small place. Don't give me 200 characters. Give me 20. But use them correctly, right? And that's pretty much it. There's also a really good place. There's a really good moment in this episode where J-Rock is making music, he's being too loud, and Leahy comes in and breaks his radio. And then you want to feel bad. You want to feel bad for J-Rock because he lost his radio, and Leahy is strong, he's crazy. And at the same time, that's one little thing. Leahy possibly told J-Rock, lower your volume, and the answer was probably fuck you, right? And also, as he's speaking, you understand where J-Rock is coming from, but you also understand where Leahy is coming from. It's a question of, do you think that it's injustice that he broke the radio, or do you think it's injustice that you get something that's really too loud, right? And actually pretty cool. Number season 3, episode 8, the shit leopard cannot take out its stain. And this is the finale of season 3, and possibly one of the best episodes. So in this episode, you heard by the title, the shit leopard that changed is a spot. And for the longest of time, actually this is the first time when I'm realizing what the title truly means. So then Erica, and they had this truth. Remember the first part of this video, they had this proof, and the time was to get this truth. So there's 8 tickets. And one of the tickets was for Erica. Now what happened is, to fuck up, Ricky ticket was the last one, was the bonus one. Ricky didn't call, but they didn't get a ticket, so Erica comes in. So then, at first, it's super cool because Trinity is like, Dad, I want you to be, my apologies, Dad, I want you to be with us when it comes to Christmas. And it lighted up a switch for Ricky. Like, I had a shitty father. I had a really shitty father. I done some horrible things, but I don't deserve it. So the plan is to take Trinity on a cruise. But because Ricky doesn't have a cruise ticket, he's not going to be able to spend his Christmas on a cruise. Now, there's a really cool scene here where Ricky's like, I don't want to be alone. He doesn't want to be alone. We'll go back to Jeff. He has friends there. And able to enjoy himself. There's another really cool part. Corey and Trevor actually taking themselves. They're like, oh, we need some cash for Ricky. We'll steal the ATM bank. This is the first time where Corey and Trevor actually do something on their own volition. Something stupid, but something out of their own volition. Erica is supposed to stop Ricky because she loves Julian, because now they're a couple. So for example, right, what I forgot to say is, when the fuck is Randy's barbecue, they do such a story for us. And then Julian is able to say, please don't arrest him. And she's like, why is this barbecue so important? Then Julian tell her what's beneath it. He tells her they're really a gay couple, and it's like everyone that knows. And for Erica's like, okay, well, Julian really good dude for not saying this. It's really sweet. But then, so Erica, she's a good character because she has this moral high ground. I could stop you, but I'm not gonna because it's not a big deal. For example, in season 4, episode 2, A Man That Eats, she finds Randy and Julian prostituting. And she's like, I could stop you, but you guys are so worse. Such a bad shape, I'm gonna let you go. Why? Because she feels pity for Julian. She feels pity for Randy, which is really cool. That being said, in season 8, season 3, episode 8, and Ricky goes on a rampage. And the craziest thing is, Ricky doesn't start on a rampage. He gets pushed. Although less than Leahy, which we just saw him pushing off, but a little bit. So Ricky's like, okay, well, I'm having my meal with you. I'll have a meal with you. We get high and have a party. And then he gets stopped. And then he goes crazy.
He's like, yo, I want you to go to jail. So he keeps committing crime, keeps committing crime, keeps committing crime, keeps committing crime. And the whole time he's prompting Erica to stop him. But then Julian goes behind him and destroys all evidence, so they don't have evidence to work him. The whole time, it's Leahy that gives me the mistake. So Leahy sees Trinity with a tire, and then he's like, hey, Trinity, honey. No, Ricky says, Trinity, honey, why are you going with the tire? And Trinity's like, Dad, I'm borrowing it. Remember with Brandy's barbecue? We say we're borrowing barbecue. And he said, don't do that, don't commit crime, never ever steal, because Ricky wanted it for Trinity, which is a conscious take on his own life. What better for himself, he could. And then Leahy says, a shit leopard never loses shit streak. And you think about that, you think that's Ricky. However, what ended up happening, which is really cool, is that's amazing, to be honest. That's amazing. So Trevor and Corey, they come back and they deal with the ATM machine and they open it, and then Julian gets flashed, and then Erica's like, yo, Julian, you're stuck with the blue dye. So when what you do is there's blue dye to show that it's really hard to take out. So they'll show you that, hey, this is a criminal. Then she tells Julian, are you involved in this? And she's like, no, I'm not involved in this. It's Brandy and Leahy. And then she takes away Julian for jail, and she says, I love him. He's a criminal, but I love him. And then you realize the most important thing. A shit leopard cannot change his thoughts. Whereas Julian was a criminal, and no matter how good he has him, he is still a criminal. The season ended with Ricky saying, I got Stereo Park supervisor, Leahy's in jail, I'll become Stereo Park supervisor. It's a really good thing. You see these people on a cruise, which is really cool. However, Julian went to jail for Ricky, and Ricky didn't go to jail for Julian. That's shitty. It's a great season. I have to go give up some CDs. Love you guys, take it easy. Peace. See you tomorrow or today for season 4. Okay, let's go. I'm gonna be late, so...